be nobody. Some place to be. Some place you wouldn't know probably. Yeah. Yeah. If Chappelle moved to Ghana to find his peace, then I'm rolling where the service always roaming. I'm packing my bags and going. It's a challenging act, it's a balancing act. Visit beautiful places, it's more out here than the trap. Houses in Long Island, they always found him. House in the South, a nigga barely got out. Sunny LA, remember calls with Dr. Dre. He told me, don't let the palm trees fool you, nigga, be safe. Me and my higher self, we often would speak. Somehow we lost the connection, might meet a Joshua tree. And it's been bothering me. Too many wavy women, gotta log out of IG. Can't be my age DMing, no kidding. It's hard to move like a civilian. I write the truth cause I live it, not like you musical niggas. We did it big and they bigots. They rather shoot than write tickets. What it feel like to go get it, what it feel like to go miss it. In one city, one country, one state. Some place to be nobody. Some place to be. Some place you wouldn't know probably. Some place to be nobody. Dog bought a plane, said let's go to Paris. That's where baguettes are from, French bread that's long and narrow. I like the other definition, rectangular carrots. The concept of the song is rather esoteric. This girl said in Grenada we should go get married. Broke the meaning down of the Virgin Mary. And you got your own place. My favorite part of the night when you text me that you made it home safe. I'm contemplating at the home base how I'm used to breakfast in the ghetto sipping OJ. That's a picture right there, a moment in time. Before anybody wanted a photo of mine. Before the internet energy and social decline destroyed the vibe, fooling us with the headlines, keeping us blind. Vultures eat you alive, take heed to the signs. Wishing I find one city, one country, one state. Some place to be nobody. Some place to be. Some place you wouldn't know probably. Some place to be nobody.
All my time is spent focused on my freedom now. Why would I join them when I know that I could beat them now? They put their words on me and they can eat them now. That's probably why they keep on telling me I'm needed now. They tried to box me out while taking what they want from me. I spent too many years living too uncomfortably, making room for people who didn't like the labor but wanted the spoils, greedy, selfish behavior. Now let me give it to you balanced and with clarity. I don't need to turn myself into a parody. I don't do the shit you do for popularity. They clearly didn't understand when I said I get out apparently. My awareness like Keanu in the Matrix. I'm saving souls and y'all complaining about my lateness. Now it's illegal for someone to walk in greatness. They want the same, but they don't take risks. Now the world will get to see its own reflection, and the anointed can pursue their own direction. And if you're wrong and you're too proud to hear correction, walk into the hole you dug yourself, fuck a projection. See me in my freedom taking all my land back. They said a lot against me thinking I just stand back. I got my legs beneath me, I got my hands back. A lot of people sabotaged, they couldn't stand that. I turned the other cheek, I took blow after blow. There's so much crisis in the world cause you reap what you sow. When you keep what you know is meant for someone else, did you dig for them, you might just end up in yourself. I'm in the secret place, I keep a sacred space. They keep showing their hands, but keep hiding their face. If I'm a messenger, you block me, then you block the message. So aggressive, the world you made is what you're left with. Pride and ego over love and truth is fuck reckless. Y'all niggas got a death wish, the stupid leaves me breathless.
Some place to be. Yeah, ain't ducking nothing. Just might have to build my own city where y'all need a real nigga passport to enter. Miss Hill, we ain't going nowhere. They gonna have to deal with us. Make them uncomfortable. Yeah.
All right. Good morning, chat. Hopefully you guys are all doing all right. Got some early morning bacon going on. Got a couple things to kind of talk about, and then we can kind of move on with this thing that we're doing. To be frank, let me know if I'm coming through all right, and so on and so forth. Kind of making some small adjustments here, because that's a thing. because I'm a professional. I'm not a professional. I like to think so, though. Oh, man. How's it going, guys? All right, so let's see. How should we start this off? So I have 4 videos here that'll essentially make up our stream. Let's see. Markus Daily Productions, Burn, and then 2 of them from Hate Army Watch. So should be a long one. With that being said, 2 of these videos in particular are not that these 2 are more important than the other 2, but there's a bit of a story behind this, if you will. So there are certain how do I word this? There are certain things that I reference to, right? Because I'm very reference heavy. Okay, so a lot of you know about some of these things that I'm referencing, and some of you guys don't. In 2 particular cases, we had talked about, at least on the last stream, was the situation with Phil's family, mainly Melissa, and then his uncle and his aunt. Not the aunt that had gout, the uncle and aunt that had a drug addiction, and by proxy, their daughter Melissa has it as well, which is what caused Phil's father to adopt her, and so on and so forth. Some of you had reached out to me because some people found me on Twitter pretty fast, and they were like, "Hey, would you mind could you reference that? Like, you referenced it, but could you possibly go over that video? I can't find it. I'm not sure where it is." And one in particular person in my DMs was like, "Yeah, I've reached out to a couple other detractors. They've heard of it, but they don't know where to find it either." I've got you on that. So we're going to go over that today because that's linked to Phil's history of his back problems or his back pain, an ever-changing story that has evolved over the years or devolved, depending on how you look at it. The second video is about an interview that it's about a situation where an individual wanted to interview DarksydePhil, and they wanted to charge him $800. And yet again, this is the original video is gone. So the only thing I have is the snippet that a channel called Burn has. Burn used to go by Dipshit Phil, and then there was some type of issue, so he turned it to Dipshit Phil R2. That channel, like I said, has become Burn now. The individual who runs that channel, it's an archive channel basically, because they don't deal with DSP at all anymore. They don't do DSP content. They're on to other stuff. So that's a situation in itself. But they still have the original 2 or 3 minute snippet. We will go over that, and so you guys can actually hear it, and you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about. And then the other 2 videos will be from Hate Army. We're going to go over the golden vest being revealed, and I haven't been on Kiwifarms in months. And we're going to go over a chair was donated by a generous benefactor. Both of those are by Hate Army. So that's what our situation is going to be. That's what the play is going to be. Before we do that, though, if you don't mind, excuse me a second. I wonder if you guys would go ahead and take a walk with me real quick, if you guys wouldn't mind. So since we're going to take this walk, we're actually going to just head to the Snortbucks around the corner. So while we're doing that, you guys can kind of indulge me for a minute. So last night, I was working on some paperwork and whatever, and Agent Proper had a stream last night. I think he was talking to, War Dog Leader, if I remember correctly. And they had spoke about this whole situation with that application that Phil's being accused of using. Can't think of what the name of it is at the moment. In any case, it as they were going on talking about it, that made me think, well, wait a second, isn't that the same thing that James DeLesser was talking about like earlier in the year? Matter of fact, if I remember correctly, the story was broken like 8 months ago. Now, keep in mind, I'm playing all this off memory, so please keep that in mind. So it was like 8 or 9 months ago. TJ Gamebox and LSB stumbled across this app that was linked to a faction that DarksydePhil had just joined, and they came to the conclusion, rightfully so, that Phil has to have this app because it's linked to his phone number. And that's the only way he can communicate with this particular faction, because that's how they choose to communicate with each other. Thank you, Line app, instead of using Discord. Now, I didn't remember seeing that actual. Can't remember if it was a tweet or if it was a post on Kiwi Farms, but I do remember James the Lesser going over it because James also covered a. He did it for about a week or two. I can't remember if the person's name was Mora or something along those lines from the King of Hate forums, who was a longtime DSP fan who kind of broke the pignosis and kind of was going at him on his own forums. And Phil was having a really, really hard time trying to dismiss it and trying to get this person back on their side. In any case, it was pointed out that this app was linked to DarksydePhil through his phone number. James the Lesser, if I remember correctly, made a video where he called that number, and I know he did it because I referenced to it. He called that number, and DSP's name came up on the voicemail. Now, this was broken 8 or 9 months ago between James the Lesser, TJ Hitbox or Gamebox, sorry, in LSP. So now it's come back into prevalence again, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, Phil just said recently about he had this number, but then he didn't have it, and then he got it back. And then it broke on Twitter that, hey, Phil, when's the last time you reached out to John? And he's like, oh, John changed his number, and I have no way of reaching him. And he's like, but Phil said he still had the same number. So now we got problems. We got a lot of problems. One, someone hacked your number or took your number, and then somehow you got it back? What? 2, John changed his number and he didn't tell you. Now, it's possible John didn't tell him. But I feel like John would have probably sent him a text message or something, because if Phil really didn't change his number, right, then John might have sent a text out to him saying, hey, change my number. If you ever want to get in touch, here you go. Even if Phil doesn't respond back, it doesn't matter. But he at least sent that shit out there to him. So that's the next problem. Excuse me. And our third problem is, why would you want to go back and get a phone number that was already hacked from you? Or you already gave up? What sense does that make? Like, who changes numbers like that frequently? Now, the whole story sounds bugged. Very bugged, logical mechanics. So it sounds like bullshit. And then I'm thinking about this whole talk app type thing, or whatever the case may be. And he's sitting here saying, oh, my number's been leaked. My information's been leaked by him, by the way. But my information's been leaked. Anybody could have signed me up for that app. And it's like, okay, well, what about the two-factor authorization, I should say. I'm sorry. And he's like, oh, I get shit sent to me like that all the time. It has nothing. It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't do anything. But it does, because someone had to authorize the two-factor authorization so the account can exist and be used. That's the first thing. Secondly, we know for sure that someone under that name, under that app, linked to your phone number, was associating with people in this faction. The third thing is, and this is something reason why you guys should go back and watch the old James the Lesser videos that go over this, that app is linked to the Discord. The same Discord that you said that doesn't exist, but the same Discord that Anonymous confirmed in the leaks 5 months ago. So you see where the problems are coming into play. So, like, you're really fucking up the situation now. And you're going about it the wrong way trying to dispel it. And like I said, James the Lesser essentially lays the whole timeline out after TJ Gamebox or Hitbox, whatever, sorry. TJ Gamebox, I think that's his name. And LSB went ahead and dropped that information. Now, that leads back to the Agent Proper stream that I had mentioned just a minute ago. At least I hope I did. So he had his stream last night, and on stream he tried to actually sign up for the app because he's had it before as well, but he couldn't sign in his account. The reason why is because the app is device locked, meaning that it wouldn't allow him to sign into that old account from a new phone. So he would have to make a whole new account basically. Now this is where we're gonna go ahead and put you guys to the test. DSP has a brand new phone, and he revealed it earlier in the year. That is his way out. That's essentially him saying that, oh, I don't have that app anymore, because 1, he's probably not with that faction, and 2, it's tied to his old phone. So he would have had to make a new one. That's one of his ways out. I'm surprised he wouldn't just admit to admit to using the Talk app and then say, oh, but that's linked to an old phone. I don't have it anymore. Because we do know he has a new phone. He showed it to us on stream. It was like earlier in the year. I'm still not done though. Now we have the problem with this Discord. So he keeps saying that I don't have a Discord, I didn't have a Discord, I didn't have a Discord until, and then he ends up reframing it and saying, well, I did have a Discord, but I only had it in use to talking to the moderators. Sorry, let's reword that. Talking to the administrators on Twitch. But see, we know that's a lie too. Well, how he's framing it's a lie. He said that when he became a partner, they gave him a Discord so he could talk to the administrators. But we also know that when Twitch got rid of the mod chat on their site, him and his mods had to move over somewhere else so they could communicate with each other. That's where Discord came into play. So either A, this idiot has 2 accounts, or B, he's lying. He made a Discord account so he could talk to his administrator and to the administrators at Twitch and then use that as his mod chat, or use that same account for his mods, which ends up kind of fucking him because that ties him to the WWE Champions account that has already been verified. I'm still not done yet. On top of that, don't worry, we're about to order in just a second. Then, when you look at the Discord, there is and this is in Jam's Delicious old videos, there's a picture on there that no one can actually track down. No one's ever seen it. It was something unique, I guess, to him. Well, that same picture showed up on that Discord, if I remember correctly. Phil said that, oh, well, I used that on Twitter until my Twitter got DMCA'd, and someone else must have snatched it then. But no one remembers him ever doing that. And the way it's all pixeled out, it kind of has to be something that he himself could have established now that he admitted that he actually has the picture. Or that he actually took that picture and he used it. So he kind of caught himself on that too. It's really stupid, to be honest with you. He's kind of talking himself into circles and he can't figure his way out, which goes back to the old additive over here. Give DSP enough rope and he'll hang himself. And he's doing a real good job of doing that. And as War Dog Leader said, this is a really stupid hill to die on. And it is. It's a really fucking stupid hill to die on with this Talk app. I mean, just admit that you had one. Just admit that you had one. No one's actually saying that you're using it now, but just admit that you have one. Also, with that being said, oh, what's up, James? Since I see you right there right now. James, what faction was he with at the time that he was using that app? Because he's with the Sons of SmackDown now. But the Sons of SmackDown doesn't use that app, do they? So my question is, what was the faction that he was with when he was using that app? And then also, for any of you guys who don't know about this bullshit Discord lore, some good Samaritans were going to some of these different WWE factions and saying, hey, this is who DSP is. You might want to be wary of it. And I think there was a couple of different factions that were spoken to, and then they decided to purge DSP from their group. I'm wondering which one of those groups actually had that app. Because if we can find out what faction he was with at that time, then we can literally backtrack not only that app, but also that Discord right back to them. That right there and that kind of closes everything up. Now, keep in mind, Phil will still dismiss that it was him either which way. But it continues to close the circle that's already enclosing him anyway. Exactly. I know, James, because I've been looking for it myself. It was so long ago that no one remembers because he was jumping back and forth between them daily. I know. So I was just wondering if anybody off top actually found it. But it's something that I'm going to look into because I'm just curious. Unless someone at the DIA is already working on it, which I assume someone is. So that is the thing. It's really stupid, ladies and gentlemen, to be honest with you. At the end of the day, you're essentially dead to rights. Just accept it. Just accept it. You fighting this doesn't mean anything. And here's the problem, and this is how, in Phil's mind, he justifies it. If he didn't tell us, if Phil doesn't come out and say it, it's not true. It doesn't exist. It's the same thing with the bankruptcy. It was the same thing with the foreclosure. It was the same thing with all those things. And in some ways, I think he's trying to figure out how how to get it out there so he can get the monkey off his back. But he can't because he knows that his opposition's too smart. Like, for example, this whole business expense thing, this $5,000 in a business expense, right? Let's not look at it as, we know for sure he spent over $40,000 to $50,000 on this goddamn app. But let's go ahead and look at the situation a bit differently. So we know by his bankruptcy filing that he has $5,000 a month in business expenses. And his attorney tried and succeeded, for all intents and purposes, to wrap up all of his personal expenses into his business expenses. Now, something that James points out in one of those videos, because there's like 5 or 6 of them in all. Like I said, you got to go back like 8 or 9 months, but you'll find it. One of the things that James points out is that, okay, even with all of your household expenses being wrapped up into this business expense, you also claim microtrans fucking actions. Okay, so with that being said, let's take those microtransactions, right? We break that down, and then we try to add that to his bankruptcy filing. It fits. Not completely, but it fits. If you think about it, over the span of like anywhere from like 14 or 15 months, from 10 to 15 months, you could literally fit that in. It doesn't take a whole lot of forbidden math jutsu to make that shit happen. You could make that fit in there, if you think about it. And that's why he can go ahead and keep getting away with that as an ongoing expense. But that's neither here nor there. That's something that we'll flush out, hopefully, later on as we move along with that. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid at the end of the day. It's absolutely ridiculous. And let's not even say anywhere from 10 to 14 months. You could literally say that over the span of years. If they went back to look at it and was like, oh, well, okay, how many years have you been running this business? He could literally spread that $40,000 or $50,000 over that decade plus, if he wanted to even do that. So, pig luck certainly has shined on him to some extent. But at this point, why keep fighting? Just come out and say, yes, I had this. Yes, I did this. Who gives a fuck? Like, I got away with it. You guys are still, anybody who's loyal to him is going to stay with him anyway. So who gives a shit, to be honest with you? And big ups to Piece of Peace, who had his video that actually broke down the whole thing with the application and whatnot. Like, that shit's irrefutable, for sure. Like, irrefutable. Like, there's no way you're getting around that at all. And DSP knows it, because DSP's watched it. And then his rebuttal to all these accusations as of recent is just pathetic. It's more pathetic than usual. And that, and with the low contributions through tips, I should say, that have been coming in, that's just chapping his ass. And then he still won't, and then he's a real fucking idiot in the fact that you put up top super chat, but you won't put the amount of that super chat up there, which is dumb, because he doesn't have to put total super chats up there. He just needs to put the top, whoever the top super chatter was, and then that amount, and then let people try to compete with that. And you could get more money, and he could literally squeeze them for more money that way, because it's safer, or at least it seems safer, to give Phil money through super chats than it would to just tip him outright, because everybody's worried about only iced coffee or whatever the fuck he's calling himself now. Doesn't matter. Only iced cuck, whatever. So, or you know what I'm saying? So there's that situation there. So he's wasting an opportunity with that. The fact that he doesn't count super chats is semantics. That doesn't mean really much of anything at the moment. But if he went ahead and put the top super chatter up there plus the amount that they last sent to him, people have something to compete against. And he's an idiot for not taking advantage of that. He doesn't even have to put the total amount. Just put that up there. It's just really stupid. It's just really stupid. Anywho, like I said, welcome to everybody in the chat. Hopefully you guys are doing all right. So on and so forth. And let's go ahead and get into the situation at hand. Hopefully we can help you guys with your day in some way, shape, or form and whatnot. Haven't seen you guys in like a week or something, like 5 or 6 days, whatever the case may be. So this should be fun. Anywho, good morning. Good morning. Like I said, come in. Coffee, tea's flowing, boba, morning smoothies, and we're about to go ahead and get on this bacon right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go ahead and set the mood and whatnot, because bacon requires some sophistication. Let's go with that. And then we have a new one of these. And let's see. Let me look at the show lineup here for a minute. I could go over the back pain first, or we'll go over let's do the interview. The interview is actually a lot shorter. It's way short. So we'll go with that first, so you guys can at least get an idea of where I'm coming from with that. That kind of confirms some of the things I've already said, and then we'll move on to the rest of the situation. And you are video number 2. And the links to all the videos in question are in the description. At least the first 4, I should say. The other ones from Hate Army that are in the description we'll use later. Same thing with the music that you hear me playing. Caffeinated money creature? That's so stupid. Here we go. Oh no.
I am DarksydePhil.
Like this video and subscribe.
Greetings, Video Archive here. I'm literally back from the pub, and I thought I would tell a quick story for the hell of it. This is the story of how we kind of almost interviewed DSP, but didn't really. Well, that's DSP, and my boy Hikiko brings it up to me that...
Okay, let me preface this for a little bit. Because I don't have access to the original video, I can't exactly tell you when this was. But it's old. This is definitely before like 2000. It's definitely before 2017. Speaking of which, real fast, I didn't get a chance to say what was up to you last time. I think, which one are you going by? Goji Tanks. I swore I thought I saw 217 at the end of your name. I think. If that is, big ups, Goji. I know you said, I ended up seeing in the playback that you said big ups on the last stream, and I didn't get a chance to respond back to you. I'm sorry. But big ups, though. I hope you're doing all right. All right, I'll wait for, we'll wait and see if that's response. Okay, cool. All right, nice. Bam. All right. That's why I'll definitely remember. Big ups, Goji. Like I said, I got a stream devoted to your escapades coming up, though. It's gonna be fun. Anywho, and whatnot. I don't know exactly when. Like I said, this video came out originally. I don't know if it's like 2014 or 2015. I'm not really quite sure. Now they're gonna say in here that no one's ever been able to get an interview with DSP. Now maybe they're talking. That's kind of iffy. There have been some articles written on them with brief, you know what I'm saying, I guess some brief interviews or whatever, but I think they're talking about a more fully flushed out, what are your thoughts on the haters, why do you think all this? If that's the case, if that's what they're talking about, then they're absolutely right. That hasn't happened yet. But so I just want to throw that out there. Once I get a chance to kind of follow this up, we'll see, and then hopefully I can give you guys a date to go along with this. But this is pretty old, though.
There's no interview. Nobody's ever talked to this guy.
Actually, hold on a second. Let me actually tell you when Burn put this up, just so you get an idea. Let's see. Burn actually uploaded this on July 15th of 2017. And like I said, it's older than that. This has to be like 2015, 2016. I would guess.
I only know the guy because of drama. I never followed him. So nobody's been able to get an interview with this guy, and there's a reason why. We'll get to that in a minute, I suppose. And he's like, you know what? If you could talk to him, that would be interesting. He could talk about his side. I don't really want to talk to DSP, but you know what? Fuck it. It's like 1 a.m. in the morning, and we're just having a bit of bants. So I send DSP a message on Twitter, and I'm like, okay, so I've interviewed these 2 other people. I don't know if he knows about the channel or so or not. Would you like to come on sometime? And DSP gets back to me. And this is the reason why nobody's ever been able to talk to him, have an interview of him, whatever you want to call it. He says, yeah, within like 20 minutes. He says, yeah, I'll talk to you, or I'll do the show, whatever. But you have to pay me, because I would get bits and some other, I don't know Twitch lingo, but basically you make money off donations, and there's different names for these things. It's like bits and some other thing. And he's like, it's $800 for a day.
All right, here, let's do this one. Just maybe maybe the chat will show better in the background on that. I did not take that into consideration initially. Anyway, you guys heard it right there first. 800 DSP's going rate was $800. This is where the meme essentially started, where he was charging people $800 to get an interview. Now, this must have been late 2016, maybe even early 2017, somewhere around there, if all of these different things are coming into play. Yeah, it's kind of silly. It's kind of silly how he wanted $800 a day. He wasn't making that on stream back then. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. He was making $800 a day. But that's what he wanted to charge these people to talk to them. Now, let's go back to that quartering interview. The quartering's not hurting for money. Just because he likes to drink a lot of boxed wine doesn't mean that it's hurting for money. So, if DSP was paid to do that interview, DSP could charge him $1,200 or $1,500. It is what it is. Rich from Review Tech USA desperately wants to, well, I don't know if I'd say desperately. Maybe not now. But at one time, he was pretty desperate to interview DSP. And I don't know if I think Rich can swing $800 to $1,200. I don't know if he did, or I don't know if he'd be willing to pay it. But he could pay it. So that's a thing in itself. On top of that, speaking of Rich, Junk Media just released the full documentary. I haven't seen that thing in a long ass time, of the whole Big Cheese situation. That's where the $200 meme comes from. We may go over that in the weeks to come. So just something to think about for any of you guys who actually know what the Big Cheese situation is. So who could say? Yes. I think you might be referencing to when Wings tried to interview him. No, not really interview him. They wanted to come on a podcast. Yeah, I think that's when Wings, Eddie, Jive Turkey, and White Boy 7th Street, they wanted him to come on a podcast or something, and he wouldn't, and he said, "Oh, I'm going to be sick that day and whatever, but maybe we can reschedule." It's a whole thing. That was in one of the top 10 worst moments, actually. I think that was actually in 2015. Or is that top 10 worst moments of 2006? No, it's in top 10 worst moments of 2015, I think. No, it's 16. I'm sorry. It's the first one that, the artist formerly known as Secret Life of DSP ever did. I think that was his first one, to be honest. Because the one before that was done by Fred, if I remember correctly. So, let's see. What I'm going to go... Well, I guess, Jasper, that depends on when I go back to doing videos. I hope to do that soon, because I'm really, really fucking behind on the Snort Report. So I kind of really need to get back in there. And I'm looking forward to it, too. I'm going to be rusty as hell, though. But I'm looking forward to doing it. Oh, the Drunken Peasants one. Now, the Drunken Peasants one came down to DSP wanted to have... he wanted to have full control over that. I think I did a video on that, too, actually. But we can go over that on stream, though, if you guys like, because that was, a year or two ago when that shit happened? But yeah, there was, okay, so what happened was the Drunken Peasants were talking to DSP through emails and shit, trying to get him to come on. And to make a long story short, they were both trying to finesse each other. DSP wanted basically publicity, kind of like what he thought he was going to get from the quartering, but he didn't. And the Drunken Peasants, I think, wanted to get DSP up there as a reoccurring guest. But not only that, but they were trying to get into the detractor market, if you will. And the best way to do that is through the detractor dollar. And I think that's what their situation was. And, I mean, shit just went left, basically. DSP was like, I assume, DSP was like, I don't want a live chat or anything. I don't want to be put into a situation that I can't control. And I guess he wanted something more pre-recorded. That's what my guesses are. The Drunken Peasants wanted him to actually show up to their recording studio, which is only like maybe a half hour away from where DSP is, maybe less, and they wanted him to kind of spend the day with them. It wasn't just doing the podcast. They would also play Street Fighter, and they would do other shit. And DSP wasn't about that life. Like, DSP is not a people person. So I don't know why they were expecting that shit to happen. On top of the fact that I don't know if the drunken peasants were willing to pay his price. I don't know if they were willing to do that. But who could say? But what ends up happening basically is the peasants talk about... Now, keep in mind, that happened previous to when the drunken peasants even talked about bringing out the emails. So you're talking about even further along. This was going along. Anyway, the drunken peasants basically auction off the emails and like, hey, for anybody who's interested, we may do a big podcast or a stream talking about it, so on and so forth. A lot of detractors were going over there to kind of see what the situation was. It turned out to essentially be a dud. Any of the juicier parts, if there were any at all, were never really revealed. DSP pulls a rather smart move, to be honest with you, and but he puts out the emails before the drunken peasants could profit off of it. And that pretty much ended the story. So it kind of silly, to be honest with you. It was kind of silly. But it probably would have been cool to see what a drunken peasant DSP stream would have been like, or at least a video, I guess, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, and DSP used the excuse that his fan base was telling him not to go up there because they're toxic people, or whatever terminology he was using at the time to justify not going. So there you go. There's a little bit more to it, but essentially that's the long and short of it. Yeah, Secret is very much a fucking artist when it comes to his craft, for sure. That can be said for a lot of guys, though, in the detractor community who edits. Like, that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, more so than what you would think. So, just another day in the life. Anywho, let's go ahead and move on to this backstory, because this is going to be, I think this will be interesting. I think you guys will like it. Let me pull this up real fast. I think the first part of this video might be kind of loud, so if I need to mute it, I probably should, actually. Let's see here.
So the next question is from...
All right, well, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, so that kind of worked out. So as you guys saw, we're here at Markus Daily Productions. In a really old school, a really old DSP detractor account. They don't do detractor content anymore, but they left their account up as an archive. There's a lot of gems over there if you guys are ever looking for something in particular. There's not nearly as many videos as you would think, but there are some gems there if you guys are ever looking. Anyway, we're here with Markus Daily Productions, Phil or DSP Gaming's thoughts on the history of my back pain. This is from October 14th of 2017. The link is down in the description, because of course it is. Here we go.
From Richter Tryhard, and he asks the following. Phil, I am a new viewer, and I find your videos pretty hilarious. You mentioned that you have a back problem. My question is, well, how did you injure your back? What's the origin story? I can't seem to find an answer on that anywhere. Well, it's funny. Funny you ask about this, Richard. Or I said Richard. Oh, God, I screwed up. His name's Richter. I feel bad now. I'm sorry, Richter. I apologize wholeheartedly. Again. Good question. And the reason it's a good question is because I used to talk about my back a lot when my back injury was really bad. Since I moved to Washington State and adjusted my lifestyle, my back is so much better, all right? And that's why I barely ever talk about any kind of issue with my back, because I really don't have that much of an issue with my back anymore. So,
okay, let me bring this back really, really fast. Like I said, his story has changed so much, it's almost insane. I will preference some of it. Hold on, I don't want to go all the way back to the intro. I just want to that should be good. And that's a good screenshot. Even though I saw the screenshot of him eating that hot dog on his most recent DSP Tries It, god damn, that dude's teeth. Just, DSP, go see a dentist, dude. That's all I'm saying. Just go see a dentist. Please, for the love of God. Just make it happen. Please make it happen. Holy shit. That might explain, though, too, why he never really smiles much in some of his pictures. That kind of makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Anyway, DSP's back problem, or the back issues. So he has a herniated disc, supposedly. He has said that his back injury goes all the way back to flag football, because supposedly the field that they were playing on had a bunch of rocks on it. So essentially, he was saying that he was playing flag football on the side of a mountain, apparently, or whatever the case may be, and that might have hurt his back. He said when he was in school, his teachers were assholes and detractors, and they gave them so much homework that his backpack was incredibly heavy, and that ended up, misforming or misshaping his back over the years. There is a car accident that someone told me about a really, really long time ago, and a snippet of it is in an SOK video, an SOK cast, I should say, where Phil was in a really bad car accident that almost killed him, which also might explain where his settlement money came from. That's a whole nother story in itself, but because I was meaning to do something for the second channel, or the Fight Club channel, for that. But anyway, he was in a car accident that almost killed him, and the back injury could have come from that. There's a bunch of things. The story just keeps fucking changing, and the problem with this story, right, is if his back is as bad as he says it is, all of a sudden he stops doing normal shit, and all of a sudden it just works, right? Like, all of a sudden he's just okay, which is dumb. It's absolutely fucking dumb. And he milked that excuse pretty much for the rest of his life. You have an individual, ladies and gentlemen, whose childhood was shit. The dude didn't want to learn how to ride a bike. He probably didn't want to learn how to swim. That's why he doesn't know how to do that. His childhood is just sad, to say the least. His life is just sad. All of a sudden, your back hurts for whatever reason because you never did anything. Let's be honest. If you've seen old pictures of DarksydePhil and they're floating around, you can find them. He's never worked out a day in his life. It's very clear. He was either really skinny and scrawny, or he just got fat. It was kind of it's one or the other. There's no real in between. I think honestly, he just pulled a muscle and he just milked it, and he just kept milking it, to be honest. Because even this story right here that you're about to hear, doesn't even sound right. It doesn't sound right at all. It's almost unfathomable to think that shit actually happened the way he said he did. But whatever, that's the narrative that he's been shifting back and forth, so that's what we're going to go with. I'll let you guys hear it for yourself, but it's kind of stupid. I don't know if I could say that his father tried to teach him how to ride a bike. His father actually wanted to teach him how to ride a bike. Phil didn't want to because apparently the neighborhood basketball Americans were out there beating up every kid on site and taking their bikes. And he didn't, and that was a situation there. So he didn't want to learn how to ride a bike. Why he doesn't know how to swim, I have no clue. Now, granted, there's a lot of people who don't know how to swim for a lot of different reasons. I'm curious to hear what his reason is. His childhood must have been shit. It must have been pretty boring, to be honest. And then there's another video I found recently where he talks about childhood friends and how he keeps shifting through these different friend groups he has. And every time he does that, he says, "Oh, that's part of my past. That's part of my past life." Normal people don't talk like that. If you had a falling out, or if you grow from, or you kind of outgrow people, or you grow apart from people, that's one thing. But for you to say, "Oh, they're part of my old life, and I don't think about any of that anymore, and I move on to something else," that's different. That's a completely different scenario. That's a completely different situation. So what that actually leads to is either A, he doesn't, or he didn't. Well, we know he doesn't have any friends. He didn't have any friends, or the few people who were willing to tolerate him, they ended up actually moving on and they left him, and he's resentful for it. And so when you hear him later on talk about shifting through these different groups, it's almost like he was looking to drop them before they dropped him, or he wasn't associated with anybody at all. It's hard to say. It's really, really hard to say, but it's kind of sad to hear that. It really is. It's kind of sad if you think about it. So anyway, let's go ahead and go to this story because that's where the entertainment value is at.
Phil, I am a new viewer and I find your videos pretty hilarious. You mentioned that you have a back problem. My question is, well, how did you injure your back? What's the origin story? I can't seem to find an answer on that anywhere. Well, it's funny. Funny.
Wait a second. But he also said he'd like new headphones. Doesn't he, like, what? Like, doesn't he have the PlayStation ones? And what's he need new headphones for anyway? All that's going to happen is he's going to cultivate another ear infection if he does that shit. So what's the point of him doing that? He can't even keep the ones that he has now clean. So what the hell does he need a new set of headphones for? Wow. For when he rides bike. What? Yeah, we're going to need to elaborate on that one. Like I said, that gouty ear infection is going to keep coming back as long as this dude doesn't want to take showers. So, you know what I'm saying? If he's going to keep living like a slob, he's going to have to deal with the consequences of it. It's just the reality of it all.
You ask about this, Richard, or I said Richard. Oh God, I screwed up. His name's Richter. I feel bad now. I'm sorry, Richter. I apologize wholeheartedly again. Good question, and the reason it's a good question is because I used to talk about my back a lot when my back injury was really bad. Since I moved to...
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Well, keep in mind, this idiot at one time had like 3 sets of fucking he had 3 headsets at like one given time. Keep in mind, though, too, and this kind of falls into Phil's behavior, he had 3 or 4 different capture cards, too, at one time, also. Like, it was really dumb, like how DSP spent money. If any of you guys ever get a chance to go back and see some of that shit. Like, the dude has no respect or appreciation for it. What's up, Signal? Good morning. It's, good morning, everybody. It's insane how he threw his money away like that. But anyway, we're gonna, like I said, let's get on to this video. You guys can hear how he went to Seattle, and the Seattle air activated his latent mutant abilities, and he was able to wrap extra muscles around his baby backs and shit, or he grew extra baby backs around his fucking back and spine and shit, and that's the reason why he's okay now, even though he still can't do anything. So you're not actually okay, if you really think about it. You're still fucked up. You're just doing less. But that's what he thought the solution was, so let's go with it.
Washington State and adjusted my lifestyle, my back is so much better, all right? And that's why I barely ever talk about any kind of issue with my back, because I really don't have that much of an issue with my back anymore. So allow me to explain. I never had back issues at all in my life. And then all of a sudden, around 2006, so 10 years ago, I started to notice that my back was hurting me. Now, it was various kinds of pain. Sometimes it would be soreness. Sometimes it would be shooting pain. It was various kinds of pain. But it wasn't constant. Keep in mind, 10 years ago, I was much heavier. Right now...
Now, think about what he just said. Like 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, my back just started to hurt. And there was a variety of different types of pain. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was these different categories of pain. Then he goes ahead and said, oh, but it wasn't constant. So you were having all these different varieties of pain happen to you all at once? Or did they happen to you over a period of time? Do we not understand what the definition of constant is? I guess. I don't know, but let's continue.
You know, I would say probably I fluctuate between like 210 to 230 pounds right now. Roughly, on average, I'm usually around like...
Oh shit, there's Agent Proper right there. Big ups, man, on your stream last night. I got a chance to listen in on it. Actually, matter of fact, let's... Bam. But big ups on your stream last night, though. Like I said, that was a good listen. That was a very good listen. A very, very good listen. If I get a chance to, I'll drop it down in the link, because people should actually go over there and watch it. It was actually very well done, very well played. Absolutely. What's up, Red? What's up, Dark Dave Mears? Oh, speaking of which, Dark Dave Mears, real fast. I'm just curious. On the Raw DSP channel from Friday Street Fighter stream, the second part of that Street Fighter stream is missing. Did the channel go down? Is that piece still salvageable? Can it be uploaded? Or I'm just curious, because I saw that dude's matches with what was that guy's name he was playing against the first part? I think it was Zero something, and they were playing back and forth in Super Turbo, and that guy was like kind of handing him his ass, And I was kind of, but like I said, the second part isn't there. So I was just wondering if will it be re-uploaded, or if not, I can always just grab the Dark Dave Mirrors version of it if need be. Just curious about it. But yeah, he was like, he said, I think he ends up saying that he was like 250 pounds back when he was having these issues. I don't think he was playing football. What's up, Gunslinger? I don't think he was playing football at 250 pounds. I don't think. Not saying that it's not impossible, but I don't think so. Okay, it went down. All right, no problem. I can always just pull it off the Dark Dave Mirrors version if need be. Because theoretically, if you're going to do a run back with somebody, it was his T-Hawk versus versus that guy's Barrog, I think. And as soon as and then he ended up ducking out of the lobby because Jose showed up. And then when he got back into the lobby, he went right to Ken. So that's not a run back. That's just someone that's DSP just trying to go for the win. And that's not actually a run back. So I just wanted to call him out on that. But I was wondering if there was more in that second part. But I'll take a look, though. But I appreciate it nonetheless, though.
210, 215, but sometimes I fluctuate up and down dependent, I'm on a vacation or whatever. It happens. But back then, I was talking, like, I was at least 240, 250, if not, you know what I mean? I was pretty chubby. People have seen me, my early videos, when I first started on YouTube, I was, like, ballooned up, okay? So back then, I was a heavier guy, and my back started to hurt me. Well, definitively, when I found out this was a problem, was one day, it was the summertime, and I was actually playing touch football with some friends of mine in a park. It was like a holiday gathering. I believe it was someone's birthday, and they were having like grilling out dogs and burgers and everything, and we were playing touch football. And we're playing, this is the thing, I used to do this stuff all the time. I used to be a more athletic person. I used to actually run around a lot and do a lot of this stuff. I used to lift weights when I was much younger. Much more athletic person than I am now. And all of a sudden, after this session of flag football, I went home, and I laid down, I said, oh my God, what happened? My back is really, really in pain. Like sharp shooting nerve pain that was resonating not only in my back, but all the way down my legs. I was like, what the hell? And it didn't go away. I thought, oh, maybe it's because I was, did this flag football. It didn't go away. It started to get worse. It started to nag at me. It got to the point, at one point, my legs were getting numb. Now, that is a huge negative sign that something is going on seriously wrong, okay? So I ended up going to the doctor for it. Doctor.
Okay, so let's think about this for a minute. So yeah, exit out, chat, exit out. So we were out there playing flag football, and somehow, some way, that's when our back pain started. Now keep in mind, he's about 250 pounds, so really he don't have a whole lot of business to be out there anyway. Two, if you've ever seen DarksydePhil ever run, and there's only like one rare occurrence, which is during the Project 7 shit, you can tell he doesn't run well. Like, you can tell he's not very coordinated. So that's a problem. Three, it also kind of debunks his whole, he used to work out bullshit, because supposedly his back was the reason why he stopped working out. Oh, that's right. And then that one time he was at the gym and he was lifting extra heavy, and like he had a blood vessel, like go ahead and show up, and like he got really scared and thought it was going to burst. And so he had to stop lifting weights because of that too. Semantics though. Semantics. The devil's in the details.
Originally gives me x-ray. I don't see anything. It's like, well, doc, guess what? Obviously, the x-ray is not the right test for this particular problem, because I am in excruciating pain all the time. So I think maybe you should run some more tests. The doctor was actually just going to let it fucking go. Unbelievable. So the doctor says, all right, I'm going to give you an MRI. So puts me to the MRI machine, scans me, all that. I get called back to the doctor's office urgently 2 days later. Okay, come back. Oh my God, your MRI shows that you have a severely herniated disc between your L4, L5 vertebrae. And if this thing were to pop, number one, I could be crippled. Number two, I could lose control of my bowels. I mean,
now keep in mind, if that was the case, they'd have put you in surgery if they really thought that, you could be paralyzed. Like, what? Okay, let's bring that back. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But then also, let's try to insert some logic here. And now keep in mind, I'm a detractor. I'm a brain dead idiot. I don't know nothing about nothing. But you got this disc that's about to pop. not slip. It's about to pop. And if it does pop, you could be crippled. And then after being crippled, you may not be able to control your bowels, even though that's the other way around. But whatever. You might be crippled. He never fixed this problem, ladies and gentlemen. He bought a bunch of shit to try to do it, but he didn't do it. He just stopped doing shit. Instead of trying to fix the problem, he just stopped doing things. And given all of the rocking back and forth that he's done, given all the weight that he keeps piling on, and all the other silly shit that go along with it, why hasn't that back popped yet? Now, I understand. Seattle air, the latent mutant ability, we all know this. But yet again, I want you to think about it. Think about that obsessive back and forth he keeps doing and whatnot. Think about how much weight he ain't piled on, so to speak. And yet you've never had a severe back issue, or you haven't had any more of that shooting pain because now you don't have to worry about driving. You don't have to worry about carrying any. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Office urgently 2 days later. Okay, come back. Oh my God. Your MRI shows that you have a severely herniated disc between your L4, L5 vertebrae. And if this thing were to pop, number one, I could be crippled. Number two, I could lose control of my bowels. I mean, it was to the point, he said it was so bad that thank God I caught it when I did, because if I didn't and this thing had popped, this disc, that I could have been fucked for life. Okay.
Now, keep in mind, his father has supposedly 2 or 3 herniated discs. And he's like 60 plus, and he still works a full-time job. Keep that in mind.
So, gee, Doc, good thing we went for the MRI instead of just passing on the fucking the X-ray and pretending like nothing was wrong, which is what he was going to do originally. So, I had some options back then. I was told, well, here's what you could do. You can either get surgery right away. Now, back then, the surgery would have been very intrusive. This is 10 years ago. The surgery would have been, they go into it, they cut physically out the disc. I believe they fused the spine in this particular area or whatever. Today, the surgery is much different. Today, they have laser surgery that's non-intrusive that could actually do the same operation, and basically there's a lot less risk. It's a lot healthier. But back then, this surgery was incredibly risky. In fact, he even said, he says, when you do the surgery, it's basically 50-50. 50%, your life's way better. You're going to have a great life. 50%, it doesn't even get better, could get worse, and you fucked yourself over. So I'm like, gee, this is a pretty tough decision. What's my other decision? He said, my other option here is that I get physical therapy, I get drugs for my back, all right, different kinds of drugs, and I try to adjust my lifestyle to this back injury, all right? So what does that mean? It means no carrying of heavy things, especially over longer distances, no more heavy, strenuous physical activity like that flag football, out. No more weightlifting, none of that kind of stuff. I mean,
now, I don't know about y'all, right? But I'm all about some tackle football. All day. Bring that shit. But we got hurt over flag football. Flag football. Now, at 250 pounds, let's be honest, he needed some cardio. But flag football is what put our boy out. Allegedly. You got like fucked up. And don't be wrong, flag football can get kind of rough. But at 250 pounds, you know what I'm saying? If you got your legs about you, you should be able to stay sturdy. And it's not like you have a whole lot of speed. Not to say that there isn't a lot of guys at 250 pounds who can't run their asses off. Because let's be honest, they can. So either you don't know how to run on hooves, or B, this story must be bullshit.
I have to do is to be very light and not strenuous on my back whatsoever. No more like driving long distances, because that actually puts a strain on your back when you're driving, constantly using pressure with your legs. That puts a strain on your back. So what did I do? Immediately, I had to stop doing the physical things I used to like to do. I used to travel and drive around the country to play Street Fighter. Couldn't do it anymore. That was it. I used to be everyone's ride to go to Street Fighter tournaments. Couldn't do it anymore. So
now, I'm going to have to bring this back for y'all, and I know that some of you guys don't like that, but I have to do it because there's some bullshit that needs to be called out. Just a second.
Because that actually puts a strain on your back.
Okay, I need to go back just a little bit further. I want to go back to the very beginning of this segment because there's some bullshit to call out.
What does that mean? It means...
Okay, there's a lot of bullshit to call out, but you know what I mean.
50%,
there we go. Let's go with this. So first things first. You guys ready? This is where the bacon comes into play. First thing, let's go back into some lore. The reason why DSP essentially was going to even have, well, let's actually let me go even further. When the concept of surgery came up, Phil actually was considering it. The reason why he didn't is because he had no one to take care of him. There was nobody who was going to, I think they said he was going to be out of commission, quote unquote, for like a month, maybe two. It might have been 6 to 8 weeks. So let's say like 2 months. He would need someone to do shit for him, and he had nobody. Now, with that being said, when he moved to Seattle, that's what Panda or Leanna's job was supposed to be. Leanna was supposed to take care of him while he heals up, if he decided to actually have the back surgery in Washington State. So try to make sure you have that down, okay? Now keep in mind, this was over 10 years ago, right? Mommy and Daddy could have easily have taken care of him every day. But whatever, it is what it was. You know, apparently they were really, really old back then, I guess. So they couldn't do that. Even though they could fly out to Washington to fix toilets, to paint rooms, to paint houses and clean yards. Semantics. Any case, so moving Panda out from the East Coast to the West Coast was supposed to benefit him, because if he gets his back surgery, he would be in a better spot. That's the first thing. Second thing is this thing about these tournaments, about he was everybody's ride and people depended on him and so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, there are forum posts, as well as there are old videos, old tournament videos of him saying, hey guys, I'm about to go out to such and such tournament, yada, 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 but I'm not going to drive and whatever. And so I'm on SRK trying to bum for a ride, and I'm hoping someone would give me a ride, and they won't do it. Video number 2. Okay, guys, I'm still, trying to get this ride. I hope to get out there and get some tournament footage for all you guys. I'm hoping it's going to be a good time, but I still can't find anybody to give me a ride. I've even gone to the point, his words, I've even gone to the point of offering gas money and even paying for meals, and no one still has responded back to me. I'm not sure what's going to go on. Video 3, still looking for a ride, but there is somebody at one of the tournament organizers is trying to work something out, and maybe they can associate a ride or set up a ride for me. Hopefully this can work out, because I really want to go out to this tournament, and I don't understand why no one's taking me up on my offer. That right there is damn near verbatim. Almost. So it's funny how I was everybody's ride, I was the reason why people were able to get around, was actually in some of these older videos, literally on SRK and some of these other sites, trying to set up a ride for himself, and he couldn't do it. On top of the fact that he's literally trying to set up a ride like 2 or 3 days before the actual fucking tournament. When in actuality, like a week or 2, you should have done that. Actually, if you go back into the SRK archives, depending on what part of the country you're in, there's a thread for each one of those things. And you can there's actually a thread there saying, hey, for people, they usually have it, I should say. Hey, if you were looking for a ride, go ahead and get into this thread, and maybe we can try to work something out with whoever's closer to you, and we can try to facilitate something. So keep that in mind as well. X to doubt.
Get better, could get worse, and you fucked yourself over. So I'm like, gee, this is a pretty tough decision. What's my other decision? He said, my other option here is that I get physical therapy, I get drugs for my back, all right, different kinds of drugs. And
I can actually, Underworld, I can actually try to help you with that, because I found my original video where I talked about it. John and Phil, well, here, to answer your question initially, that didn't happen until after 2015. Or no, not after 2015, I'm sorry. After 2005. Let me explain. The reason why John and Phil even met is because John ended up hearing about what happened at Evo 2005, and that's essentially how him and Phil linked up. That's how they met. He heard about Phil's Evo finish that year, and then they got cool. But I also find that some notations where they might have actually met each other after 2004. So take that with a grain of salt. I'm still trying to work that out myself. But in one of my older videos, though, I plainly state when they met. but it was somewhere in between 2004 and 2005. I think it was 2005. After Phil's fourth place Evo finish is when him and John actually met. And it was only because of essentially his fourth place finish. So in a lot of ways, and I think I've stated this before, John is Phil's consolation prize, if you think about it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't get the recognition and or respect from the FGC that he wanted, but he did gain a friend in John. So there you go. And that might be one of the reasons why he holds on to that fourth place finish as much as he does, because if it wasn't for that, he may have never met him. You know what I'm saying? So to speak. So just something to think about.
And I try to adjust my lifestyle to this back injury, all right? So what does that mean? It means no carrying of heavy things, especially over longer distances. No more heavy, strenuous physical activity like that flag football, out. No more weightlifting, none of that kind of stuff. Everything I have to do is to be very light and not strenuous on my back whatsoever. No more like driving long distances, because that actually puts a strain on your back when you're driving, constantly using pressure with your legs. That puts a strain on your back. So what did I do? Immediately, I had to stop doing the physical things I used to like to do. I used to travel and drive around the country to play Street Fighter. Couldn't do it anymore. That was it. I used to be everyone's ride to go to Street Fighter tournaments. Couldn't do it anymore. So all that came to an end. Stopped carrying heavy stuff. I tried to basically adjust my lifestyle to be more careful, just in case, you know.
So you got a manipulative piece of shit who allegedly gets hurt, and a doctor allegedly tells him that, hey, if you don't fix this, you're going to have back problems for the rest of your life, and starts maneuvering and manipulating the people in his life to do more for him just so he can continue to exist. Sounds familiar, don't it? It sounds pretty fucking familiar now, doesn't it? And keep in mind, this is in his mid-20s when all this is happening. Because Phil has talked about his office job in the last year or two, where he said that he actually requested them to order him like a special chair because of how his back was acting up. So just to give you, which probably led to, it might be one of the many things that led to him getting fired later on anyway. So you need to take this into account, that this idiot right here had woke up with back pain for whatever reason, right? Probably because he was just out of shape, and had to convince other people to believe it was worse than what it was, and then essentially became a sloth for the rest of his fucking life. And now he's butthurt because people talk about how he looks, talk about how he has these linguini-like arms and shit, how he can't lift anything, how he can't do anything. It explains why he doesn't have any ambition for nothing but money. Because what else does he have? All the other things that people appreciate in life, he can't do because he put himself in that position. Which makes it even more crazy, because you have people who are actually physically disabled who sit there and actually feel bad, who live through him, and he's as disabled as they are. Like, what the fuck is that? If you really think about it, like, what the fuck is that? Oh boy. Yeah, that is insulting, linguini. I'm sorry, that was just like the first thing that kind of came to mind.
Something were to happen,
I mean, we can go with angel hair pasta if you like. You know what I'm saying? The comparison isn't that far off.
Whatever, and hurt myself any further. For about 2 months, I had physical therapy and injections into my back. The doctor wanted me to take painkillers. I refused. The reason I refused is because in my family, there is a history of addiction. I have a cousin who is a drug addict. I have a aunt who's an alcoholic. And there were other relatives of mine that have gotten addicted to some pretty bad stuff. And I was nervous, especially hearing, I was a big wrestling fan. I was nervous after hearing stories of people like Kurt Angle, who is an amazing athlete, goes pro wrestling, hurts his back, starts going on painkillers. Now he's fucking drugged out on them all the time and everything. Ended up getting kicked out of WWE because every time they tested the guy, he failed the drug test. And I didn't want to be like that. I didn't want to be a guy who, in order to live my life, I have to pop a pill every morning. You know what I mean? I'm
going to bring that back for you. But that's what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Starts going on painkillers.
Now there's some problems here. First off and foremost, so he admits that there's addiction that runs into it runs in his family, right? No one can fault him for that. It's a thing. We have somebody, for all intents and purposes, is an alcoholic himself. So instead of taking pain medication, which if that's his prerogative, that's his prerogative, he decided to drink the pain away, and he's admitted that in old videos as well, that he self-medicated, having a couple of, drinks at night or whatnot, more than a couple, but having drinks at night just so he could go to sleep, just so he could get to sleep. You know what I'm saying? He would sit there and take get some drinks in him or get drunk just to kind of get him through it. Think about back when he was in Connecticut sitting on that couch, and he used to get drunk doing that dumb shit. Well, maybe, ladies and gentlemen, if his back hurt so bad, maybe that's why he was drinking so goddamn much. Not just to get through not even monogamy, but to get through the bullshit of these games that were probably slowly but surely wearing on him, but also just so he could take some ease off of his fucking back. So there's that. We have another thing too, though. Since we're talking about pills, we've all heard the whole situation about being on a cocktail of medication. It's in the depression video. Well, here's the problem. Because I just thought about that, and I can't remember what detractor I was speaking to at the time that I had brought this up with them. It might have been just 2 or 3 of us, but I want to say it was Agent Proper, but I'm not really sure. But Phil has said that he was taking medication for his acne or his bad skin or whatever, and that the side effect of that is what caused his depression. But then, if you go to that depression video, he said that he was on a cocktail of medication to try to mitigate his issues, and that caused depression. So now we got a problem, because now we have 2 separate scenarios that DarksydePhil has talked about that caused that he was taking shit for depression. First, he said it was some acne medication that was causing him problems, and that ended up giving him depression by proxy. Or as a side effect, and then he already had depression, or he was already dealing with depression, and his parents or people what did he say? He didn't say his parents. He said the people that were looking after him. I don't know if that's how you relegate your parents these days, but whatever. They put him on medication to try to help him with the what's it called? With the situation, with his depression. So now which one is it? Or was he taking medication to clear up his fucking face? That shit gave him depression, and then his parents put him on even more medication, which leads to that whole cocktail type thing. I want you guys to really think about this. I really want you guys to take some of this shit in. There's a lot of bullshit in this lore. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of nonsense. So just try to keep that in mind as we go along. Speaking of which, Agent Proper, I found an old post. I think it was in a Kiwi Farms thread, to be honest. But I found an old post that leads to SRK that may have some tidbits that you may or may not already know. So the next chance I get, I'll either send it to you through Twitter or I'll send it to you through Discord, whichever one I guess I end up hitting on first. And maybe it's helpful, maybe it's not. But when I read it, I was like, oh, Agent Proper could use this. At least get a good laugh out of it. So just something I'll be sending downrange at a later time and date. Possibly. That's actually a very good point. The only medication they would give us for back pain and for nerve pain. That's true. And that's funny, too, because he talks about nerve pain a lot as well during the latter half of his FGC days, which actually pulled him out of a tournament. I can't remember what the tournament was now. I don't know if it was Seasons Beatings, or which is ironic, or was it Final Round, where he said that he had a shooting pain and he couldn't feel his thumb or some bullshit, and so he ended up playing some game in his room for the rest of the tournament.
Drugged out on him all the time and everything. Ended up getting kicked out of WWE because every time they tested the guy, he failed the drug test.
Oh, that was the thing. Kurt Angle actually broke his fucking neck. I'm not saying that justifies his drug abuse, and he doesn't even use that as an excuse. But the back injury and all that shit came later. But our dude was running around here with a broken fucking neck. I think your situation is a little different, Phil. I think you being fucking this out of shape fucking slug, right? And an Olympic gold medalist who broke his fucking neck and shit and still went on to win are two separate things. Just throwing that out there.
And I didn't want to be like that. I didn't want to be a guy who, in order to live my life, I have to pop a pill every morning. You know what I mean? So I refused. And the doctor was like, whoa, okay, if you're sure, but you know.
Yeah, Hood, we're going to go over the video, well, not in this one, but not in this stream, but we will go over the lead up to the marathon or begathon or whatever, and then how it failed. We're going to do all that in just one stream. Because Hate Army has like 2 videos on that. We're just going to do those back to back, and they're going to be long ones too. So we're just gonna run off that. And how much did he make, by the way? I was told $600 or just under 600, and the goal was $1,250, something like that. Which is funny too, because that's far less than what he needs for the mortgage, which means his mortgage was late. But wasn't he fear mongering leading up to that he needed this money for his mortgage or he was gonna lose his house? And supposedly he was pretty calm about not hitting well, at the end, I should say. He was pretty calm about not hitting the goal. So you did have the money and you were just trying to fleece these people for the rest of it. Or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, he won't. He has a bunch of tells. You definitely don't want to look at the camera. It's hard to look down the barrel. What's up, Bill? What's up, Debo? 566. Wow, not even half. How much did he get in super chats though? Now that I think about it. Well, that doesn't really matter. But wow, okay. That right there should tell him, because it certainly tells me, the well is drying up. Oh wow, he's happy and he's still bounced out fast. Yikes. Hurtful, just hurtful. All right, here, let's continue. God damn. The well is drying up over here though. The well is definitely drying up, and is drying up fast. And you would think he'd be smart enough to realize. And that flight simulator crap, I don't know how. God bless Agent Proper for sitting through that shit, because I don't know how he could. And then with the shit that's going on in I can't think of that game, but where he sat there and said that people are calling him racist and he's not racist and everything. The mask is just slipping. Like, he don't give a fuck. Like, he's going right back into his early YouTube days where he just don't care. And the thing is that it goes back to something that Tevin said, praise be, Almighty Tevin said a long time ago, that when you try to apply for partnership, they go back and they look at your Google, they give you like a copy of your Google search results, right? And just the nonsense he's done recently, not to say that those would be top search results, but that's going to make it very, very hard to bring him back in. On top of that, let me make this brief, but I'm not brief, you know how that go. If any of you guys who watch Devin Nash, great channel to watch. He talks a lot about Twitch. He talks a lot about business, stuff like that. He said that the upper echelon in Twitch is changing up. Like the CEO is is relinquishing some of his responsibility. The COO is going to actually leave. One of her chief officers is going to end up leaving with her. Like, the whole power structure, if you will, of Twitch is really changing. Whatever that change leads into, there will be a lot of the focus on Twitch is to move to more ad revenue, right? And if you guys remember, because I talked about it a little bit, when Amaran lost her ad revenue on Twitch, she said that she was losing like 50 or 60,000 a month. Just to give you guys an idea of what real success looks like. Well, if Twitch is really trying to go the YouTube route and really try to bring that ad revenue in, there are potentially thousands upon thousands of dollars that DSP is going to lose out on. If they don't let him back into the partner program, he's kind of proper fucked, if you really think about it. He's kind of proper fucked. So, we'll see. all these new games, how many of those games do you really think he's going to play, and how many of them do you think he's really going to finish? Let's be honest. What game is he playing now? Is it Hades? That run right there looks sus as shit. That shit looks super suspect. He's clearly watching somebody else's playthroughs to do what he's doing, and yet he's still fucking up. I saw the first stream that he did that shit, where he kept throwing himself into fucking traps, like over and over and over again. I was like, if you were somebody who just kind of came in and you were looking at this, you would legitimately think he was retarded. Like, you got obvious traps right here, and you keep going back and forth in this like flowchart type attack pattern. How do you keep throwing yourself into traps? How does that work? How does that work? Whatever.
Initially, it was not good. Initially, my back was pretty bad, and it got to the point where I was feeling shooting numbness and pain and everything. In fact, even in my early years on YouTube, you can see I still can't to this day, I can't stand still for more than a couple seconds. I have to move around, because if I don't, I feel very uncomfortable. I almost lose my balance if I just stand still. I have to keep moving constantly.
So this idiot can't drive long distances, can't lift anything, can't really go nowhere. Because if he can't drive for long distances, I would assume he can't actually walk for long distances either, right? Whatever. Can't sit for long periods of time. That's why he needs to take breaks. We have to. He can't stand still for long periods of time. He has to sway back and forth. What the fuck is this? This is living. This is living. And then whatever they taught him in rehab, not in rehab, in in physical therapy. Whatever they taught him in physical therapy, he's not doing. So he's not. What is this? What the fuck is this? And who is okay with living like this? That's the thing. Exactly. They were all beginner traps. Exactly, Nate. Who the hell's okay with living like this, though? And think it's all right. Yeah, I kept saying rehab. I'm sorry. I really meant physical therapy, but you know what I mean. He's talking about drug addiction, so first thing comes up is rehab.
For a while, it was like that. I couldn't even stand, like, have equilibrium.
Very true, Sunspot. You gotta get physical first, or you gotta be physical first. So you know there ain't no panty time happening with Cat. Yipes.
When I was on an escalator or something like that, I would feel nervous, and I would almost have trouble standing on an escalator going up and down because of my back injury and the pain and everything that I would get out of it.
We can't even go up an escalator. We can't even go up an escalator. Wait a second. If he... Wait. No, hear me out, okay? Because you know me. I'm an asshole. We step onto the escalator. You hold onto the rail, right? And you just go up. If that right there bothers you, tell me how he's able to walk. Tell me how he's able to walk with constant pressure with every step. If we can't stand on an escalator, tell me how he's able to walk. Please. Please. Oh my God. I wasn't expecting that.
And it sucked. Like, a lot of people wonder, you know, when I do gameplay, why I take breaks. Some people are like, I don't understand, Phil. This other streamer that I watch, again, comparing me to someone else, unfair comparison, right? This other streamer that I watch, they stream for 8 straight hours. They never take a break. Like, yeah, that's great. Well, do they have a back injury? Because if I just sit here for more than, say, half an hour at a time, even now doing Ask the King between the parts, I'm getting up and walking around. I feel incredibly uncomfortable. I get tenseness in my legs, and I get pain and stuff. So, you know.
What the fuck? So, wait. Okay. Unfair comparison to other people, yet he compares himself all the time saying that he's not like them. He's different. He's unique. Whatever. That's just a bunch of mental fuckery. Let's move past this gymnastics for a minute. It's actually hard to move past those gymnastics. It's even difficult for me to sit here and play video games because I have a back injury and they don't. And that's why they can sit down for 8 hours and he can't. But doesn't he tell people that he's in his office for 12 hours a day working? On top of that, if you can't sit down for 8 hours, maybe you shouldn't be playing video games for a living. Just saying. Maybe, exactly. He does compare himself to Doc a lot, actually. maybe you shouldn't be playing video games for a living. Or maybe you could get one of those stand-up desks or those desks that elevate, that kind of forces you to stand, and then you can rock back and forth like that. Maybe that's something we could do. Come on, chat. Give me some suggestions here. What the fuck? Oh. All right. Whatever it takes to justify your existence, I guess. I am... I'm not speechless. It's not that. It's just... It's a lot of gouty tardation to take in. I should patent that.
That's the deal with my back injury. It used to be a hell of a lot worse. Now, in the meantime, what happened is I lost a lot of weight. Like I said, I used to be 240, 250. Now I'm down to, say, 210, 220. So because of that, a lot less weight on my body makes it a lot less better. You know what I mean? In addition to that...
I think you meant a lot less worse. That's okay. I misspeak a lot, too. Okay, so you may have lost 30 pounds. Debatable. But okay, let's say you lost 30 pounds. You're certainly still overweight, hence the reason why you still have the problems, which makes the point that maybe your weight gain was the issue. Maybe your weight gain was the problem. And maybe if you would have mitigated that, you'd have been okay. But since you stopped doing shit, you just kept putting on weight, which is only what they call it, exasperating the actual issue. Oh yeah, 30 pounds of muscle. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry about that. 30 pounds of muscle. This is definitely mindfuckery. This is absolute mindfuckery. Holy shit. And the fact that people bought this, yikes.
There's the fact that I've adjusted my lifestyle. I now live in a
Exactly, Hood. Exactly, Hood. IKEA does have one of those tables, but see, the thing is, though, that would require him to put that together, and Phil can't do that. Phil fucked up building an exercise bike, which is one of the least hard, strenuous things to actually be doing, to be honest, for those who still do that. Most people, you have ellipticals now, but whatever. I think he would probably fuck that table up. I'm sorry. I feel like that's the case. Unless Catherine does it, then it'll probably be fine. Which makes you think maybe Catherine should have put that exercise bike together and everything would have been all right. I don't know. Something to think about.
Community here where I don't need to drive a lot. When I do drive, everything is within close distance. Everything, literally everything I could possibly need. Any electronics, food, any resources, fun tourism, that kind of stuff. Everything I need is right here. I don't have to go drive 10, 15 fucking miles. I could go within a few miles. Everything is within radius of me. I don't carry a lot of heavy stuff. I have a garage now, so when I go...
Grimlock, if you're talking about the exercise bike, yeah, I think so too. I've thought since day one that he purposely botched that bike up on purpose. Which is weird, right? Because you didn't want your wife at the gym with Jim, so you decided to get her an exercise bike, and then you botched that too. And then instead of her getting that money to do something that she wants with it after they returned it, you turned around and spent it on bills. And keep in mind, that money came from Phil's parents as a Christmas gift or a birthday gift, something along those lines. How's it going, Ring? We're going over... Well, the first part of the stream was going over Phil's Phil's interview price. And now we're going over Phil's back problem and the drug addiction that runs in his family. So, I mean, on the VOD later on, you can get caught back up if you need to. But that's essentially where we're at right now. We're actually towards the end of it, actually. And then we'll move on to our next one. So, it's funny kind of how he did that, because the money that Catherine was using to get that exercise bike was from Phil's parents. So if you think about it, in Phil's mind, he's like, well, that's my money. That's my money. And we really need that money to pay my bills. Right, Kat? That's why you're giving up 75% of your income to help me with the house. Because you love this house, right, Kat? And you love this life that we're building together, right, Kat? And you're willing to do anything to try to help me with that, right, Kat? That's what we all heard in the last stream. So I'm just reiterating it. Oh yeah, good luck to Sunspot in his upcoming Tekken tournament. Holy shit.
Grocery shopping, we pull in, it's a quick walk, grab the bags, go right into the kitchen, put them down. It's not like when I used to live in Connecticut, I had to go to this parking lot.
I'll take you on that bet. I don't think Phil can put a Lego set. Forget a Lego set. I don't think Phil could put together a 200 to 500 piece puzzle set. And you should do that if you can. Like you should do like one or they say you should do like 1 or 2 of those a month. And like I guess the best way to do it is if you have like a table or just a small surface area. What you do is you mess with it like 10 or 15 minutes every day. And what it does is it helps stimulate problem solving and just general mental thought. It's a good exercise to do. And you'll see after a few months you'll start doing it faster and faster and faster. So it's something that I certainly enjoy doing. I don't think Phil could even do that. I'm pretty confident he can't do that. So not let alone Legos. And if he did have Legos around, which would be kind of hilarious to be honest, but no biggie, I would be afraid that Jasper would swallow one of those pieces.
I was way far away from my unit. A lot of times there was ice and shit on the ground. It was a night.
Good point. He can't even get himself together. So fuck a puzzle. That's fair to say, Grim. That's fair to say.
Nightmare. So all the adjustments I've made to my life have made it better, so my back basically doesn't get strained. And the bottom line is,
you're right, Gunslinger. There are a load of mind training applications, but he's already occupied with one of those. That WWE Champions, my man. Didn't he let it slip the other day? Something about gyms or some shit. Hey man, those gyms must be tough. Okay, and there must be a lot to keep track of. You know what I'm saying? So theoretically, he's getting his mental stimulants on a daily basis. Like I said, you got to keep chasing it. I mean, it's not like it's a drug addiction or anything like that, right? It's not like he's an addict or anything. It's just something that he's constantly logging into for the last 1,000+ days. You could say that's dedication. At least some people would think it is. I don't know. Semantics.
Since I moved here to Washington, no lie, I think...
Hey. Phil's the king of puzzle bosses. We all know this. We all saw that Resident Evil 3 boss fight, the clock tower. We all saw how he did there. That was primo shit there. There you go. Bonus gem damage. Thank you. That was primo problem solving in Resident Evil 3. You guys are being chat. You guys are being haters right now. You guys shouldn't do that. Okay? Do we have to have another stream where we have to go over that so I can show you guys what I'm talking about? Is that it? Is that what we need? We can do it if you want. You know what I'm saying? We can do it. The king of puzzle bosses.
Maybe twice I've had a major issue with my back. One was earlier this year. I tweaked it.
Yes, it is an AKT. It's an AKT from... Actually, here, if I give me a minute, I'll give you the date. This is back when AKTs were boring, but they weren't as boring. Like, he actually wasn't scared to pick decent questions. I don't know if I'd say they're good, but decent questions. And troll questions used to actually make it into some of these. Let's see here. This is from 2017. This is from October 14th of 2017 to be exact.
And it felt a little bit of pain and numbness for a few days, and then it went away. But it used to be constant. When I was in Connecticut, it used to be constant pain. I wouldn't be able to make a video without being in pain. Playing a game, I was always in pain. And it was kind of just a thing I was getting used to. It was a part of my life. Pain was a constant companion. Now it's a lot different, okay?
Now, this goes back to what we talked about on the last stream, right? Where this dude will some people are just used to having life fucked up, and they'll just deal with it. So, yet again, with DSP, the shitty laptop, right? The no AC in the house. Theoretically, that vest hanger, or that vest rack with the fucking adhesive tape. Like, he's not willing to do anything unless someone's willing to do it for him. He's just okay with life being fucked up. He doesn't want to change things. He doesn't want to. One of you guys said earlier, he didn't want to get better. It worked to his benefit to keep living the way he's living. Then what is this then? This isn't entertainment, right? This is just an ongoing charity case. Because that's all he provides. He just gives you guys more and more reasons, or he gives people more and more reasons to invest in him and feel bad for him, to provide him with sympathy. What the fuck good is this? You're not getting anything done like this. And the crazy thing is, right, which goes against logical thought, right? Because people will genuinely help you if they see that you're trying to help yourself, right? You see this a lot, especially with like smaller streamers, for example, like on Twitch. You see people who like come in bare bones, but they're really trying. They're trying to do the best they can within their means, right? And those are the people, believe it or not, even if they don't have crazy viewership, that they usually get a lot of financial, I guess, support. Like people like tipping those people because they want, if you're showing effort, then people look forward to what you may do next. DSP is not like that. DSP is like, oh, well, I had a shitty setup from the very beginning and I survived all the way till, in air quotes, all the way till now. So you guys need to keep giving me money because look at what I've done, beforehand. But that doesn't mean nothing though. That shit was bad back then. He could have gone to direct capture way before he did. He even admits himself in an old video that he was like 4 years behind the ball. Matter of fact, and I pointed this out in videos before, John and Howard, when they, with the Don't Blow It streams that they were doing, were already doing direct capture. So he had the money and he had, theoretically, the knowledge needed to set himself up to go into direct capture and stream, and he chose not to. That's his fault. And the reason why is because he didn't respect this. He looked at it as an easy lick. Oh, I'm just going to put this camera here. I'm going to go ahead and record myself playing this game that I was going to already get drunk and play anyway. And holy shit, I hit the jackpot when I can make crazy money doing it. And I had a bunch of these people basically praise me like I'm something more than what I was to fill the void in my life of me feeling like a nobody, feeling like a loser, feeling like he's not relevant, which is things that he has said. He has said, and I quote, if it wasn't for YouTube, I would feel like I didn't feel like I had any meaning in my life. Think about that. Think about that. So either the FGC really broke him, right, when they finally got his ass up and out of there, even though he wasn't completely up and out of the FGC when he was still when he started YouTube, or you just have fucking problems, my guy. And maybe instead of trying to blame other people for that shit, you could sit there and just work it out. You could just work that shit out. But see, he don't want to do that because it's easier to come across as the tortured soul, if you will, right? It's easier to kind of come across as the misunderstood artist. It's easier to come across as the tormented, the tragic hero, right? It's easier to have these tropes placed upon you, right, than actually working that shit out. There's nothing wrong with being normal, certainly, right? And Phil thinks he's extraordinary or even extraordinary, and he's not. You're as basic as any bitch comes. You're even below that. That's all you are. And that's why the fucking gaming community looks at you like a fucking, like a pain in the fucking ass. He's literally like that. I mean, I don't know if I really want to go that far with fucking, I'm gonna do it. I'm sorry, not sorry. You come across as that last bit of cancer that they just haven't been able to cut away yet. And theoretically, you're not hurting anybody. You're still, the memory of you there, right? That little spot that's malignant, but it's not doing anything, that's not hurting anybody, you're still there, and you're that reminder, for the lack of a better term. You know what I'm saying? You're that. You know what I'm saying? Or he's that spot on your freshly waxed car that you just can't get buffed out. It just, for whatever reason, it never happens. It can't happen. He's like that. And that's all he's ever been. That's why he still yearns to grip on to people from the FGC. That's the reason why he yearns to, that's why he still holds on to this gamer shit as hard as he can, despite the fact that he hates gaming. And he hates the gaming community. He feels like they're all fucking sellouts. None of them have talent. None of these things. You know what I'm saying? He's like, he hates everything about it. Which is crazy because he had almost all the opportunities that those people did at one time or another. The money may have not have been as high. The prestige may have not have been there. But the opportunity was there. And he turned it down for whatever reason. And now look at him. Do any of you guys remember at one time when the Twitch bounty board was a thing, right? He was talking about doing 2 of those a week. Those bounty streams. And then supposedly he says he got blacklisted. He didn't get blacklisted after that situation with Elo Hell. I'm sure someone from Twitch talked to him and they were like, "Hey, you need to ease up." But I think what really happened was he couldn't get any support. He knew that that the trolls had the restreamers. So if he ever was going to do a sponsored stream, he's going to get like fucking crumbs. He wouldn't get anything. He can't bring anybody else out in force. And that right there was going to cost him. And he knew it. So I don't think he got blacklisted. I always thought that was bullshit. I think it was easier to put the pressure back on his, air quotes, core audience, his fans, than to go ahead and do another sponsored stream and then get embarrassed by another publisher. I think that's what that situation was. But who can say?
So it wasn't one thing that caused this back issue. It wasn't like, oh my God, I got to a car accident or I fell down. Nothing like that. It was just kind of a thing that happened over time. And it's something that I will live with. They even said, a herniated disc, you'll never fully 100% recover. My back will always be weak, and I'll always have some issues with my back. But since, 2.5 years, a pretty good run right now where I haven't had a major problem, so I'm happy about that. And that's why I don't mention it that much anymore, because it's not really that much of an issue anymore.
All right, that's the end of that. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into video number 3. I think those are 2 pretty good warm-ups. Maybe that's how I should start doing it. Maybe I'll give you guys like an older lore video, and then we'll get into the new stuff. And then every once in a while we'll have lore streams every once in a while too. That might work. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for video number 3, what's up, Carl? We're going with Hate Army Watch. DSP reveals gold vest, and I haven't been on Kiwi Farms. I'm sorry, in months. This video was from July 22nd of 2021. The link is down in the description because I am a professional. All right, here we go. And, well, I'm somewhat of a professional.
I am...
I jinxed myself on that. There we go. Let me just adjust this, and then we'll be good to go.
Now, excuse me. You may notice at the top of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, if you take a look at the stream stats leaderboard, I've adjusted the tips goals on a stream basis to $150. And here's why. I am out of the risk factor for now when it comes to my income because I got paid by YouTube yesterday. And we're going to talk about that in a moment because I want to talk about what a stressful day it was yesterday for us because of this and how we've now learned and are not going to be doing the same thing we did yesterday, that's for sure, again. But I did get paid yesterday by YouTube. Nowhere near as much as I used to get paid by Twitch, but still a good amount. This is going to cover bills through the end of the month. And so I'm not looking to raise a whopping $200 a stream anymore. All right? But I'm not back to where
let's see here. Things are going all right. I said big ups to everybody in chat. Jay, I'm not sure. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. I haven't thought that far ahead. Not sure yet. Would be nice to get badges, though, and emotes, though. I'm not going to front, though. That would be kind of cool. Well, here, let's continue. Like I said, big ups for everybody showing up, though.
was on Twitch taking a look at my income, I'm definitely nowhere near as making as much as I was when I was on Twitch. So the goals will remain at $150 a stream, and that means that the rewards will remain the same as they've been. At $50 raised of tips, there'll be gunner glasses. At $100, you guys will get to pick a vest for me to wear, and at $150, cowboy hat. Okay, now, for the foreseeable future, as long as nothing changes, all right? As long as nothing changes, this should stay as a constant of the channel, all right? That means hopefully we won't have to see the tip skull change again or anything like that. I'd like to have this be the steady level that I'm looking to do every stream, okay? Now, I realize I'm not going to hit it every stream. I'm not going to make $150 every stream I do. I know that. I'm not being ridiculous or having over-the-top, ridiculous expectations, all right? Even during the vest streak last year, which lasted how many months, right? I wasn't hitting $150 a stream. So I know it's not going to happen every stream. When it does happen, I'll be very grateful that it does happen, all right? But this is what I'm aiming for, and here's why. Right now, I have about 200, members. I used to have 900 on Twitch. Just that difference alone of 700 missing memberships, all right, is equivalent to, if you do the math, around $1,500 or more a month. And that's missing income for me right now. So I got to try to make that up with tips to make ends meet, which is why the tips goals went originally from 100 to 150 a stream. All right, so that's what we're aiming for. Now, long term, once memberships build slowly, which I wholeheartedly believe that over the course of 2021, especially the next few months, second half of August is outstanding for new releases. September, October, November will be jam-packed with new releases, right? Especially because I now have Xbox Series X and Game Pass, I'm going to be able to play more new releases.
Nah, Hate Army, you're good, man. I thought that was actually I actually thought that was on Phil's end, to be honest with you. So, nah, you're good. Who does anybody even have an ETA on these supposed gifted memberships? Because there's talks of that not even happening till maybe 2020. Matter of fact, I might have to try. I wonder if I could put a poll in here. I'll have to check that. I'll check that actually in a second. Because I remember someone actually said that I could. But yeah, does anybody even have an ETA on that? Because some people are talking about that's not happening until 2022. I don't think Phil can make it till 2022. To be honest, I don't think he's gonna. I'll be anxious to see how October, November shapes up, because that's when he can apply for affiliate. That's kind of what my thought process is. I don't think he can make it till the end of the year. If not, it's going to be a struggle. It's going to be a struggle. And more importantly, and this goes back to something I've already said, he should have kept the goal at 200. Yeah, he's barely making it now. Like, he's mentally already coming unhinged. I think the goal needs to go back to 200. Matter of fact, fuck the bullshit, ladies and gentlemen. He might as well just go ahead and make it $400 a stream. He might as well make it $800 a day. At the very least. He might as well. Even if he fails, he's still going to get something out of it. But that's clearly what he needs. He's clearly at the point where he needs about $800 a day. Since he doesn't have Twitch to rely on anymore. If he goes back on Twitch, will he survive? That depends on Only Iced Coffee, to be honest with you. Or whatever the fuck his name is now. It's going to really depend on him. To be honest. I think, if nothing else, Only Iced Coffee has damaged the pig pen in such a way that even if you wanted to support Phil, whether on YouTube or Twitch respectfully, it's kind of dangerous either which way. Like, you know what I'm saying? And in a lot of ways, I don't know if that's him trying to be the detractor on the inside or what, but I don't know. I'm not really quite sure. As someone just said, you should never underestimate pig luck. So yeah, that's words to live by. Yes, exactly. And he's been dormant. That's a good point, Gunslinger. He's been dormant for the last 6 months. But then again, Twitch has let a lot of things slide though too. But as I said earlier on, the not hierarchy, but the management at Twitch is shifting. So even if he was to go back, who knows what he's going back into? There's a different landscape going on right now. So who can say what that situation is or what it isn't? But I think the type of bullshit that him and Wings and some of these guys used to get away with, I don't think they're going to be able to pull anymore. So we're going to find out, because eventually I'm going to end up showing up in that Just Chat doing some reaction videos, and we're going to see what happens. So at the end of the day,
than I previously was able to, because the cost will not be a major factor. You see? I fully expect that we will get more people coming to the channel, checking out the channel, and becoming channel members and supporting the channel via methods like super chatting, etc., than we had previously. Right now, there's been a summer lull where there hasn't really been much going on in games.
Oh, you're right, Robert. He doesn't pay any attention to the landscape, but he's going to have to. That's the problem. He thought he was going to come over here to YouTube for whatever reason, and he thought he was going to kind of pick up where he left off. And that's not what happened. And he's suffering the consequences of it. If he tries to go back, if they let him back, I should say. If he tries to go back to Twitch, and even if they let him back into the affiliate program, and he ends up seeing any new restrictions, especially with the push to bring ads into, to try to incorporate more ads into Twitch, there's going to be some criteria. He's not going to fit some of that shit. I'm sorry, but I think there's going to be advertisers that are going to look at this and be like, what is he actually doing? Oh, well, he plays games for a living. It doesn't come across like that. So what is he actually doing? And all those outbursts and all that bullshit that he liked doing, calling people morons, idiots, mentally ill and stuff like that, no advertiser wants to hear that shit. Over here on YouTube, yeah, he can get away with that. He's not going to be able to get away with that back on Twitch. That's not what they're looking for. Which is the reason why they're doing this. It's not really a purge, but that's why they're getting rid of, in air quotes, these problematic streamers now. Not all of them, obviously. There's some over there that are running Bitcoin cons and are still getting away with it, at least for now anyway. But he can't do that forever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of his behavior isn't going to fly over there. And with him slipping, with the mask hasn't even slipped. It just fell off his fucking snout. The way he's been acting up over here, that's definitely not going to play once, when the time comes, I should say. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how October, November happens, because certainly that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for October to November and see if he can get into that affiliate. If he don't, then boy oh boy, that's when shit gets really entertaining, as far as I see it.
So I'm not shocked that we didn't get a giant, overwhelming grouping of support coming over to the YouTube streams when there's nothing really going on besides kind of downtime playthroughs, right? So, all that being said, this should be a steady level now. Hopefully everything goes according to plan. Hopefully everything stays good, and as long as I'm making a good amount of tips every stream, it doesn't have to hit the goal every stream. It would be great if we did. But as long as I'm doing a good amount there, as long as there's memberships, as long as people are supporting via Super Chat and Super Stickers and all that crowdfunding support, hopefully things will be good moving forward. I'm looking to avoid having any kind of a fucking annoying-ass crisis happening in the near future. It would be great if we could avoid that. Okay? I hope so. Now, I want to talk about yesterday, because I got stuff to get off my chest about yesterday, alright? So ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware, I have a Twitter account. I use that Twitter account usually just to post up about my schedule here on streams, and or if I have an opinion about gaming news or something like that and I want to toss it out there right away, I will. Every once in a while, I'll do a little bit.
I gotta say though too, being back on Twitter is different. It's way different. It's different, to be honest, and because of how that's kind of shaped up since 2019, I guess into 2019, I can kind of see in some ways why Phil does the dumb shit that he does or says some of the dumb shit he says. Like some of the shit that goes on Twitter, some of it, In 2018, 2019 wouldn't have flown. Like, people would have been all over that shit, being like, yeah, you're wrong, and this is why you're wrong. Now it's kind of like, it's like no one really cares. Like, it was really surprising, to be honest with you. It was really surprising to see some of the shit that I saw, especially like on, especially Call of Duty Twitter, especially on wrestling Twitter, especially in first-person shooter Twitter, like the Destiny side of that. I don't know what the fuck happened in the Destiny community, but that shit was goddamn. And the Titanfall community, I didn't realize they were essentially eating themselves from within. It was really crazy. I was just really, really shocked on how some of that shit happened over there. Like, God, dog, things have changed. Things have changed.
Commentary on something else, and if something is going on personally in my life that either affects the streams or something that people will be interested in hearing about on a stream, I'll tweet about it, okay? Now, I have over 25,000 Twitter followers. I'm well aware that probably the majority of those are sarcastic or ironic followers who just watch to laugh. They think that my life is some kind of a running comedy skit. They want to make fun of me constantly. Those people are pathetic losers, because those people only revel in the misery of others.
Wait a second. Isn't this the same dude who was making fun of that guy with the purple and pink hair, or blue and pink hair, whatever it was, who supposedly did what he did to all those children? The guy was from the Fortnite community, I think it was. And that's not even news. Like, well, it's news, don't get me wrong. It's not new. That shit's like a week or two old by that notion. And then, by proxy, didn't he try to insinuate, he essentially tried to insinuate, that all people who dye their hair crazy colors are there to take advantage of children or manipulate children? Isn't that essentially what his pignosis was on Twitter? I'm surprised he didn't get clapped for that. I'm really, really surprised no one clapped him on that one. Because that tweet's still up, I think. He never deleted it. I was really surprised he got away with that. I was really, really shocked. Because that's ugly to say that. You know what I'm saying? That's ugly to say that. Especially, this is from the same idiot who sits there and puts on a cowboy hat, puts on a fucking vest, puts on gunner glasses, who blows bubbles and shit, who blows little horns or whatever, does week-long fucking birthday celebrations and shit, and you got the nerve to say something about another person who colors their hair? Are you serious? And he's been in full clown mode. You're never supposed to go full clown tard, if you will, and that's exactly what he's done. At least they're okay with leaving their house like that. He don't even leave his house. So how is he going to push that narrative?
Waiting to hear about something bad happening to me so they could just jump on that bandwagon of hate and crap all over me. They're scumbags, because normal people who have positive lives and great things going on in their lives don't spend all of their time hating on others. They focus on the positive stuff in their own lives. So these people are way more miserable than I will ever be, and I know that. That's why when I tweet and I get 90% nasty responses from basically brainless idiots, I don't really care. I'm well aware that that's going to happen because these people are fucking scumbags. I don't care about what a scumbag says about me because I don't live my life based on negativity. I base it on a positivity that you guys give me. And I really, really appreciate the fact that you guys, like what I put out.
Well said, Ring. This is the same idiot who has sat there and put on a Sonic hat. This is the same person who has cosplayed poorly, by the way, as Deadpool, as fucking the dude from what's that guy? Bob Ross. Like, this is a grown ass man who dresses up for Halloween and has no kids and doesn't pass out candy. You know what I'm saying? Like, if anybody was worried about, if anybody had concern for being problematic to children, DarksydePhil is closer to that than anybody, I think. He's closer to that than anybody. You know what I'm saying? So who the fuck are you to sit there and fucking accuse and lump everybody who dyes their hair or changes their hair color or whatever? And who are you to lump all of them in as predators? Whether, the sexual deviants or those who are trying to manipulate people to give them money. That's what you do. Oh, and then I don't like talking about that Resident Evil cosplay, because that right there is a slight against Barry, and I like Barry's character, to be honest with you. So I take somewhat offense to that. I don't like bringing that up. That's the dark ages that we don't talk about. We don't talk about that here, okay, chat. We don't talk about that. It was tragic. With his pathetic little pop gun that he could barely hold right. Jesus Christ. You put a real one in his hand and his wrist would break. Fuck.
Out there, and you support me the way that you did. A lot different. People are coming here and they're enjoying the content. We're having a good, positive social interaction. We're insulated from that nonsense because of, moderation, and because, we have things in effect to stop the morons from coming on here. And I am very appreciative of what I like to call the silent majority. The amount of people who ongoing support me through various means. It might just mean that you just watch my content quietly in the background. It may be that you watch my content and every once in a while you support me via various means, but you don't say anything about it. I realize this is the vast majority of people who watch my content are the silent majority. They're not people who speak up. They're not people who are known. You want to know why? Because people who sadly do speak up and are known get harassed by those fucking pieces of crap who stalk me and harass me on the internet. So if you're a fan of mine and then you say something positive on my Twitter, someone might come after you and harass you on your own Twitter, because this is, again, a no-life loser. They have nothing positive going on in their lives. All they want to do is bring down people who have positive things in their lives, so they go after people who are positive on the internet. They're basically...
Go back... Okay, let's pick a... This is probably going to be low, but I'm going to go for it either way. What about Derek? Okay? This is someone that DSP has been internet fostering for years. Now, is Derek a porn addict? Hard to say. I'd probably lean towards yeah. I will say, though, there is something rather... he's bold. I'll give him that. Like, he clearly does not care what people think of him and what he does and who he shouts out and all that bullshit. He very much is... He lives for himself. Fair enough. Here's the problem. One day, if he ends up, I hate to jinx him like that, because that's not really fair. But given what his behavior is demonstrating, let's say this: if Derek gets into a situation with a girl that he really, really likes, and if that shit goes left, he's gonna go left with it, and that's not gonna be good. That's not gonna be good. Like Derek shows some of the traits of someone who can't separate the fantasy to reality when it comes to sex. And when it comes to something like that, especially, he's gonna have problems. There's going to be issues in play. A lot of it. You see a lot of that with DSP, who's someone who certainly enjoyed his porn and still does, and he, I think, couldn't separate the fantasy from reality, which is why he underperformed. With that being said, you pass someone like that on to Derek, who has repressive issues himself, that's going to be a problem. But just my thoughts.
Messed up in the head. So that being said, I tweet not for the 90% of negative responses I'm going to get, but for the 10% of people who are watching that and are like, wow, that was meaningful, that was interesting, that was insightful, and I appreciate that Phil still goes out there and shares his thoughts and shares things going on in his life with us, despite the fact that he gets so much hate for it. Okay? So, that being said, alright? That being said, yesterday, I had my day off, alright? And during my day off, some bad crap happened that was completely unexpected and actually very negatively affected me and my family here. I was supposed to get paid by YouTube yesterday, and I was waiting on that money to arrive to do everything that I needed to do on my day off, including grocery shopping and buying supplies for Jasper and a few other things. There's a few other things we really needed badly around the house, and I didn't have any money for it. I had, no lie, less than $100 to my name yesterday for my day off, and that was from leftover tips that you guys had given me on Tuesday. As I told you guys during the day on Tuesday, I said, oh great, because you guys supported me so much on the first stream, that's it, I've paid all the payments I needed to make, and now I made a little bit extra on the late stream, and that's what I had for basically spending money for Wednesday, but it was fine because I knew I was going to get paid by YouTube on Wednesday. Okay? So what happens? My YouTube payment doesn't show up. And I'm stumped because every single time that I've now been paying attention to this YouTube payment for the last several months, since I don't have a Twitch partnership anymore, I've been reliant on this payment coming through. It's always come through overnight. I'd be asleep and I would wake up in the morning and the money's there. Great. Let's go shopping. Let's do this. Let's do that.
I want you to think about that. You know what I'm saying? I've been paying attention to what's going on YouTube because he has no choice. And, hey, every time when the day comes up, I'd look at my account, look up, time to go out and spend money. Time to go and spend money, not go, okay, let me take a look at my budget. Let's see what we need to do. Let's see what I need to put to the side. Let's see what I can try to save. It's, nope, let's go shopping. That's his words, not mine. That's how he phrased it. Which goes back to the core issue, the core problem. DSP is your quintessential, Agent Proper said this yesterday. I'm just going to reword it. He's your quintessential consumer. To the extreme, to be honest with you. His first thought when money comes into his hands is, what can I do with this money? Not, can I save this money? Not, what are my obligations that I should put away with this money? It's, what can I spend this money on? As quickly as possible, what can I spend this money on? And he's always been that way. And as long as he continues to be that way, it's people like Only Iced Coffee or whatever is going to be able to take advantage of him. That's why Only Iced Coffee got into the position that he's in now. That's exactly why Only Iced Coffee has him right where he's at right now. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a couple of different ways that humanity has proven that you can take advantage of people. You can either control people through what they consume, through media, basically, through their food, and through finances. Phil is essentially subjected, as most people are subjected to all three of those things. The problem is, for whatever reason, he has convinced himself to believe there will always be money there. There will always be the opportunity to make more money there so I can spend to my heart's content. The problem is, within a level of reasoning, what happens when shit eventually dries up? What happens when you go into a dry spell or a dry season? You know what I'm saying? Where things aren't very frequent, right? Or aren't or there isn't as much. What do you do then? You know what I'm saying? What do you do then? All those months, the vest streak is actually the perfect example. How is it that all of the money for the vest streak is gone? How is it that he tried desperately and failed, by the way? He tried and failed, I should say, to justify spending every last fucking dime of that money. How do you do that? How do you do that in 5 months? You were able to squeeze out $30,000 more or less, between $27,000 and $30,000, and spent all of it, and was able to. He didn't justify shit, but tried to justify it. Like, how do you do that? Like, really, like, how do you do that? At least with Wings, because I just saw someone bring Wings up. When you think about Wings, his main concerns are his bills, his taxes, eating, and his truck. Or Mustang, or whatever the fuck he's fucking around with these days. That's essentially it. Those are his priorities financially. You know what I'm saying? For Phil, he has none of that. At least the way he makes it sound. The way he makes it sound, it's whatever. I'm literally living by he's literally living off the scraps on his chinny chin chin. And if he can't get this money, he's fucked. And that doesn't make any fucking sense when you think about it in reality, because you don't look like you've missed any meals, bruh. So you don't look like you're starving. Jasper looks like he's being fattening up for Thanksgiving or whatever or whatever the situation is with him. And we haven't even seen Catherine. So nobody's starving over there. That's not actually an issue. So yet again, where's all this money that you're so desperate to bring in? Is it because you're used to getting money and now that you don't have it, you feel a certain type of way about it? And is that why these fundraisers keep persisting? Because these fundraisers are a fucking joke. These fundraisers are a fucking joke. And how long do you think you can keep this up with doing a fundraiser every 2 weeks or once a month or twice a month or whatever? How long do you think this is going to go on for? How long do you expect to be able to sustain something like this? Just saying, like, realistically speaking, there's no way that anybody can possibly sustain something like this. And there's some, and especially with the situation with Kiwi Farms as of late, there's some very interesting drifters out there. But even they don't have to go through nearly as many mental gymnastics to get shit done like this. Just something to think about.
A few other things we really needed badly around the house, and I didn't have any money for it. I had, no lie, less than $100 to my name yesterday for my day off, and that was from leftover tips that you guys had given me on Tuesday. As I told you guys during the day on Tuesday, I said, oh great, because you guys supported me so much on the first stream, that's it, I've paid all the payments I needed to make, and now I made a little bit extra on the late stream, and that's what I had for basically spending money for Wednesday, but it was fine because I knew I was going to get paid by YouTube on Wednesday. Okay? So what happens? My YouTube payment doesn't show up. And I'm stumped because every single time that I've now been paying attention to this YouTube payment for the last several months, since I don't have a Twitch partnership anymore, I've been reliant on this payment coming through.
Now, I want you to think about that too. I'm going to bring it back slightly. Since what was the YouTube money going to before Twitch was gone? Grocery Gate eventually. Speaking of which, playing with your beliefs, as you know, the season 5 or the final season of Street Fighter 5 is kind of coming to like a close, and so on and so forth. Once the final version of the game is completely released and whatnot, hopefully before then, but I'll shoot you a message or whatnot. I don't know how to reach out to you really, but I'll shoot you a message or something, because I have a thought I'd like to run past you. So I'll just throw that out there. I don't mean to be ominous about it and shit, or be so vague, but I'm still kind of working it out myself. I just want to put that out there, just so at least one of us kind of remembers it. But what was happening? Where was the YouTube money going? That's the point. Where was the YouTube money going when Twitch was carrying the day? Anybody have any ideas? Because it sounds to me, when Twitch was still in play, the YouTube money came in, that got spent. And more than likely, it's no hurry. It's no hurry. It's not even anything urgent like that. But I appreciate it though. When Twitch was carrying the day, when the YouTube money must have came in, I don't know if the YouTube money actually coordinated on a day that he was already off. But he seems to it sounds like that money was just being liquidated almost as quickly as it popped up. So it makes you wonder what he was doing with it. And it probably wasn't anything more than a couple of $1,000s anyway.
Me so much on the first stream, that's it, I've paid all the payments I needed to make, and now I made a little bit extra on the late stream, and that's what I had for basically spending money for Wednesday, but it was fine because I knew I was going to get paid by YouTube on Wednesday. Okay? So what happens? My YouTube payment doesn't show up. And I'm stumped because every single time that I've now been paying attention to this YouTube payment for the last several months, since I don't have a Twitch partnership anymore, I've been reliant on this payment coming through. It's always come through overnight. I'd be asleep and I would wake up in the morning and the money's there. Great. Let's go shopping. Let's do this. Let's do that. It didn't happen this time. I woke up and there was nothing, and I'm like, well, that's not good. What the hell's going on here? And it actually, I'll be honest, it scared me a bit. It did. It honestly scared me a bit. That, Oh. Huh. I got a positive email here for something that I actually ordered yesterday for food. Well, that's cool. Anyway. Sorry, I got distracted because my phone vibrated and ends up being something really good. Anyway. So yeah, yesterday was basically a very shocking day because this is something that I depend on. Something that now is my main source of income. That one YouTube payment I get a month is what my one giant payment I get from anyone a month. Any other income I make is you guys tipping me. That's it. I get YouTube payment and you guys tipping me. That's all the money that I make here. Okay? And when it didn't come through, I was nervous. I was like, does this mean that it's delayed? Does this mean I'm not getting it today? This is my one day off a week. What am I going to do? Like, I don't have enough money to go grocery shopping, but also get food today to eat with my wife. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm basically nervous about what's going on here. I don't know what's going to happen. So I tweet about it. Now, when I tweet this out, okay, I am not asking for anything. I am not saying, oh, rally the support, I need your help. Nothing like that at all. I'm just sharing what's going on in my...
All right, sorry about that, fellas. I had to step away for just a second. My bad. Can we go back like a minute?
Grocery shopping, but also get food today to eat with my... And that's what I had for basically spending money for Wednesday, but it was fun. Like, wow, that was meaningful, that was interesting, that was insightful, and I appreciate that Phil still goes out there and shares his thoughts and shares things going on in his life with us, despite the fact that he gets so much hate for it. Okay?
It's not really hate, it's just...
So, that being said, alright? That being said...
There's a lot of shit that don't match up.
Yesterday, I had my day off, alright? And during my day off...
Oh, okay, so let's go from here. So back to my original point, really fast, sorry. Okay, so back when Twitch was still in play, where'd the YouTube money go? Because the way he's talking, YouTube sounds like it was just spending money. It was just money that was pissed away every month. And like I said, it couldn't have been more than 1,000, 1,500, maybe $2,000, give or take, given what his views look like. So, and actually it's because the money was so small, is probably why he felt like it was no big deal and he could kind of, just blow it on whatever he wants. Here's the thing. Between YouTube, Twitch, PayPal, I'm going to not even get a count Teespring because I feel like Teespring is dead. And whatever money that he's getting behind the scenes, if you will, or that silent majority now, that silent majority money, how is he still fucked up? Because even with removing Twitch, you still got YouTube, you still got your money on Patreon, and you still got whatever money is given to you by the silent majority. Theoretically, he shouldn't be as fucked up as he's making himself sound. Oh, that's right. I do remember that the pill thing was a situation. I do kind of remember that. I kind of forgot. That's actually that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. I forgot that was actually something that's still in play. Holy shit. See, we'd have to see Kat though to get an idea of what's going on. And since she's completely off the internet, it'd be hard to confirm any of that. Not a bad theory though, but alleged, yeah, alleged. Holy shit! But good play on that, Victor. I feel you on that one. Anyway, just something for you guys to think about though. Let's get some pills in chat.
Some bad crap happened that was completely unexpected and actually very negatively affected me and my family here. I was supposed to get paid by YouTube yesterday, and I was waiting on that money to arrive to do everything that I needed to do on my day off, including grocery shopping and buying supplies for Jasper and a few other things. There's a few other things we really needed badly around the house, and I didn't have any money for it. I had, no lie, less than $100 to my name yesterday for my day off, and that was from leftover tips that you guys had given me on Tuesday. As I told you guys during the day on Tuesday, I said, oh, great, because you guys supported me so much on the first stream, that's it. I've paid all the payments I needed to make, and now I made a little bit extra on the late stream, and that's what I had for basically spending money for Wednesday, but it was fine because I knew I was going to get paid by YouTube on Wednesday. Okay? So what happens? My YouTube payment doesn't show up. And I'm stumped because every single time that I've now been paying attention to this YouTube payment for the last several months, since I don't have a Twitch partnership anymore, I've been reliant on this payment coming through. It's always come through overnight. I'd be asleep and I would wake up in the morning and the money's there. Great. Let's go shopping. Let's do this. Let's do that. It didn't happen this time. I woke up and there was nothing, and I'm like, well, that's not good. What the hell's going on here? And it actually, I'll be honest, it scared me a bit. It did. It honestly scared me a bit. That, you know, oh. Huh. I got a positive email here for something that I actually ordered yesterday for food. Well, that's cool. Anyway.
What the fuck is a positive email? Like, I don't... Is everything that happens to you that is good is positive? Is that what you mean? Or did you get food delivered, complain about it, then you got refunded? Like, what I don't understand this positive email thing. Like, I don't... It's I guess it's just the way he phrases it. It comes across as out of place, I guess, for the lack of a better term.
Sorry, I got distracted because my phone vibrated and ends up being something really good. Anyway, so yeah, yesterday was basically a very shocking day because this is something that I depend on. Something that now is my main source of income. That one YouTube payment I get a month is what my one giant payment I get from anyone a month. Any other income I make is you guys tipping me. That's it. I get YouTube payment and you guys tipping me. That's all the money that I make here. Okay?
Really? So no PayPal. I mean, not PayPal. No Patreon. And that behind the scenes silent majority thing doesn't exist now. I'm just saying. He seemed to memory hole it. So I'm assuming that's what that meant. Yikes. I like that ding, though. That ding kind of funny.
And when it didn't come through, I was nervous. I was like, does this mean that it's delayed? Does this mean I'm not getting it today? This is my one day off a week. What am I going to do? Like, I don't have enough money to go grocery shopping, but also get food today to eat with my wife. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm basically nervous about what's going on here. I don't know what's going to happen. So I tweet about it. Now, when I tweet this out...
I tweet about me and my wife are starving, and we don't know where we're going to get our next meal. Make 6 figures a year, but we don't know where our next meal is coming into play. Also, can we get some bells in chat, please? You know what I'm saying? Big ups to our homie, Hate Army Watch. So let's get some bells in the chat for him. Let's make that happen. Please, chat, and thank you. But we're nervous that we can't get food. That there's no food for him and his wife. Like they're starving. And you thought it was a good idea to go on Twitter and tell people that you and your wife were starving. That you were nervous. Okay, I'm sorry. You were nervous about where your next meal was going to come into play. Is that really what it's come down to? Holy shit.
Okay. I am not asking for anything. I am not saying, oh, rally the support, I need your help. Nothing like that at all. I'm just sharing what's going on in my life on Twitter. That's the point of fucking Twitter, right? Right? To share things going on.
Chat, let's get some more bells out there so we can toll, so the bells can toll for Phil's suffering. Jesus Christ. That's just sad. That I've seen some silly shit on Twitter before, but I've seen some silly shit on Twitter, but god damn, dude. The bells toll for one suffering.
On your life, like, that's what social media is supposed to be for. So I share this, and I'm like, man, this kind of sucks. I don't even have enough money to go grocery shopping for the week right now, and I really hope that the payment comes through. That's it. That's all I had to say. People freak out, of course, the shitheads. Oh my god, he's saying that he's starving, he has no food in the house, What's he gonna do? Wow, all that money he raises on every stream, he has no money for the house, and blah, blah, blah. So every piece of garbage on the internet craps on me collectively. Like a big, disgusting duty bomb hits my Twitter account, and it is revolting. It's vile. If you read some of these comments, it's some of the most nasty...
You know what? That's fair. He doesn't know where they're going to get their next meal delivered from. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Toxic, just full of vitriol and hate. Some of the most fucked up stuff I think I've read on the internet in a long time. People wishing that I lose my business and my livelihood. People making fun of me because I don't have money for the day. You know, it's really fucked up what these people do.
We don't have money for the day. Just right. You're right, Phil. It's just one day. It's one day that you're going to have to be broke with your little $100 or whatever it is that you had for pocket money. And you couldn't even go a day. Grown man couldn't go a day without bitching about that online. Toll the bells for his suffering. That's exactly what that is. He's quite literally the village idiot just running around up and down the street, half naked with a fucking bell, tolling that shit, saying, I'm suffering, pay attention to me. I'm sorry, I really want to keep the bell. I wanted the bell thing to be a Hate Army Watch thing, but goddamn, with all this suffering, I think Hate Army knew what he was doing. I don't know if that bell binging or tolling was an accident anymore. I think this was a sign. I think Hate Army was trying to tell us something. Because that's what it feels like.
Comeback. I can't imagine anyone reading a comment that someone would leave on Twitter like that and be like, oh, that's a very well-adjusted and positive individual. It's obvious anyone who left those comments is just a complete fuckwad and really doesn't deserve any kind of attention or any kind of positivity in their life if they're going to crap on someone when they're down like that. That's pretty particularly fucked up. And the best part about it is when you call them out about it, they immediately move the goalpost. Oh, well, it's pretty messed up. You guys would crap on me when I'm down. But Phil, didn't you make tweets about Pro Jared 2.5 years ago when he was down? I'm like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? What does that have to do with what you just did? Like, I'm not a perfect human. I do things that are flawed all the time. I always make errors, right? And yes, sometimes I will do things that I'm not proud of. And sometimes I do things that some people could call hypocritical. That's absolutely correct. I think every human is kind of guilty of that. I've talked about the Pro Jared situation a million times since it happened because people keep bringing it up. The fact that I literally never made an actual negative tweet about the guy. All I did was respond to one of his negative tweets about me and basically said, haha, now how the tables have turned because you used to make fun of me, but now you're being made fun of on the internet. And then I made a generalized tweet that had absolutely nothing specifically aimed at Pro Jared.
Him taking a small jab at you and being accused of of grooming as well as other things that Pro Jared was accused of, I think are two fucking separate things, right, chat? I think that's two fucking separate things, right? Anybody who's viewing this, I think there's that right there, Phil, is called scaling. I think there's a lot of distance between those two scenarios, those two situations. I don't think they match up. And it's kind of insane that you thought you would be able to compare the two. That's kind of ridiculous. Someone taking a small jab at you, right, which shouldn't have been a big deal, and then a bunch of people out to try to fucking get a dude canceled on some bullshit. And as far as I remember, Pro Jared never really recovered. Like, he's not at 1 million subs yet. Or he never got back to it, I should say. Because he was over 1 million subs when that happened. You know what I'm saying? And even though some of the sponsorships and stuff are starting to kind of come back to him, he lost a lot during that bullshit. And who's to say he may ever recover? Just throwing it out there. This is no different than when he was trying to compare himself to Dr. Disrespect. When that nonsense was going on. Same shit. I'm surprised he doesn't say Dr. Disrespect more, to be honest. Because he's so goddamn persecuted.
I've never attacked Pro Jared. I've never criticized Pro Jared. It's never happened. And so when people ask me over the years, will you apologize to him? I say, no, I have nothing to apologize for because I never attacked the guy at all. He attacked me first. I just said, touche back at him when he was down.
So he attacked you first, and then, like the gouty viper, you waited for 3 years to basically strike back. That makes it seem more malicious on your end than his. Oh yeah, you made a little jab at my expense, but while you were down, while you were down on the ground, I was like, open your mouth, bite that curb, stop. That's essentially what he did, or at least what he tried to do. But that's different though. That was completely different. That was self-defense. That's what we were going to tell the cops. Toll the bells for his suffering, ladies and gentlemen. Toll the fucking bells for his suffering. Jesus Christ.
Because he always stabbed at me for no fucking reason. And I made a generalized tweet that was not directed at him. The thing is, these...
Exactly. The gouty pet predator. That's exactly what he is. That's exactly what he is. And that's all he does. That's why he runs around there talking about, oh, I outlasted this one, outlasted that one. Who thinks like that?
Toxic losers turn things into their own narrative to try to spin a story. So to them, the fact that I would say, man, you're beating me up when I'm down, is like, oh, well, you did that to Pro Jared. Actually, I didn't. But you guys for 2.5 years have spun your own conspiracy theory narrative about the special meanings behind the things that I was saying on Twitter and made it that was the narrative when it wasn't. So you created a narrative and you used that as justification to do fucked up things on the internet. Even if what you're saying is true and I had done that to Pro Jared, that doesn't make it right for you to do it. So for you to try to spin it on me and say, oh, you're a hypocrite because you've done it before, doesn't mean that you're right in the right doing that. You're fucked up. If you think that me doing it is wrong, why are you doing it? Why are you jumping on a bandwagon of toxicity if you agree that that kind of behavior is wrong? There's no, it's not a justification. What it is called moving the goalpost, because when I point out that you're fucked up in what you're doing to me, oh, well, you know, move the goalpost to say you do it too and then it's okay. No, it's not. It's never okay. All right? Never, ever. Never, ever, ever is it okay. So that being said, fuck you. I mean that. Fuck you. Any scumbag who wanted to try to riff on me yesterday and be gross to me. I was just sharing my thoughts about what was going on, how I was nervous about it. What happens if that... just being very transparent with everyone. If that payment did not come through yesterday, and it was delayed till today or tomorrow, no groceries, so I have just enough food in the house for probably a day or two extra. So it would have been okay through the weekend, but then I would have really had no more food in the house. Jasper needed supplies, and him not having supplies, that's kind of messed up. And I was depending on that money to come through, and it had always come through overnight before, so I based my budget and my timing of my schedule with the payment coming through, and it didn't. And it actually terrified me for a little bit there. I didn't know what was going to happen. So we had to change our entire day schedule. Okay? What we ended up doing is basically staying home all day because I didn't have any money. I mean, like I said, I had less than $100. So what we did, we already were going to order breakfast. Well, actually, I take it back. We were going to go out and get breakfast, but instead we said, well, let's stay home and order breakfast and order a little bit on the cheaper side, which we did. We ordered from a place that's way less expensive than maybe another place we normally would have went. And it was all right. The food was pretty good, but it wasn't amazing. Like we kind of wish we had gone out because we know what we ordered would have been a lot better fresh and in person rather than being delivered. But it is what it is. So we did that, and then we just sat around and waited all day. Kat was playing Yakuza 5, and I was watching her play and helping her out with some stuff in it, and Jasper was relaxing. We were having a good time. Basically, we had a relaxing day together, all right? So we kind of just sat around all day, and every once in a while I would go on Twitter, and I saw some news stories popping up that I commented on and the like, right? But again, these toxic people spin their narrative. This is supposed to be your day off, and here you are sitting on Twitter all day, reading one guy actually says this, reading Kiwi Farms and Twitter and responding to all the things that they're saying. Kiwi Farms? I haven't been on Kiwi Farms in fucking months. Like I said, I only go over there when people tell me, Phil, there's something really dangerous. You need to go over there and read it because people are threatening you and your family and saying fucked up stuff.
Oh my God. Still harping on that fucking narrative. Okay. So, first thing, this Kiwi Farm thing, fucking threats or whatever. This was back in like 2019. Yeah, it was like 2019. When they were going off to Connecticut to see his sick and dying parents. Remember that? You guys remember that story? Sick and dying, right? And he said that the people on Kiwi Farms were plotting against him. Like they were going to burglarize his house while he was gone and shit. Now, keep in mind, out of that, He said nothing was going to happen because he had security cameras. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was something that the homeowners association installed for everybody. So realistically, they had nothing to worry about. On top of that, one of Catherine's friends was going to come by and house sit. Now, granted, we know now, allegedly, that the reason why she was coming by the house sit is because Jasper was there and someone needed to watch Jasper. But semantics. So theoretically, he had all of the protections, if you will, or precautions in place. But that's where that whole narrative comes from, because someone on Kiwi Farms was joking about that shit. I don't remember there actually being a plot. It doesn't matter, really, either which way, but so be it. I mean, according to him, Kiwi Farms is always plotting against him on some bullshit. So make of that what you will. The fact that we're still holding on to that even now is still kind of sad. 2, we were going to go out and get breakfast, but we decided to go ahead and order in anyway, which is a shame because it would have been a lot fresher if we went out to get it. Well, why didn't you go out and do that? Why didn't you go out and eat and then go to the mall and go window shopping or whatever the case may be and get some exercise? And then you and Kat can actually spend some time with each other. Instead of you both sitting at home, or at least Phil sitting at home, moping around while you're digesting or whatever fucking dumb shit he likes to say, and fighting with people on Twitter. And third, Phil, just make a Kiwi Farms account. Just make a Kiwi Farms account. And if you want to go ahead and get into some verbal jousting with people on your day off to make yourself feel better so you have something to say on your pre-stream the next day, then just do that. It would be easier, to be honest. You might as well. The Kiwi Farms thread, well, it ended up actually going down, so it got rolled back 23 hours, which is a shame because there was a lot of shit and a lot of different people's threads that came up missing because of the rollback. But you're almost up to 9,000, like 9,000 pages? Or are you almost at 10? No, you're not at 10,000. You must be almost at 9,000 pages. You might as well just go ahead and go up there and contribute to the 10,000. That's all I'm saying. You might as well. You might as well. You know what I'm saying? Since you spend so much time over there anyway, you might as well.
Check it out for your own personal protection. I never go over there. I mean, seriously, I think Kiwi Farms is living in everyone's minds except mine. I don't give a fuck about what happens over there with those fucked up people. Those are the worst dregs of the internet over there. You want to talk about the worst place to go? That's probably one of the worst websites you could ever stumble upon by accident. Because I don't think anyone in their right mind would intentionally go to a fucking place like that. I haven't been there in a million years. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about over there, nor do I give two shits.
Are you sure? Because we went from haven't been there in months to haven't been there, that I haven't been over there, that I don't go over there at all, to now going to I haven't been there in a million years. So which one is it? You haven't been over there in months, you never go over there, or you haven't been over there in a million years. Which one's it going to be? How are we going to play this?
I'm just looking at all the negative shit being tossed about on Twitter here. And I'm like, I can't believe how disgusting these people are. But it never ceases to amaze me how low these people will go. Seriously. So yeah, here I am. I'm having a relaxing day with my wife, hoping the payment will come through, and getting shit on by about 5,000 people on Twitter because they're losers, complete brainless idiots. Okay. So anyway, I'd say it was probably between 3 and 4 p.m. So a lot of the day has already passed. Finally, the payment shows is coming through, but it's not in the bank account yet. It's just showing as, okay, the payment's being sent, but it's not actually showing in my bank account yet. So now I'm like, oh, great, because what happens now if the payment is showing as pending, but those funds aren't available, and now I can't use them today, right? That would suck, because that means today, meaning Thursday, I'd have to completely rearrange my schedule. I would have to make it so that maybe if the money shows today, I can go grocery shopping today. And again, try to make a special trip. Jasper needs supplies and stuff. And basically I'd have to screw up my whole streaming schedule today. Essentially, I'd have to maybe cancel the first stream and try to rush around early in the morning doing all these things before my wife goes to work, because my wife goes to work this afternoon. So, all this stuff's going through my head. Luckily, within a few hours, the payment did clear and hit my bank account. I was like, now I can go out and do everything I need to do. So Kat at that point just stayed home. She wasn't going to get ready to go out and do everything that late. So I just went out and did everything myself, grocery
Now,
shopping.
here's the thing. Interesting little notion about this part. Around that time, Kiwi Farms was kind of taking some jabs at him a little bit about how he can't leave his house without Cat. You know what I mean? And that she has to be dragged along with him no matter where he goes for whatever odd, strange reason. So that right there kind of makes sense why, all of a sudden it's late in the day after we're finished digesting and Kat didn't want to go anywhere, so I went out and did all the grocery shopping by myself like a big boy. It's kind of interesting how that became a thing, being that people have been ragging on him about that shit for a while now. I don't know. It's an interesting coincidence, I guess.
Errands running and everything, a couple of hours out shopping and about, and came home. And then because we actually had some money, because the payment had come through, I actually ordered us a decent dinner. It's this Asian food place. I've told you guys about it before. It's kind of Asian fusion. They do both Japanese and Chinese cuisine. So I ended up ordering a bento box that has a variety of stuff, including some shrimp tempura, some katsu chicken, some chicken teriyaki, stuff like that. And my wife got a bunch of Chinese food. Like, she got a combo plate that had like some what was it? Like chicken chow mein, but also it had I think General Tso's chicken and stuff like that. So we liked it a lot. We did. We were good. Wow, good. After being stressed out all day long about this happening, the big payment came through. We're like, we can actually have a good dinner now. So we were relieved and we had a good dinner together. And that was basically our day out. That was our day out was a day in. We, instead of having a day out, which we had originally planned, we had to stay in all day. Now, what did I learn from this situation? Number one, I learned do not depend on that payment being there first thing in the morning. It seems like it does consist.
Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this idiot has been paid by YouTube since, or through some coinciding factor with YouTube, since 2010, 2011. So over 10 years. I'm sure there's been a lot of hiccups when it comes to payments over the years. I'm sure. I'm confident. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they paid you a couple days before, they paid you a couple days after. These are things that happen to normal adults, I assume, right? So you would think this isn't his first rodeo. Not that I'm implying anything by saying that. But you would think this isn't his first rodeo, and yet it's now setting in that, hey, I shouldn't plan to go out when I'm broke. Because just because I was broke when I went to sleep on Monday doesn't mean that there's going to be money that's just going to magically show up on Tuesday. I don't know. I thought maybe in your teens you would learn stuff like that. I could be wrong. I don't know. Two, why the fuck is he spending money that he doesn't have? He's already has, if you think about what he's saying, he's basically saying that he spent that check in his head before he actually got it. But isn't this the same idiot that tells us that he doesn't know how much he's going to make each and every month off his YouTube money? He used to say the exact same thing with Twitch too. Oh, I don't know how much I'm making on Twitch. Oh, well, can't you look it up? Oh, I don't know where to find that. Really? Because Nick Rekieta says that you can, as a partner on Twitch and as someone who is monetized on YouTube, when you go and look at your regular stats, how much money you make is right there. It's all right there. So when Phil was in that 341 call and he's like, oh, well, I don't know how much I made last month or the last couple months, I would have to go back and look. It's all right there. He can literally go back up to a year, maybe two. I mean, he might even be able to go further than that to see how much he's made month by month. Huh. Well, semantics, I'm sure. It's that forbidden math jutsu. Don't forget about that.
Instantly come through on the 21st of every month, no matter what. But it's no guarantee it's going to be there in the morning like it had been previous months. I mean, this was near disaster levels. All right, near disaster levels, because if that money hadn't come through, we couldn't do anything that we needed to do on our day off, and essentially it was a wasted day off. And having to rearrange my work schedule around having to go out and do the stuff I should have done on Wednesday would have really sucked and negatively affected my business as well as everything else going on, right?
I would always, and that's fair, I would always assume that it'll be just an estimate, and I'll take an estimate. You know what I'm saying? Plus or minus $100 here or there. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that 100%. DSP's not. DSP, if the number says, for example, 5,500, he's going to expect 5,500. Whereas if it's 5,500 and it's actually 32, it's actually 5,200, he's gonna freak out. For everybody else, we can make that adjustment. For him, is when we start getting into panic mode. Because remember, when someone says something to DSP, it's a promise. It's not just, I said this to you. Hey, Phil, I might be on the stream tomorrow. Keyword, or key phrase, I might be on the stream tomorrow. You don't show up tomorrow. You said you were going to be here. I said I might be here. You said you were going to be here. You promised. Just saying.
So now I'll know, do not schedule my day off to be that day and expect that money to be there right away. I either need to have money saved up previous or have that day when the money clears be the day before my day off, etc. You see?
Well, the point is that either which way, it goes back to what I was saying, that he already has the money spent in his head. That's why he was trying to take his days off on days he got paid. But here's the thing. Oh, maybe I should just start saving money for that. Maybe I should start saving more money so I have money for that day. Yeah, Phil, you think? You think if you maybe it's okay to have a couple $100 stashed somewhere? So this way, if you don't get paid on your payday, you can still do what you need to do? Yeah, that kind of seems like a pretty good idea. I would have thought maybe in the first 3 or 4 months of you moving out on your own, you would have known that. I would have thought that had been a thing. Oh, well, I don't know.
So, that's number one thing I learned. And number two, I learned, no matter what I put on Twitter, people will turn it into something negative. Despite the fact that that's not my intentions and what they're trying to say. Like, people were literally saying, oh, you see, you're putting this up on Twitter because you're expecting people to send you money. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? When did I say that? I'm not asking for anything at all. I'm just sharing a crappy life experience with people. That's the point of social media. It's called social. You're interacting with other people, in society. That's the definition of being social.
That's not a crappy life experience. You want a crappy? Well, that's not even. That's not a crappy life experience. But you want to. I'll give you a crappy experience. It's not a life experience because it doesn't hurt me that much. But it bothers me a little bit, but it doesn't hurt me certainly. Phil, our hurtful experience to express on Twitter is, for example, in the most recent spoilers for Dragon Ball Super, the manga, it looks like Vegeta's going to end up getting beat after he just got a new form. I got a video coming up on that too. I'm going to be salty in that bitch as well. That right there is a kind of a shitty situation, Phil. Does that hurt me? No. Is that shit life-changing? No. Is it irritating? Yes. That right there is a life experience, if you will. Not even a life experience. It's just an experience. It's a situation. You going on Twitter and not begging, sorry, let me word that. You going on Twitter and saying, me and my wife don't know when we're going to get our next meal delivered is not a crappy life experience. It just sounds stupid. And you sound irritated. Okay, it's not a confirmed spoiler though. Just some of the panels that I've seen, which may or may not be real, is starting to hint towards that shit. And it's starting to get on my fucking nerves. But as a silver lining, I did predict that Vegeta was going to end up hitting. Well, this is a spoiler though. Vegeta's gonna hit his. Yes, I am very much a fucking Vegeta fan. I am very, very much a Vegeta fan. Vegeta has hit a variation of Ultra Instinct, but he did it in his own way, in the way that I predicted he would. Because Dragon Ball's fucking open-ended, is very open-ended like that. But I'll leave it at that because I don't want to completely spoil the shit. But it looks kind of dope. But I don't like what people are saying about that shit though, where that he might lose. I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about this shit at all. That right there is a stupid little experience to put on Twitter. Not you going up there and being like, I don't have money for fucking groceries, or I don't have money for fucking food and whatnot that's already made. That right there is not something that should be said on Twitter. That's irresponsible. It's not even that it's stupid. It's irresponsible to do that. It's irresponsible to do that. But whatever. Holy shit. I'm not really happy. I'm not really happy about this Vegeta thing though. If it pans out like that, I am very much not happy about that.
No. not being an introvert and hiding everything from everyone else, but actually interacting with people out in society.
No, I will not deal with it. I will not deal with it. I will not deal with it. It's bullshit. It is bullshit. Here, let me go off on my. I feel like I got baited into this. Okay, there was an article that just came out that talks about something that any Dragon Ball fan who's worth their salt already knows, that Goku was going to get killed off and Gohan was going to carry the series, but the fans didn't want to do that, and more importantly, Gohan's character wasn't strong enough to carry the load. That's the reason why Gohan is the way he is now. Yeah, I'm derailing a little bit. I'll try to make it fast. But that's the reason why Gohan's character is written the way he's written, essentially. Because he just doesn't have the heart for it. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing fucking wrong with it. But Gohan doesn't have the heart to do what needs to be done until someone's already dead or critically hurt for that to happen. I'm sorry. But Goku's too fucking selfish, though. Like, everybody wants to jump on fucking Vegeta and say he's bullshit, he's only out for himself, yada, yada, yada. Fucking Goku is as selfish as fuck. He is super fucking selfish. Like, he really fucking is. Like, if you really look at his shit, he is fucking selfish as hell. Hey, Goku, you need to go ahead and get him out of here. No, let's give him another chance. Maybe he'll see the error of his ways. Hey, Goku, you really should go ahead and get him cleaned up, man, because he's going to be a problem. No, I think he can get stronger, and if he can get stronger, I can get stronger, so I want to go ahead and keep doing that. Hey, we need to stop letting Frieza get away with his bullshit for like the 100th time or whatever. We can already beat him. What's the problem? What's the worst that can happen? That shit gets old. That shit gets fucking old. Like, Jesus Christ. And that's why, at least for me anyway, I'm tired of seeing Frieza be, like, the go-to villain. Like, why can't Cell, like, actually do that shit? If he's looking for an opponent that's going to constantly get stronger, then why can't we just have fucking Cell? Because theoretically, Cell can do that. Like, seriously. Why can't we do that? You know what I mean? Like, fucking A, I understand how successful it is. I understand how fucking people, like, resonate some shit with Goku because he believes that he can always keep doing shit, or he can always get better, or he can always get stronger, or whatever the fucking shit is. But where's the level of realism that comes into that shit? Like, when do we get to the point where we stop and be like, hey, if we don't actually start, like, disposing of these enemies, right, eventually we're gonna get fucked. Like, when is that shit gonna stop? That's all I'm saying. And the fact that Vegeta or anybody else has to play second fiddle to Goku is stupid. It's dumb. I'm not saying that they both need to be on even planes, but what I am saying is to constantly give somebody another chance to get to a level and then downgrade that to elevate Goku constantly is annoying. And though that's a common trope in most anime and mangas and whatnot, especially shonen, like it's a thing. It gets irritating because you find people that are fans of Goku who even get bored of the bullshit at the end of the day. Like, Vegeta clearly can carry the day because he'll do what needs to be done. Goku, so let's put it this way. It's kind of like the argument between Goku and Superman. Goku is as strong as he can be. Superman's as strong as he needs to be. So theoretically, Goku could never beat Superman because Superman's been written to always be as strong as he needs to be. And that's why when people got butthurt when fucking, what do they call it? Not deathmatch. Whatever that shit that they do. I forget the name now because I'm pissed off a little bit. I'm a little irritated by it. Whenever that deathmatch shit on YouTube did what they did and people got butthurt because it came out the way it did, why are any of you surprised? Like, why would anybody surprised by that shit? And half the shit that they put up there is kind of iffy. Death battles, thank you. Half of the stuff on death battles are kind of shaky. Like, I question some of the research that goes into some of that shit. But at the end of the day, it's entertaining. And it opens up the argument. But some of that stuff is kind of shaky, to be honest. Some of that shit is kind of shaky. And Piccolo, dude, Piccolo is... Like, I don't care what anybody says, and I get into arguments with Asian GTG and a lot of our other friends and shit over this. Gohan's true father is Piccolo, period. Because Piccolo understands what Gohan is at his base. He understands Gohan's personality. He understands what Gohan's essential wants for life is. At the end of the day, Gohan doesn't want to be a warrior. He's reluctant. And because he's reluctant, he's not used to doing, he doesn't have the instinct to do what needs to be done. He has to be conditioned to do that. Piccolo understands that. That's why Piccolo was able to push him further than Goku ever could. And I think if you put Gohan in a situation where if you move Gotenks out of the situation and you put Gohan where Gotenks is at, and you put him with Trunks and you have Vegeta train him, I guarantee you Gohan becomes a much more efficient savage. He needs the proper direction, and Goku doesn't do that. Goku expects him to be strong because he knows that he is strong, instead of actually showing him and understanding what makes him strong, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? That's why Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form is theoretically the cuffs of what Super Saiyan 3 should be. For whatever reason, and this is my own personal theory, I've held this for a number of years, Gohan's level 2 is theoretically what level 3 should be at its fullest form. And that's the reason why his powers, that's why they've never been able to reach what Gohan's been able to do. And that's one of the fatal flaws of level 3, of Goku's level 3 Super Saiyan, is that he doesn't have the stamina needed to complete the form. The reason why is because the form's incomplete. To be honest with you. If nothing else, level 3 is just a pseudo form of level 2, if you will. But that's neither here nor there. That's a whole nother discussion for a fucking other day. But the point being is, it's the fundamental flaws of how the story is written. But it's written that way, though, to keep Goku where he's at. But the thing is, though, is there's nothing to Goku anymore. He's willing to... It started off as, you know what I'm saying, I give a fuck about my friends and family and shit, and I'll do anything for them, to now, I'm willing to indulge myself to whatever length that I can, as long as I'm strong enough to take care of the problem later. I'll let the problem go on the way it is for now, as long as I can finish the job later on down the line. And people try to equate that as, oh, well, isn't that just a normal trait of the Saiyan race in general? Well, it's not, because you can actually, by definition, look at Vegeta's character and how he's grown as a character. That right there contradicts that. Goku does what Goku does because Goku believes that he can. That's all it really comes down to. He's not even concerned, if you really think about it, with his friends and family anymore, given what happened in the Tournament of Power. He essentially tried to bribe people to actually come in and actually help him out with this, instead of being honest with them and telling them what was what. The only person who really knew, the only person who had an inkling of what was going on was probably Vegeta. And the only reason why he didn't leave is because he couldn't leave Bulma, because Bulma was pregnant. So under reasonable and Vegeta back in the day theoretically was written to be like, man, fuck Bulma, let's go out there and get this. But his first instinct was, dude, I got a wife and she's pregnant. I can't leave her. If that's not character growth, I don't know what is. You know what I'm saying? If that's not character growth, then I don't know what is. This is the same idiot that during the Cell saga, when fucking Cell was worn down the way he was, told fucking Krillin to give dude a Senzu bean, knowing damn well that Gohan wasn't ready for that fight. And no one could really do anything. And even at the end of the day, Gohan didn't beat Cell on his own. If it wasn't for Vegeta, Gohan might have been fucked. Even though I make the argument, and it's fair to say, that if it wasn't for Vegeta going off half-cocked, Gohan wouldn't have had his other arm injured in the first place. So make of that what you will. Okay, you make a great point. Vegeta wasn't present during Trunks' birth. I agree with that. At the end of I agree with that. That's true. That's very, very true. At the same time, hasn't Vegeta not learned from that mistake and been better for it? Jesus Christ, look at Goku's kids now. They spend more time with people who were basically his former enemies than they do with anybody else now. You know what I'm saying? Gohan essentially has the majority of his faith in Piccolo, and then Gotenks is chilling over there with Trunks with Vegeta. Like, what do you do? And then we could get into character growth. I'm sorry, my bad. Let's go ahead and get back on subject. But thank you for entertaining me on all this shit. I appreciate it. He is, I don't know if I say Goku's kind of like a Skywalker, but he's selfish as fuck. He's selfish as fuck, and he's written that way for a reason. He's written that way for a reason, and I feel like the series suffers. That's why you don't get. That's why like people like Yamcha, and I fuck with Yamcha heavy. People like Yamcha, people like Tien, all those people get relegated to not even second tier, but like third or fourth tier. But whatever, let's keep going.
Social. So when I'm
Thank you for coming to my Dragon Ball TED Talk.
Sharing that experience with people. By the way, I also share positive experiences with people. It's not just constant negativity, right? But these people are so sick in the fucking head, they turn everything into, oh, you posted that up because you're expecting people to send me money. No, I'm not expecting anything. I don't want money.
Yo, James, I'll come through. I can come through on that DBZ stream. I can do that. I can definitely do that. But I can definitely follow through on that.
I didn't ask for any money. You're out of your fucking minds. You're scumbags for even saying that. Really. Because, again, to these idiots, right? They can't believe that I would operate a business because I actually like what I do. They can't believe that I'm around for 13 years because I have genuine social interaction with you guys, and we have a great time together on streams. We talk with each other, we hang out. It's kind of a fun thing to do. Oh, by the way, there's also games that we can make progress in. It's kind of a two for one. But they don't believe that. They think that it's only about money. They think that, again, because they're so negative and they're so miserable in their own lives, they can't positively believe that positivity happens on a stream like mine. They can't believe, they literally cannot, it doesn't compute in their heads because their heads don't work like ours because they're fucked up in their heads because they have no positivity in their own lives, you see? So, pretty crazy. But I've learned that now that, like, no matter what I put on Twitter, these people will never leave me alone. They're always going to, anything I say, whether it's positive, negative, neutral, they will spin it as some kind of a toxic narrative to you know, for their own story. I post up, oh man, the payment didn't come, this sucks, we're stuck at home today. See, Phil's asking for money. Never asked for money, didn't want any money, received no money, and don't want any money on a day off like that when I'm not working, you know, if I'm streaming.
Okay, so then what was your purpose of going up there and telling people this in the first place? Think about it. I didn't ask for any money, wasn't expecting any money, didn't want any money. So you went up there and complained about money, and then what? You were supposed to get some sympathy pats and that's it? Or you were either trying to set it up to where someone was going to send you money, someone from the silent majority was going to send you money, or you were expecting to come back to a whole lot of money when you came back on stream the next day. He clearly did it for a reason. Just like all the clout chasing you see him do on Twitter. And all the, I guess you could say it's pandering in a lot of ways too. Even though in a lot of ways it's so insincere that clearly anybody can see that. What about all of that nonsense? That's clearly done for a reason. No one goes up there and spews bullshit financially without some type of compensation of the sort. And everybody knows that you can donate to DSP whether he's on stream or off stream. So that don't make no sense. There's no way that you just went up there and did that just for the sake of doing it. That's not plausible. You clearly had a purpose of doing it. And you certainly knew what shit was going to come to you after the fact. I don't know if Planet Jeff's deceased wife's money is already dried up. I don't know. He's under, allegedly, he's under so many fucking sock accounts when he's donating. Who could say? Who could say? And the thing is that if Planet Jeff, there's a difference between trying to defend yourself and then you actively trying to go out and engage with people. And that's what he did. When Planet Jeff started to get some notoriety on him, he, instead of coming out there and defending himself, he ran out there and he kind of really tried to swing with the heavyweights, and it came back on him. And then that's why he kind of went into hiding, and now he's jumping around in sock accounts, I would assume. That wasn't the play. I'm not saying that you shouldn't defend yourself. I'm just saying what he did wasn't the play.
You guys like the stream and you want to crowdfund the stream, please do. Absolutely, that's how I make a living. I'm not expecting anything on my day off.
I'm glad you saw that, Gunslinger. I'm glad you saw that. Thank you.
That's just crazy shit. These people are nuts. But again, to them, that's all they see. All they see are dollar signs. When they see my streams, all they see are dollar signs. They don't see the positivity and the fun we have on the streams. They just see, oh, this is Phil's income. That's all he cares about. Because they're scumbags. You see?
All they see is the dollar signs. They don't see the positivity or anything. All they see is the dollar signs because they're scumbags. While having top memberships or total memberships, last super chats, top tip goal at the very top. Smart move, Phil. That's you got me beat on that, buddy. You got me beat. I don't know where I was bringing all these invisible numbers from. I don't know where I got all these notions from, but you're right. All I see is the dollar signs, apparently.
So anyway, that's what I learned. I learned, number one, can't depend on the payment to be there right away. And number two, no matter what I say and do on the internet, these people will always turn it into something disgusting and negative, even if it's not. They will actually say that I did something that I didn't do. Like some people were actually posting up, well, you're saying that you're starving now. You have no food for the week. Like, what are you talking? When did I say that? I said I can't go shopping for groceries for this coming week. That doesn't mean I have no food in the fucking house. Yeah, even if I couldn't have gone shopping yesterday, if I had waited a day or two, I still would have been all right. But yeah, probably by the weekend it would have started to get kind of dicey. But I would have been okay for a couple of days.
So we barely had any food in the house. So we blatantly don't have any food in the house. We assume that you went out shopping because you needed it, right? Because you needed the food. Jasper needed his supplies or whatever the case may be. Oh, why? I didn't say that. I mean, things would have been kind of dicey, you know, if we didn't go in like a day or two. But I never said anything about we were starving, that we didn't have any food in the house. Huh. Okay.
Did I say anything not to that effect? No. That's what they made up.
Oh, and you're right. He does post, you're actually very right. He does post on Twitter, you know, hey, if contributions have been low, if you guys could swing by the stream tonight and support, it would be very much appreciated. You're absolutely right. He does ask for money on Twitter. Or the whale call, as they call it. He very much does do that. Constantly.
They make everything up. They literally are just, they're nuts. They make up these crazy conspiracy theories based on nothing. And then they perpetuate them as fact, and they believe, wow, if enough of us nut jobs say the same thing, it must become a groupthink fact. You know, kind of like the election fraud groupthink that's not true. Like all the nut job fucking QAnon shit, they're their own QAnon. Only it's focused solely on me. That's incredibly fucking disturbing, because that is insanity directed at me that I don't deserve and never did anything to actually warrant. What the fuck do? I sit here and I just play games all day and have fun with a cool audience, yet somehow this has summoned insane conspiracy nonsense. I just don't understand how you directed your attention on me when there's so much else going on this planet that's way more important than me and what I'm doing here, yet you have to constantly stalk and harass me.
Okay, so if there's way more, and don't get me wrong, he's right, there's way more shit that is going on that's more important, and yet you felt the need to go on Twitter and complain about how you don't have money for the day. Think about what he just said. There are way more important things out there to worry about than me, but yet he found the need. He was compelled to go on Twitter and say, hey, I don't have money for groceries. Me and my wife don't know what we're going to eat. And then he's mad because people looked at that dumb shit and was like, and they pointed and laughed at him. And then started to question his logic, his reasoning for doing such a thing. Okay. But isn't he the one doing fundraisers and marathons and shit? And that marathon, by the way, that last one, was punishment. Just like I told you guys it was. It was punishment. You guys didn't give me the money I wanted, so now you guys are going to have to take this. And someone said it on Kiwi Farms where, I can't remember the exact terminology, but fuck it. We're going to go with it, but I mean, I'm sure they would understand. Someone basically said watching DSP play games is akin to rape. It's a shame that so many good games are defiled by this man that it's almost unbearable, or something along the lines. I'm kind of paraphrasing a little bit, but he did throw in the R word. And I never really thought about it like that. I mean, yes, he's shit at games, obviously. But when he really don't give a fuck, he really don't give a fuck. And it can really kill the classics or even some of your favorite game series watching him do it. It's actually kind of terrible. It's really, really fucking bad if you think of it. If you think about it like that. And I was like, I don't know if I would have felt the need to word it that way, but he's definitely defiling shit for sure. Yeah, she might take it down. I had to go for it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But it's kind of sad when you think about it, though. It's really kind of sad when you think about it, because he does kind of ruin. He can, if you think about it, he is kind of ruining games for people. Like, he's had he has, think about it. Indulge me, if you will. He is given, as he has stated so many times before, he's been granted this opportunity that allegedly only the chosen few are given. And he don't appreciate it himself. And because he don't appreciate it, and because he's losing more and more control of his situation, he feels the need to punish people as retribution, if you will, as a repercussion, if you will, for not getting what he wants. But in actuality, all he's doing is perpetuating the hate that he already has for games, and then he's just ruining the games for other people. Like he's giving the gaming community a reason to look at him the way they look at him already. So when you go back to that conference that they had where they were using DSP as the test subject, that kind of makes sense. If you really take that into consideration, that makes a whole lot of sense why they look at him like this. Why they look at some gamers as nothing more than inept kids that need to have the next shiny little trinket to get them from one part of the stage to another. DSP, in his own way, has contributed to that. He perpetuates that. Damn.
Out of your fucking minds. Every one of you who acts like this, you're nuts. You need to go seek professional help. You seriously need to. If you think this is a good use of your time, you are wasting your life away. One day, you're going to be sitting there on your deathbed, wondering why you spent 7 years of your life hating on DarksydePhil instead of doing something positive when you could have been building something good for yourself. I mean that too.
Well, okay, Phil, what are you going to do when you're on your deathbed and the wife ain't already left you, you have no kids, and you seem to have no inkling for it? Jasper will probably be long dead by then, unless he outlives you. So what are you going to do when you're in the hospital alone and all you have is Sally, who is ready to put the sheet over your face? What did you contribute to the world? What did you do with your life? It's easy to sit there and say that anybody who devotes any amount of time to this is just wasting their time. The thing is once this is done, they have other stuff that they can do. You can't. You are perpetually the video game that can never be turned off. I can go ahead and step away from this and I'm done for my day. You, on the other hand, are still stuck in this game. You can't leave. You can't do anything. All you have is this. And this game, this internet game, right? Let's look bigger picture here, is consisted of YouTube, Twitter, and essentially Kiwi Farms, except for you just don't have an account. At any given moment, anybody can jump in and out of this and know what you're doing at any given time. You're stuck. You are under observation by essentially on your, well, not even let's say observation. You're on the worldwide stage and you can't turn it off. I would say that the only rest that you get is when you sleep, but that's not even true because you're drunk most of the day or you're drunk most of the evening. What else do you really have to offer? So if you want to talk about losers here, let's talk about that. Now let's talk about what you've contributed to the world. What have you perpetuated? Who have you motivated? What have you done? You keep talking about how the gaming community is shit. What have you done to try to change it? I don't know if e-begging is considered that. What did you do for the FGC? I don't know if e-thugging was considered a way of going about it, especially since you couldn't throw no hooves behind that anyway. So what did you do for while you were in the job market? While you were out there in the workforce? What did you contribute there? Nothing? Oh, okay. So that's 3 phases of your life that is well known and documented, and you have nothing to show for it. Not a goddamn thing. Now let's talk about why you don't want to have kids for just a second, since I'm feeling assholish about it. What would you be able to essentially impress upon or pass along or leave as an inheritance to your own kids? Tell me something. You can't swim. You don't know how to ride a bike. You barely know how to drive a car. You have no life lessons and or knowledge to pass on to them. You have nothing. And you're perpetually broke, which is the reason why you were on Twitter complaining about you and your wife didn't know where they were going to get their next meal from. So what do you have to pass down to anything? What have you contributed? What have you done? Oh, I played a bunch of games on YouTube. Okay, we type up DSP Gaming. Who pops up first? Up, Almighty Tevin. Up, LSB. Up, Snorpernell. Up, James the Lesser. Up, Agent Proper. Where's DSP at? Where's DarksydePhil? Where's KO Gaming? Where's King of Hate Vlogs? Up, Snorpernell. Up, DS, you know what I'm saying? And it goes on and on and on. Detractors all day, every day. You want to go to Google searches? We can do that too. You want to see what pops up there? So tell me again, what did you contribute to society? This is your job. This is the one thing that you would think, for doing this for as long as you have, it'd be the one thing that you'd be able to do. That you'd be good at. And that's a stretch, but whatever. And what do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to offer? Not a goddamn thing. You're mad because you've been relegated to a hobby. You're something that people can pick up and put down at any given time. You can't do anything about it. You can't do a goddamn thing about it. Your ex-fiance is making her way in life and doing really well and looking good doing it. Your current wife is either vegetating in the other room or working a job that she don't like. Your cat, your son or cat or whatever, is either sick or is annoying you to no end. And what about you, Phil? You got no friends to speak of, little to no family that is any use to you anyway. And you have nothing else except for whatever shitty video game that you're forced to play so you can make your $150 fucking goal. You got nothing. You got nothing. And the 2 people who probably would give a shit about you, or they certainly do give a shit about you, you've actually probably set them back just so you can maintain this lifestyle that you have, which is utter shit. So what do you have to offer? You don't want me to get into the people who follow you, because if you want to call us losers, I don't know anybody on this side of the fence who's filed for bankruptcy. I know one person on your side who's filed for it twice. And they followed you for a number of years. They've been a big fan of you for a number of years. They put themselves into debt for you for a number of years. But you have the nerve to call us losers? You have the nerve to say, oh, you guys have better thing to do with your time, with your day? I don't sit there and watch your streams every fucking day. But a bunch of them do. There's like 300 or 400 people that are there all fucking day watching you. What the fuck are they doing with their lives then? Doesn't that seem awkward to you? How the same people that you can just, because you see their names all the time, aren't doing jack shit with their day? And they're there every day. It's not like they're there just once or twice. It's not there that they're there, it's not like they're there 2 or 3 times a week. They're there every day. That don't seem like a loser type mentality to you? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That don't seem weird to you? I don't know. Excuse me. That's the dog barking.
Literally going to be thinking back and saying, what the fuck did I do with my life? This little insignificant streamer was someone who I focused on solely hating for like 5 years of my fucking life when I was in the prime of my youth and could have been doing positive shit with myself. Pretty insane. So anyway, yeah, that was pretty ridiculous yesterday, okay? Pretty fucking ridiculous. And I'm not going to let it affect me at all. I'm just going to move forward positively as usual. We're going to have a fun streaming week here, and these people are nuts out of their fucking gourds, and they can do whatever they want with their nut job shit. You know, it doesn't ride here. I'm not going to, you know, some people will be like, man, Phil, how do you keep doing it? Because that would throw me off if I was a content creator and had a day off and just commented on the fly about what's going on with my life, and everyone, you know, thousands of people shit on me on fucking Twitter. Fuck them. As I've told you guys many, many times, I use that as motivation. You know what? For every fucking dumb fuck, scumbag, brainless twit who wants to crap on me, that means I just need to succeed even harder. I need to push forward harder and keep doing what I'm doing, because there are people out there, again, the silent majority of people are who I'm tweeting for, not for those 1,000 idiots. The 1,000 loud idiots don't matter to me.
Wait, those 1,000 loud idiots don't matter to you, but this whole video is dedicated to those supposed 1,000 loud idiots. On top of that, this just motivates me to do better. So if you were doing so much better through this motivation, of course, why are you on Twitter saying that you don't have enough money for you and your wife to get a meal? I'm confused. Is that what motivation does for you? Is that how this plays out? That's how you motivate yourself. To go on, it motivates you to go online and continue begging, essentially. That's pretty much what he's saying. Whenever a detractor, troll, hater, and critic shits on him, right, it just makes him more motivated to go ahead and beg the next day. That's the only way I could think he could put one hoof in front of the other to keep doing what he's doing. Because, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you are brave enough? I'm sorry, I couldn't say that with a straight face. How many of you are brave enough to ask people for help day in, day out, while not doing anything different to change your own situation? You just expect other people to change the situation for you. I want you to really think about that. I really want you to think about that. Anybody? Anybody? Damn.
I wouldn't still be here if it weren't for people who supported me, you know? I wouldn't. You guys love what I do. You want to see me continue being, you know, positive and having fun on streams, and that's always going to continue. It ain't going to be derailed by these morons. All right? So fuck them. Who gives a shit? All right? Let's have a good day today, shall we? Excuse me, I have to burp. Excuse me. Whew. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a special surprise for you. Hold on, I have to burp. I'm drinking seltzer water this morning. Oh my god, it's making me a gaseous entity today. I feel like a gas giant that could explode at any moment. Phil the Gas Giant. I'm sure this will be my new nickname now. Anyway, thank you guys for putting up with my burps. They're absolutely disgusting, and I'm sorry. Alright, so I have a special surprise today. But it's not what anyone thinks, because as usual, you know, again, the conspiracy theorist idiots with their tinfoil hats, right, have to go along with ridiculous things and make shit up constantly. So what they've been saying for the past several days, since I alluded that we would have a special surprise today, is that, oh, Phil just got a new Xbox Series X, and Phil got a laptop, and obviously he's lying, and he didn't actually get these things donated by fans or viewers. You know, not that he would keep the identity of those people secret, because we systematically harass everyone who contributes to his content in a positive way, but instead he's lying. So, obviously, what he's going to reveal today is the next thing that he claims he needs, which is a new gaming chair. And he's going to reveal it to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, you are absolutely 100% correct. Here is my new game... Darn! You're wrong, stupid!
Let me say something real quick. Because I'll be honest with you, between the tism that this guy is throwing out on this bullshit on the tractors and that Vegeta rant, I almost lost lost track of this. Okay, the gold vest. But when did he get the chair? He got the chair less than 2 weeks later. Well, imagine that. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Like that at all, actually. Today's special surprise. All right, I will spoil but not spoil. All right, I'll give you a half spoiler. Okay. Over the course of this summer, I've been complaining about something on and off on the streams, and someone picked up on it and contacted me behind the scenes. And they said, Phil, you know, you've been getting a lot of support recently. I'd like to help you out. Can I help you out in this way? And I said, absolutely. And they presented me with a few choices, and I picked one of those choices. Okay? And the item arrived. And I'm like, this is good. Now we can start it on this new streaming week. We can start this up. So, ladies and gentlemen, today, if we hit the vest goal, there will be a new vest reveal on stream. Now, I will not say anything further because this new vest actually... Well, I will explain if and when the new vest gets revealed. Let's put it that way. Okay? If and when we hit that, I reveal that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not even done yet, but I mean, we're not done with this video, I should say. There's still one more left. But let's go ahead and give the tail of the tape here. Let's give the piggy translation. So, poor is me, or woe is me, right? Go ahead and the victim bells, toll those victim bells, right? Because him and Kat didn't know when they were going to get their next meal because he didn't get paid. Despite the $100 that he did have, or he was able to siphon out of the pay piggies the day before, which should have been more than enough to cover the meals for the day and get Jasper at least something to hold him off until his Twitch or his YouTube paycheck comes through. All this unnecessary outrage, because that's essentially what it is, right? All this unnecessary outrage and all this persecution on his end, saying that we had no right to judge him because he went on Twitter and cried broke. Also, he can unveil a vest that he's not even going to unveil. They need to actually hit the tips goal, right, to actually see the vest. So this was all bait to unveil a vest, essentially? Or this was all bait to get them to support the vest streak by adding a new vest, but give the sob story and then the pathetic hatred, the pathetic anger over people persecuting him on Twitter because he put himself in that situation? Because as a grown adult, if he would have had some money saved up, even if his paycheck didn't come through, he could have been okay. That's a personal failure on his part, nobody else's. What the fuck? Okay, I guess, sure, whatever. This was clearly bait. This was clearly bait, and it didn't work out. Especially since you're going to make them pay to show you the vest. Let's get some bells in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get some bells in chat. Holy shit.
Then I will show it to you and I'll explain a little bit. But I don't want to explain and then jump the gun. And, you know, so there you go. So today, there will be no vest poll.
I just thought about this. We need to choose which bells that we're going to give who. Like the more full and flush bell, that should be for Hate Army. Phil needs another bell. We can't give him the same one. They have like that hotel bell, like the old ones used to have, that ding ding ding. They have that one. Don't they have a bell here that has like a cross over it? Or that's not X'd out, but it's crossed out. We're gonna have to choose another bell for DSP's begging. We're gonna have to do that, or for his pain and suffering. We should really do that. We'll put the regular ones up there for now, but we should really choose one for Phil's suffering though, because it's just so bad. It's just so bad. And as you know, Phil, there you go. See, I like what the chat's thinking. That'll work. That right there will be the official bell that is tolled for DarksydePhil's suffering from here on out. That will be the bell that we use. The good bell is for Hate Army, and this bell is for them. I kind of like how that works. Well done. The bell of suffering. There we go, Kurt. I like that. That'll work out just great.
Because if we hit the tips goal of $100 to see the vest, it'll be the new vest on stream. All right? Fair enough? Okay. So now let us do shout-outs. We'll start with YouTube shout-outs today. So let's switch over to the YouTube contributions queue, and let me refresh it, because it looks like it's outdated from a couple days ago. It didn't refresh. Let me update this. Okay. So, Ben did a $2 super chat. He says, why doesn't your wife help with bills since she works? She does. She does. I've said this a million times. Just because I'm not going to give you a fucking spreadsheet and say, here's what she pays for. Here's what I pay for. Here's what this. Here's what that. It's, you know, what the
Actually, yeah, that right there. the bell that's crossed out is definitely a good one. I also like what Ann Lee's got going too. That's actually kind of funny too. I'm actually kind of a fan of that as well. Both would work. Especially if there's a lot of heavy snorts going on. That would definitely work. Yep, there you go. A lot of SOSs. Holy shit. Oh my god.
fuck. It's none of your fucking business. She does help. She pays for things. She contributes to the budget. She buys things for Jasper. She buys things for the house as well. She contributes. But it's none of your fucking business for me to break down how she contributes. So mind your own fucking business. How about that? Hold on. Let me present you with a 30-page PowerPoint presentation on how the budget works. Fuck off. Just Chillin' has done a $5 super chat and says, with the UK having shortages at the grocery store, I'd like to suggest you put together a 45-day food supply in case the US repeats early 2020. Likely that's not going to happen over here. Our supply chain was rocked last year by COVID, but now...
Now, here's the thing, as it pertains to Catherine, right? Obviously, I would assume... You would assume that she contributes, right? The question is, since Phil doesn't have credit, right? Does Catherine have credit? If Catherine does have credit, can she not float you a couple of $100 or whatever the case may be to go out, run all those errands, and do what we need to do, and then when you get paid by your YouTube paycheck, you just go ahead and transfer her the money? Could we not do that? Is that not available? Is that not something that's viable? Does she not have any money in savings? Does she not have a bank account? I'm sure she has a bank account. Does she not have money in savings that could float you guys and then you just pay her back? Are these not things that are in place? I don't understand. I'd like to think she's smarter than him. Let's get some sweet potatoes in chat. I'd like to think she's smarter than him, but it sounds like when he's destitute, she's destitute too. I don't really understand that. There we go. It's roasted sweet potato, by the way. Not that I'm actually roasting her, I'm just saying. I don't understand that. That just seems weird, especially for a married couple. If I'm just saying there should be more resources between the two of them, is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Holy shit.
Now has leveled out, and apparently now a lot of these suppliers have tried to put things in place to prevent that from happening again, because now they realize it actually has potential to happen. It did shock a lot of people last year when it happened, because they never expected a pandemic like that could happen, and then it did, and they were like, oh fuck. But now here in the United States, I think we're getting back to better levels. But the truth is, just having a 45-day food supply is incredibly difficult. How do you have healthy foods for 45 days that are non-perishable? You know what I mean? Like, when I think everything that we eat, there's vegetables, bread. I mean, bread, I guess you could freeze if you want to have a whole freezer full of fucking bread. But you know what I'm saying? Like, how much non-perishable food items could you get that are going to last a month and a half? A lot of the times when
outside of... Wait, what? Okay, so I swear that we've talked about this before. Canned food, first off and foremost? Like oatmeal and dry supplies, those things can last far more than like 60 days. And as he said, vegetables, are you talking about those supposed fresh vegetables you buy for your fucking sauce? Matter of fact, pasta and pasta sauce, rice and beans, like frozen, someone's actually just pointing it out, frozen food, that's in that freezer. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to buy all that bread. Maybe he wants to have, all of his frozen dinners in there. There are options. There's a shitload of options. Well, I would say ramen is a good choice, except for he eats his ramen with a spoon, and it's a mess. That was a great suggestion, but it's wasted upon him. It's a mess. It's a mess with ramen. I'm almost speechless, actually. It's weird that how he can exist like this and not know that food is good for all this food. There is food out there that you could have for long periods of time. Spam, if Phil should understand what that is. All right, big ups, James. Thanks for coming by, man. Have a good day. Phil knows what spam is. That shit is good for, not indefinitely, but that shit's good for a very, very fucking long time. Like, people still find crates of that shit from like World War II and still make shit happen with that. And that is, surprisingly enough, if any of you have been to the Hawaiian Islands, you'd be surprised what they turn spam into. Or if you've ever been to like a Hawaiian restaurant. That's another thing. Absolutely fucking delicious. So how? Just how? How did you make it this far in life believing what you believe? Or thinking the way you've thought? I'm telling you, if for someone who has literally nobody around him, I'm surprised he's not dead in a ditch somewhere. I just don't understand it. And then people choose to follow him, which is even more crazy. That's just even more insane. But then again, most of them don't really have a choice anyway. Where would they go? Which is even more sad if you think about it.
Stuff. Because there's, only two of us here. A lot of that stuff doesn't end up lasting all week. It goes bad, which sucks. We buy it from this fucking store.
So, wait a second. Now we're buying food that goes bad in a week. So maybe you could have frozen some of that food, right? To try to preserve it? Like, maybe we didn't need to buy as much of that food or as much of whatever the case may be. Maybe we could stop fucking ordering out. And, I don't know, just cook more. Maybe? Possibly? I don't know.
And it goes bad before we can
That
even
is true.
finish.
He did burn pre-cooked sausage. That was actually kind of funny how he did that, too. And that undercooked bacon. Ugh. And then he fucked up that egg flip, which I guess could have happened. I guess that could happen to anybody. Yeah, I guess theoretically that could happen to anybody. Especially if you're just learning how to cook. I guess theoretically that's a thing. Is he buying it from the... Ooh, I never thought about that. Is he buying that from the reduced section? Or is he buying stuff on clearance? Huh. I never thought about it like that, actually. But most of the time, I mean, if you find anything discounted, it's usually going to be like some type of canned food or pasta or something like that. Something that he's more than likely to eat. So, he doesn't eat a lot of fruit. We all know that. As it pertains to vegetables, if Catherine isn't cooking as often as she used to, then that right there kind of explains why stuff would go bad. Because remember, they have this really autistic type of food plan for the week or whatever. And he has admitted that there are plenty of days where he's like, well, honey, what do you plan on cooking for dinner? I don't really feel like cooking anything. Okay, honey. Well, we'll just order takeout. And so there you go. And that shit kind of just piles up. But also, is it possible? Well, yeah, clearly he's not. If he's ordering food, clearly he's not eating everything that they're buying at the store. On top of the fact that this has been pointed out before, whenever you guys see him do a DSP Tries It or a Feasting with the King, there's more food downstairs. It's not just that, right? There's always more food. And if any of you who have watched any of the older DSP Tries It's, you know exactly what I'm talking about. He's been doing that with Panda for years. So, you know what I'm saying? It's anything's possible. If I had to say, you want to know what he's saucing? Oh shit! That could have a double meaning depending on how you want to interpret that. I would assume they're definitely tossing away vegetables and shit. I mean, I saw that taco video we all have when it comes to DSP Tries It, where he threw away. I can't even remember how much meat that was. It was enough that it could be frozen. I like to think that Catherine's eating all the bananas in that house. So I'd like to think that's not going to waste. If not, that shit can be turned into banana bread. Certainly. So that's a thing. And Catherine is alleged to know how to make that. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if he's tossing away vegetables. Sure, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense either, because the only time they use vegetables, and he's admitted this, is for either turkey burgers, for that stir fry that Catherine likes, or for his homemade pasta sauce. But most of the vegetables are frozen anyway. At least that they pick up. Thank you. It was 1/3 of a pack of meat. He could have froze that. He threw that shit away like it was something that he's done all his life. He threw that shit away like it was something he's done his whole life. So what gives you an idea or a perspective, if you will, on how he values food. I'd be surprised if he even made salad, let alone tossed it. I'd be surprised if he actually even made salad. Yikes! Yikes! Yeah, I would hope Kat wouldn't do that. Kat's sister might, though. Kat's sister might toss some salads, though, but I don't know about him.
And that pisses me off, because obviously, when we spend money on food, we don't want it to go bad. That's a waste of money and food. But what am I going to do? Buy a bunch of shitty frozen food? You know what I mean? Oh, we fucking bought Totino's pizza rolls because they last like 4 years in the freezer. We do have some backup. Like, for example, we usually have 1 or 2 meals a week that can be made at any time because they don't have perishable food ingredients. So, for example, one of the things we do as a staple is pasta. When I make my pasta sauce, my homemade pasta sauce, we freeze a ton of it. And then at any time, we can thaw it out and boil a pot of pasta, and you have pasta dinner. And it's good like that. But, if you want really good fresh meals, you need to have fresh ingredients. So it's impossible to really do a month and a half of healthy food. I don't know about that. Unless you're just eating fucking granola. Snow crawled up to $1.30, so I want to say...
So, chat, what have we established so far? We don't know how to save money. We don't know how to socialize with people. We don't know how to cook. We don't know how to plan. We don't even know how to really shop, if you think about it. This is basic shit. We don't know how to do anything at all. So if he is almost solely dependent on Catherine cooking, he's kind of fucked, which kind of explains why so much food's being thrown away in the first place. Damn. Everything we already knew. Yeah, sadly.
The abuse you got on Twitter last night was disgusting. Those trolls harass, dox, and stalk every fan of yours who tweet at you and wonder why we're afraid of engaging. The silent majority of fans massively support you. I know that, and I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the silent majority. It's the silent majority that consistently supports me. Ladies and gentlemen, the person who donated the Xbox Series X is part of the silent majority. Right? This is someone who regularly watches my stuff for years and years and years, was upset that I don't have a way to get the Xbox Series X, and donated one. That's why I have.
They actually, playing with your beliefs, he actually has a Costco membership, but he says it's like an hour away. And he doesn't want to, I guess they're not willing to drive out there to stock up on stuff. And I think the only thing out of, what is it? The chicken that they have at Costco, the roasted chicken, he really, really enjoys that, but it'll take like an hour to get home. So by the time he gets home, it's all soggy, it's all nasty, or whatever it is that he says. So, yeah, he's screwed the pooch. He's really in a bad spot, apparently. Like, chicken gets soggy in an hour like that, but, semantics.
These people are longtime viewers. A lot of these people have been watching since the very beginning. And they that's what I love about what I do. That these people are here and enjoy what I do, no matter what the hate is thrown at me, what conspiracy, what nonsense.
The gunslinger, yeah, I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. Which is why Jasper may not be long for this world after all. We'll have to wait and see. And that's another thing too. I think someone just brought it up. He might as well go ahead and use like Instacart Or get like food delivery, like get groceries delivered to them. Do something like that where they portion out exactly what you need throughout the day. Actually, there's a bunch of different food services that do that. They'll literally portion out your meals for you, or the ingredients you need for those meals, literally meal for meal for meal, day for day for day. And so nothing gets wasted. All you got to do is, well, cook it. Well, you have to chop up the vegetables and everything, but cook it. No, he's never been destitute. He doesn't know what it's like to starve. He doesn't know what it's like. He doesn't really know what it's like to struggle. This right here is probably the most struggling that he's ever gone through, and it's self-imposed. Like, it's self-induced, if you will. Like, he did it to himself. And I don't know if he thought that would make him more relatable to other people. I don't understand the logic behind it, to be honest. Most people who have advantages usually build off of those advantages. Now, not everybody, obviously. There's a bunch of fucking rich kids that fuck themselves all the shit. But he's not rich, certainly. But he wasn't poor either. But yet, he says his parents are fucking in the hood and shit. Gunshots are ringing out all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Because you had one friend who died, right? Or was shot, like, I can't remember how many times T got shot, to be honest. But you got one friend that got shot, and then because you didn't want to ride your bike because one of your neighbors got punked for their bike. I don't understand how that's the hood. That's any neighborhood, if you think about it in some way, shape, or form. Maybe not the shooting part, but, you know what I'm saying, kids fighting over fucking materialistic shit is just something that happens. And either you're going to, as it pertains to being, to the bike situation, either you're going to stay yourself inside and be safe, to be honest, or you learn how to defend yourself. It's one of the two. Because at the end of the day, every person's going to have to get into some type of engagement with somebody. You're going to have some type of conflict. You can't avoid that. You really can't. If you can talk your way out of those things, or you can talk down a situation, then by all means. But eventually, someone's going to have to throw hands, sooner than later. You know what I'm saying? One way or another. And for all the talk and shit talk that he talks about doing to people online, and he has done, you would think he would at least know how to do that. But we know he don't. So I don't understand where all the tough talk comes from when you don't have no heart anyway. It seems strange. Especially at his age. At his age, he shouldn't be talking tough anyway. You know what I mean? And I'm not to say that because he's almost 40, he shouldn't be talking tough. It's just there's a history, I should say. Your history, his history, I should say, is well publicized on the internet. There's nothing tough about you. You're better off just keeping quiet. Exactly, Robert. That's an excellent point.
They're still here to support, and thank you for that. Excuse me. Kratos XO took me $1.30, and he says, I've been a fan of yours since Left 4 Dead days, and I think that you should keep some stuff private and in-house. You're throwing gasoline on the fire when you make tweets about not getting paid, etc. on Twitter and streams, and I respect you, and the fact that you keep it real. But something.
Oh, I'm definitely sure that his neighborhood isn't the best. But I mean, Jesus Christ, dude, where else was he gonna what else did he think he was? You know what I'm saying? He was owed, if you will. His parents have roots there. They have roots there. Yes, like you said, it's not the best place in the world, but it's not the worst either. But that dude's never seen the hood. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if he has an understanding or a concept of what that even is. You know what I'm saying? I do know that he's had friends who did come from privilege, and he felt like, why don't we have that? Or why doesn't he have that, I should say. I'm sure there's that, and that goes back to his jealousy and envy bullshit. But if that was the case, then why didn't you work hard to obtain that? Your parents pretty much set you into the path to succeed, and yet you still failed. How does that work? How is that a thing? But like I said, it's not as terrible as some of the neighborhoods that are around the way. Clearly. Oh yeah, I heard that Phil's obsessing about going to the zoo. He lived right near the public zoo in Connecticut. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to put a fucking zoo in the fucking ghetto. Isn't he pissed off now because he wants to go to the zoo and he can't? Like, out of all the things that you could go and do, you want to go to the zoo? There's nothing wrong with going to the zoo, but like, is there no aquariums in Washington State? Is there, I don't know, there's nothing else? There's like an art gallery you could go to or some shit? There's nothing? There's no exhibits, public fairs, nothing? Like, Seattle's right there. They have food fairs in Seattle all the fucking time. Well, I mean, granted, most of it has to open back up. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, there are plenty of things to do, but he wants to go to the zoo? That's the first thing he wants to do? Wow. Jesus Christ. Wow.
Should be private. And, you know, I agree with you, because, as I've said over the years, the more that I share, sadly, it gives more, like you said, it's exactly correct terminology here, more fuel to the fire. The more that I reveal to you about my private...
I would assume shit, every time that I've gone to the zoo, granted, when I was younger, it was never that expensive and shit. I mean, going to the aquarium, going to any one of those type of things are not expensive. Not at all. So, which leads to my question, why, unless the zoo is not open yet, what is it that's preventing them from going? I guess that's the first thing. And that's another thing, too. That's actually a good point, Paul. Why does he want to go to the zoo and he don't like kids? And usually parents take their kids to the zoo. That seems kind of strange, I guess. And like I said, I don't think he'd like to go to... I would think he'd be more willing to go to the aquarium. The aquarium is nice as shit. I would think. Someone said that Cat can't go to the aquarium. Why is that? Would you mind elaborating on that a little bit? Oh, it's a petting zoo. It's a petting zoo. Holy shit.
Life, the more these crazy conspiracy theorists will just make up more shit about me. That is 100% true, and it's documented over the years that this has happened. This is not, you know what I mean? This is not, oh, this is a shock or a surprise that it's happening. The more I share, the more that they fucking find a way to twist it into something disgustingly negative, right? So I agree with you. At the very same time, Kratos, I don't feel that I should be a prisoner to these fuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, why should my life be dictated by them and their actions? So you're telling me now I can never share anything with anyone? I can never talk about something from behind the scenes that's not a part of a stream. I could never reveal something that happened, nice or negative, to myself and my family because of these people? Like, that's like, essentially that would be to me like giving in and saying, you literally can't do anything that's fun anymore, or be honest or truthful or transparent with anyone, because for fear that these people are going to fuck with your life, right? And I'm not going to live like that. If I feel like I want to share something, I will. Now, you're absolutely right. I should try to sit down and calculate what makes sense, what doesn't. Yesterday, I felt that sharing the fact that, damn, after, you know, a 6-day work week, I finally get a day off, and that day off essentially kind of stinks because I'm stuck at home. And, you know, it lets people kind of see the pitfalls of being a content creator. That when you're reliant on, you know, a company like that to send you a giant lump payment, if it doesn't come through, man, that could really, really be tough. And I think a lot of people watch my content and they listen to my ups and downs, the things that are great and the things that aren't so great about being a content creator, and they learn a lot about it. And they determine for themselves that that's something that they want to pursue. This is something that I'm learning the hard way, because I used to get multiple payments a month. I had a Twitch payment, I had a YouTube payment. At one point, my Patreon was bigger, and I was getting a big Patreon support payment every month. And, you know, things have changed now. Now that I'm just getting one major lump payment a month, this is something that I have to now kind of budget towards. It's something that I have to make sure that I have money leading up to, so I'm not in a bad situation where I can't afford stuff before it. You see what I'm saying? And, yeah, it's very, very different than the life that I was living before when this happened with Twitch and losing my partnership and all of that, okay? So, it is what it is, but I agree with you that I should be more careful. At the same time, I don't feel like I should be having to withhold every single piece of stuff I ever want to talk about because some scumbag may harass me about it. So, I gotta find the happy medium, right? Alberto Ponte has tipped me $5, says, Phil, I hope you're doing well. The silent audience will always stick with you. And you know what? Let me say this to someone like Alfred, who's a regular here. thank you for sticking it out. I'm absolutely sure you've probably been the target of online harassment for supporting me. And
why would you say that? Like, why would you say, hey, thank you for supporting me and whatnot? I'm sure you've been targeted for doing so. It's been tough. That's funny, David. It's been tough, you guys. Why would you say that? That doesn't inspire a whole lot of reason to support you if other people have been victimized. What sense does that make? Well, see, because you know how to manage your money. And you understand your responsibilities and whatnot. And more importantly, I assume that you and your wife are an actual unit. You're not seeing that with DSP. Like DSP, you know how DSP likes to say that he's like a one-man army or he's a one-man show or whatever the case may be? What's up, Fang? He's literally just that. He's literally just that. He's always been that. He may always be that, to be honest. Which is a shame, to be honest with you.
The fact that you stick that out and you still come by and you chill with me and we have a good time every day on stream. I really appreciate those who are not the silent majority, but actually become kind of the vocal minority and speak up to support me in a vocal way, despite the fact that they're taking a risk doing so. I really appreciate that. 141 of 150. Wow. That's a pretty good start. I'm not going to lie. All right, guys, are you ready?
A one pig army sounds really good, but I always like to think of it as a one snort army, to be honest with you. I don't know, for some reason that always rings in my head. It sounds good in my head when it's said or when it's thought.
For the reveal. Actually, sadly, the camera isn't really set up to show you very well, but the reveal of a new vest. I have not seen this vest on camera yet to see how it'll look. I hope it looks good. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait. That was the wrong... Hold on. I screwed that up. That was the wrong button. I want to do this. In 3, 2, 1. Woo!
And you would think with all the hand-holding that goes on in his chat, right? Someone would have told him, hey, you know that you can find those sound effects, like, on YouTube? And, like, you can download just the audio file version of it? And, like, you can put it in OBS? And then all you got to do is, like, I don't know, like, click a button, and then it works. You know, that is a thing. A one swine circus. That's funny. I like that. that is a thing. And someone did send him a stream deck. Obviously, he don't want that now. He wants a newer one. But that would have been helpful. That'd have been useful, Phil. Maybe you should give that away to one of your audience members. You should do a giveaway for that instead of sitting on it, because you're not going to do shit with it. Clearly, even if he gets a new PC, he's going to just want a new stream deck. So I don't know. Oh well, I guess that's me being selfless about the situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the golden vest has premiered here live on stream. People wanted a golden vest, and you got a golden vest. All right? I know it's...
You know what? You actually make a good point, playing with your beliefs. I don't think OBS forces you to do an update. I don't know. Mine updates automatically whenever a new update comes up. No, actually it doesn't. It tells me when a new update's available, and then I can choose to. But most of those things are buggy, though. I've watched enough of Tevin's old streams to know that sometimes OBS be buggy as fuck. So I'm kind of careful about that. But it doesn't force you to update it. That's a very good point. That is a very good point. No, that's actually a very good point. I don't think he'd be able to handle the setup of a stream deck, honestly. Which might be one of the reasons why he hasn't done it. That might very well be one of the reasons why. Because his main excuse was, oh, it's not compatible for Windows 7 or Windows 8 or whatever the case may be. And I'm pretty sure someone debunked that. And now that he has Windows 10 on his laptop, he could go for it, but he still won't do it. But then again, this is the same idiot who wasn't willing to install the free update for Windows 7 and 8 when that was made available to him. So go figure. Oh, he's admitted that he hasn't updated it. And his mic just failed recently, didn't it? He just had problems with his microphone? Because he hasn't updated the drivers on it, clearly. As well as other things, I'm sure. Because I think Tevin has that exact same mic. Wow.
It's ugly. It's purposely ugly. Because you guys like it when I wear ugly shit. Alright, now. Yes, I know. The reason I select, first of all, the person presented me with the option of 3 different vests, okay? All of them looked ridiculous, and I like that. I mean, that's one of the big things about me wearing the vest on stream is that I look silly. People want me to look silly, okay? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with looking silly for you guys. You want to get a laugh on my behalf, fine. I don't care. I'm not a big fucking vain guy. I don't give a shit. I think I'm ugly anyway. Who gives a fuck how I look on the streams? Okay?
Oh, wow. There's a lot of bait right there. There's a lot of bait right there. I'm not a vain guy. I think I'm ugly anyway. Oh, chat, feel sorry for me.
And I like that. I mean, that's one of the big things about me wearing the vest on stream is that I look silly. People want me to look silly, okay? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with looking silly for you guys. You want to get a laugh on my behalf, fine. I don't care. I'm not a big fucking vain guy. I don't give a shit. I think I'm ugly anyway. Who gives a fuck how I look on the streams, okay? So, I went with this vest for 2 reasons. The first reason is because I felt because it's metallic gold, that as I wore it during the streams, it would actually show nicely with the lamp. Like it would show metallically as I'm playing games and I'm moving. Look at this. It looks really good, actually. I was wondering how it would look on camera. It actually looks quite good. And as you can tell, because it's gold, okay, it's going to show up better no matter what color shirt I'm wearing. It's going to show up. By the way, it's on black. It's gold on black. The back is black, but the front is gold. Okay? So number 1...
Oh, wait a second. Okay, I have the same mic, but this is more expensive setup for it. Isn't it just Tevin, isn't it just the microphone though and the mixer? And that's it? It's a I can't remember what the name of that mixer is. It's a Scarlett, I think, right? I mean, that's essentially it, right? He doesn't really have... I mean, there's nothing really else that he has to it. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Holy shit. Okay. Like, I thought it was really just that and the mixer, to be honest. And I know that mixer is like... I mean, I've seen it on Amazon for... like $100, $150, I guess, give or take. And I don't even think he's utilizing that mixer to its fullest capabilities, to be honest. I wonder what would happen if he didn't even have it. Huh. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, I appreciate that, Tevin. Thank you. Big ups to Tevin in the chat. I'm gonna copy paste that. I'm gonna have to look into that.
It's going to show nicely no matter what I wear. It's going to be a nice pronounced vest, and I don't have a vest that's metallic looking like this, so I thought it would be unique. Number 2, it's very thin, which I'm about to show you. See how thin it is? It's meant to not be an out...
Actually, one more question, Tevin, if you don't mind me asking. If does he actually need a mixer for that microphone? Does he really, like, is that really necessary, or could... Or, like, you know what I'm saying? I get it that he would have to run it through, like, a sound card, but... Okay, it's a 2035? All right, but does he really need that mixer, though? Or could he literally just... Or could he run it through, like, a cheaper sound card, if you will, or just plug it right into the back of his PC? I'm wondering... Okay, yeah, he does need one? All right, fair enough. Spent all that money on it and just didn't even utilize the damn thing. Well, yeah, sorry. I mean, I know Scarlett is a sound card. You know what I mean? I meant like a cheaper one, an El Cheapo, if you will, is what I was implying. Oh shit! Really, Chance? I didn't know that. Like 50. Okay, like $50. Okay, fair enough. Then that shit was wasted on him, clearly. Clearly that shit was wasted on him. Holy shit. Oh, well. I appreciate the clarification, though. Thank you on that.
Door jacket. It's just an actual vest you would wear. Oh, actually, it's gold foil a little bit on the inside too. I didn't even know that. No, but it's incredibly thin. And a reason I like this is because I know you guys would probably like how silly it is because it's shining gold. And it's perfect for these hotter summer months. One of the major issues I've had and complaints I've had with you guys is you keep voting for the heavier vest, and I sit here and I'm sweating playing games profuse. Like when I wear the beige, the platinum, or the red vest, my back is covered in sweat when I'm done with the stream because it's heating me up like 15, 20 degrees in an already hot room. Okay?
I mean, but doesn't that come from the fact that he expects everything to just work to its maximum capacity out of the goddamn box? Like he thinks that there's no, like he believes that there's no, I don't know, tweaking or adjustments that need to be made to it. And so, I mean, it goes back to something that DSP has always done. He just throws money at a situation and just hopes that it works itself out, which makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Eventually, everything needs to get adjusted or tweaked. Like we were talking about with the updating for his PC, for OBS, all that stuff. If it changes some of your settings, no big deal. Just change it back. Just change it back. Ugh. Yet again, wasted. Absolutely wasted.
So this is nice.
We can go out of we not to keep dwelling on this. We can go out of our way to spend money on the best electronics possible, quote unquote, right? To get what we feel is going to be the maximum performance out of the box, and not do anything to it. But he can go on these long, drawn out fucking descriptions of all these elaborate meals that they eat. But yet, if these meals are so good, that's something that I never thought about either. If some of the things that they go out and eat are so good, Kat has never thought about trying to make that shit at home? Shit, I would expect Panda to at least try. But Kat and Catherine have no inklings of doing any of that? It's not really that difficult. You know, you just find a recipe, or you find a recipe that's close enough to what you're trying to do and work your way off that as best as possible. God damn.
It's light and it should not affect me in that negative way. By the way, it's kind of feltish. It feels like felt, actually. The feeling of the vest. It's not just like a crappy material. It actually feels pretty nice, okay? So shout out to the fan who donated the vest. Starting today, this will be an option. And since this is the new vest, I will likely have this eligible to be the vest for many streams. Like I'm telling you, maybe even this whole weekend of streams, 5 straight days, maybe every stream I'll make this eligible as the vest. So that way, if you guys want to see it a lot, you can. Then we'll probably put it into the normal rotation like I do everything else, okay? Is the back like velvet? Oh, the back is a smooth satiny material. The front is smooth like velvet. The back is like satiny, yeah. Because again, it's very thin. It's a very thin vest, okay? Very nice. Does it have a pattern? It looks like Yakuza. It does. The pattern, you know, I don't even know how to describe it. Hold on. If we do extreme close-up on the vest here. See the pattern? I don't even know what you would call that. Like, what would you call that pattern? I don't even know. It's pretty crazy. But if someone said Yakuza, yeah, this is something that you would wear in Yakuza, I think. Yeah, I think so.
Actually, I have to agree with Fang. Like, I don't think Catherine's as stupid as we make her out to be. That's the reason why she got elevated from potato to sweet potato. But I think she's conditioned Phil to kind of just deal with whatever she's putting out. No different than anything else. Yo, I got you on that thumbnail. Getting over. I got you on that all day. Matter of fact, I was just well, you'll hear it later. But I went on a bit of a Vegeta rant, so expect that the next time you're ready to record. It's I'm feeling quite salty. I think Catherine has him conditioned. If nothing else, chat, we have come to the conclusion that Phil is okay with shit being fucked up and he'll just deal with it. He'll deal with whatever is essentially put in front of him. This is no different. I think the granola one. Okay, yeah, I got you on that. I got you on that all day, actually. I think if she stopped cooking, if she stopped cleaning, if she stopped any of those things, he would just deal with it. Or he'll work around it, or whatever the case may be. I mean, Jesus Christ, these people had trash in their garage out there for weeks at a time. So if they can deal with the smell of that, and that stuff I'm sure creeped into the house to some degree, at least the kitchen area, I assume he's going to have to deal with making his own sandwiches or whatever the case may be. Or for all we know, all they do is takeout. For all we know. That's essentially what the situation is. Who could say? But he's not someone who's willing to make a change on his own. Someone else needs to initiate that change for him. So that's just my initial thoughts. My eyes. Sorry.
I like it. It's a very nice vest, and it's so light and comfy. Very nice. So there you go. Was that on the back of buckle? Yeah, it's got some kind of.
Hey, I'm just saying this. Here, if nothing else, Catherine has shown that if she can capitalize on another opportunity, she will. So it's not like we're sitting here saying that, oh, she's cheating on him and she ain't have no proof. She was living with Subaru Man. She had Subaru Man on the couch with her, right? Watching TV or doing whatever, and she was texting Phil in front of him like she had no problems with that shit. If she would do that to Subaru Man, she'll do that to Phil. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that she don't have options. You know? I don't think it's a stretch to say that at all, to be honest. And trust me, if shit goes south, I'm sure that she has a way out. I'm sure she has a way out. And she has cards. She has good cards. These hoes ain't loyal. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is what it is. Tip started spending money? Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, definitely yes, but like, I wonder where the money goes to. Phil's a Toyota man? Yeah, he drives is it a Corolla or a Camry? I think it's a Corolla. It's one of the two. It's a shame, too, because they got some really nice BMW models coming out. And at a good price, too. Womp, womp. Womp, womp. Thin vest, thin skin, thin hair. Oh, hurtful.
Your dangly buckle thing on the back. I don't know what it is. My wife tied it.
Now, one thing real fast. You guys can joke whatever you guys want to joke about with Vegeta. It don't look like this. Remember that. Okay? For some of you guys who end up coming over there to me and Asian GTG's anime channel, you want to talk your hot shit when we get into this Vegeta discussion, it don't look like this. So just keep that in mind. Please. Just keep that in mind. The personality. Yeah, his personality is pretty shit.
But it came off. It is a buckle. I don't know how it works. I guess it's a vest that you would wear as like something under an actual ensemble or whatever. So I don't know how it works, but right now it's loose and dangling. I don't know if I'll ever tie it or not.
That's rough. That's rough. Once the hair starts to really fall out, that's gonna be rough. Yikes! I didn't give that enough credit, I guess, initially when I was looking at that shit. X in chat, X in chat. That's gonna be a mess in a couple years. Damn.
What, my face? Oh, you guys are very shocked at how ugly I am. I already knew I was this ugly.
I mean, I'm glad you were able to point that out, but that's clearly a bald spot. That's clearly a bald spot on that chin there. Holy shit. He has a chin, right? It's not like leafy, right? Yeah, that's a chin. I mean, it's a chin. There's kind of another flap behind it, but it's definitely a chin.
How did you guys not know? You're here every day. I have the face cam on. How are you shocked at how bad I look? All right, well, so I guess some people just, they learn something new every day. Gary, I can't even speak. Gary BKK is here and tipped $9 so that we could hit the cowboy hat goal before we start.
I mean, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen. when he got married and he had his suit and tie, I guarantee you, like his mother or his father did that tie for him. I assume that he doesn't even know how to do a tie, let alone, you know, a buckle on the back of a vest. Let's keep it a stack. That's not funny. Getting over. That's not funny at all, and you know that. That's really, really not funny, bruh.
So now we got the fabulous cowboy riding into the Elden Volcano as we play Skyward Sword today. Sounds good. I look like a high-rolling gambler or a gangster. I would fit in Vegas. You're right. Oh, I'm a high-end poker player. I'm a fucking Hold'em. I'm going to go to the Hold'em table, dressed just like this, and sit down. I'll fit right in, right? No one will say a word. That's great. Okay, thank you, Gary BKK, for the $9 tip. I got another $1 tip from Timbo. He said, I'm not going to lie, it looks like you're ready to hit the stage for the DSP Gaming Show in Las Vegas. That's what I do. That's how I roll. This show is a show of that caliber, if you didn't know. My stream every day is the same level as a full-on, high-production value Vegas show. I put that level of effort into it, if you guys didn't know. Every day is that draining on me, too, you know. All right, without further ado, I think we should get started, considering that we're insanely late starting gameplay on the stream today. At least I hope you guys are having fun with the pre-stream and this silliness. I hope you're having fun. I don't like it when we don't get to play as much gameplay, but it is what it is. Sometimes you're just silly. I like this. It looks way better than I thought it would. I could button it, but let me see something. If I button the top two buttons, it kind of stays together. Do you guys prefer if I button it like that or if I leave it loose? What do you guys prefer? Because the other vests I just leave loose. But this one actually has nice buttons on the front I could use.
I'm not sure if Timbo's gone back yet. That's actually a good question. I'd have to, I mean, we could pose, I can ask Agent Proper. I think he's still, if he's still in the chat. Ann Lee playing with beliefs. I'm sure, I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't shown back up yet, to be honest. He's clearly going to go back. They always do. They always do. I remember when Swaggins, for example, when Swaggins got shat on and he left and he said he was done or whatever, I was one of the few people who said he's going back because he got nowhere else to go. And in a few months, he did go back. It is what it was. Or back when, the situation happened with Waifu Destroyer Matt, right? And Tevin called him a cuck because he was a cuck. He ended up going back too. He got shitted on in front of the rest of the little piggy cult, and it was like the next day or the day after he went right back. That's what these people do. That's exactly what these people do. So, you know, eventually he'll go back. If he's smart, Timbo will go back under another name. So, but he'll go back. They always go back. No one truly escapes the pig farm, to be honest with you. And even, you know what I'm saying, there's some rare occurrences, clearly, but for the most part, for some of these guys, they're not going nowhere. They're not going nowhere. They're stuck.
JadFX Gaming says we've reached levels of ridiculousness never reached before. And someone actually said, will this be the return of Vest Streak 3.0? I guess we'll see. I doubt it. Because here's the thing, like on the daytime streams, it's pretty easy to get people to jump on and support and do silly things like the vest, but on night streams, it's very negligible. Like, sometimes people will show up and contribute, sometimes they won't. I don't know. The night streams are just a little different, so I guess we'll see what happens. My camera's in a bad spot right now because it's blocking the key. So let me go ahead and move this down. What do you guys think? Buttoned or unbuttoned? Keep your vest buttoned and your powder dry. Okay.
Wow. Alright, so that's video number 3. So we're going into our last video, which is something that that we kind of needed to kind of get up and out the way. Let's see here. What is this? All right, last video. Yet again, we're here with Hate Army Watch. A chair has been donated to DSP by a generous benefactor. This is from August 4th of 2021. The link is down in the description. Now let's go ahead and see this overpriced chair. Okay, real quick though, how much did this chair cost? Do we have a definitive amount? I was told it was somewhere between $220 and like $400. And he's not actually calling it a gamer chair; it's an office chair now, or whatever. Does anybody have a definitive price on that? Because I saw screenshots of it on Amazon for like $400, $420. Oh yeah, don't forget your bells in chat for Hate Army. Well, it's not let me also go ahead and try to lead by example here. Let's see here. That's the sweet potato. Here we go. There we go. It kind of does look like a salon chair a little bit. Speaking of which, I heard he recently got his hair cut, and it seems like people are starting to come around to the idea that he's possibly dyeing his hair or whatever the case may be. I'm telling you, it looks, you know what I'm saying? Like, it looks like it's being dyed, to be honest with you. I will eventually work on that. Eventually, we will work on cups, cup holders, all of that sooner than later. Sooner than later. All right, here, let's go ahead and get into this right here. Actually, getting over, would you do me a favor? Would you mind dropping the link in the chat for me real fast to the channel, and I'll pin it to the top. I think you can pin it too, actually. If not, I'll pin it. And here's the captain's chair, ladies and gentlemen.
So, got a lot to talk about today. But some of it's not so good. Some of it is very good. First of all, thank you, everyone. I hope you all had a great day off yesterday. Yesterday was my day off from streaming. Normally when people have a day off from work, what they do is they relax. They do fun stuff. Yeah, yesterday was pretty much the complete opposite for me. Without revealing too much personal information, because sadly, every single piece of personal information that I reveal to the internet is somehow twisted in a negative way to hurt myself and my family, and obviously that's not what I want to happen. Okay? Basically, American healthcare kind of screwed us over yesterday.
Robert, that's the link that I just put getting over, just put it into the chat and I just pinned it. My first video should drop sometime this week. Someone actually came through with like an amazing piece of information. So the video that I had to basically vault it, or that wrestling video, I should say, I had to vault it. So I'm gonna actually redo it because of what they ended up coming through with, which they came through with some with a gem for sure, definitely a gem. But we also do some anime stuff over there as well, so you can kind of hear me feed into my fanboyism with Asian GTG over there if you're interested.
Had things to do in regards to American healthcare, and because of issues with insurance being taken, not being taken at certain places, we ended up running around, I'm not kidding, more than half of yesterday. When normally our day off would be, okay, we have certain errands we run, but then we spend the other half of the day doing...
Hold on, I feel like the volume is kind of off. Give me a second, I can fix that. Okay, we should be good now. All right, let me play here. We're only like 30 seconds in, give or take. So, but we should be good now with the volume. Sorry about that, guys.
So, got a lot to talk about today. But some of it's not so good. Some of it is very good. First of all, thank you, everyone. I hope you all had a great day off yesterday. Yesterday was my day off from streaming. Normally when people have a day off from work, what they do is they relax. They do fun stuff. Yeah, yesterday was pretty much the complete opposite for me. Without revealing too much personal information, because sadly, every single piece of personal information that I reveal to the internet is somehow twisted in a negative way to hurt myself and my family, and obviously that's not what I want to happen. Okay?
Actually, Debo, that's actually a really good point. He does always call Jasper out by name, but he always refers to Catherine as his wife or occasionally mom. Yeah, I've kind of noticed that a little bit too. He was on a bit of a streak with that mom thing for a while, which kind of gives you an idea of how he views her and her role in their relationship, if you will, which is kind of creepy, to be honest. Which is kind of creepy. I miss the violins in the background.
Basically, American healthcare kind of screwed us over yesterday. We had things to do in regards to American healthcare, and because of issues with insurance being taken, not being taken at certain places, we ended up running around, I'm not kidding, more than half of yesterday. When normally our day off would be, okay, we have certain errands we run, but then we spend the other half of the day doing fun stuff.
Yeah, let's hope it's not a complete mom fetish like we saw with Chris Chan, even though the developments for that is on some next level type shit. I guess if Phil had a sex drive, maybe that would be something. Maybe that would be something to be concerned about. But no, I don't think it's that bad. I don't know if that was something I was talking to Asian GTG or not about, but I'm starting to wonder a little bit if he actually if he actually was really messing with his mom, or is he just telling people that? Like, I'm kind of now on the fence about that a bit. And yeah, and Bella's definitely that's like I told you, dude. That's that's Velma with no soul. That chick she is fucking soulless. The shit that she was doing. And yes, I did hear about Ethan Ralph. He proposed he proposed, and yeah, there's another baby on the way. I heard about that. Yeah, and you're right. Chris did confess, but how truthful is that? Like, how much of that can you really trust, though? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this dude believes that he's a deity in his own world. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's like a god in his own world and shit. How much of that am I supposed to, take with a grain of salt? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like how much of that am I supposed to really give credence to? Like, that shit's kind of, it's off. It's a little bit off. And it wouldn't have been the first time that the dude lied about something, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, then again, like I said, that's just something that I'm just kind of formulating. It's really weird. But when you get into, like, Bella, into her friend, that little circle that she has and shit, and how that one girl was supposed to take the fall, and all of that, it's ugly. Yeah, he's well said. He's as trustful as the DSP is. To be honest, who could say? Oh yeah, you're right. Let me not get too derailed, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Having restful time together at home, it was the complete opposite. We were like going from place to place to place to place, trying to find someone who would help us. It was a nightmare, okay? And for those of you who don't live in the United States, I'm not here to tell you whether or not your healthcare system is better or worse than ours here, because personally, I don't know what you guys have. I've heard that some places that have universal healthcare, it's good, and some places are terrible. Some people really like the universal healthcare, some people hate it, and say that like there's insane wait lists and everything. All I know is every single time that I get involved with healthcare, it's a nightmare for me. Every effing time. I mean, if you guys remember, here's something that I could have told you, or that you already know, so it won't reveal anything personal. Last year, I had a series of ear infections, okay? And I wanted help figuring out what the hell was going on, because I was...
Question, is he not reviewing what his healthcare plan is every term, basically? I guess depending on how his plan is structured, or every year, whatever it is he not looking at it and not seeing that he can make adjustments to it? He can choose plans. He can do stuff like that. I feel like he's just rolling it over each and every year, because he says he's paying like $300+ a month for that, but yet he's not using it. He won't go to a doctor. He won't go to he won't go to the doctor. He won't go to get a physical. He won't go to do any of those things. And as it pertains to a physical, especially, most healthcare plans, they cover that free of charge. It's like usually something that's kind of already pre-put into your plan. You know what I'm saying? He clearly hasn't seen an eye doctor in God knows how long. He certainly hasn't been to the dentist. So what are we doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, outside of dental, of course, why are you throwing all this money away just to do it? In case shit happens where you're so fucked up that it's going to cost you 3 or 4 times the amount and you're still going to be screwed? Like, what's the point of all of it? I'm not saying that anybody should walk around without insurance if you could help that. But to bitch and complain about paying $300 a month or $300+ a month for insurance and not utilizing it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Using medicine to make them go away, but they would come back. So eventually, I after no lie,
exactly. He's like there. Well, as I was saying, there is some things that like kind of come into you. That's like a packaged. It's part of the package deal, and he's not doing any of it. Has he even? I mean, not that he needs. I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition of or what your opinion is on being vaccinated or not. That's up to you. But has he at least done that? I would assume Catherine has done that. I would assume she would have had to. Well, let's continue. I'll kind of see what the chat's saying as we go along.
6 to 7 months of having ongoing ear infections, I was finally granted a referral from an emergency visit that I had to go to, drive an hour to go to this place for an emergency visit, just for the guy to tell you, yeah, I confirmed you have an ear infection. I'm like, no shit, I wasn't making it up for 7 months. He finally gives me a referral to go to a specialist. Okay? I get the referral to go to the specialist. The specialist tells me there's no appointment for 2.5 months. That's the earliest they could possibly schedule me. I'm like, so what am I supposed to do if I get an ear infection in the next 2.5 months, right? And what if I never get an ear infection again, because in 2.5 months my body clears it out? What's the point of the visit? And that's how American healthcare is. It's like, you cannot get help right away for anything unless you're like in a dying situation. You know what I mean? Like, if your leg was hanging off, you go to the hospital.
Well, let's be honest. You're in the middle of a pandemic, Phil. And an ear infection, at least at that time, wasn't exactly the priority. And wasn't this the same one who was taking, these lazy-ass Instagram pictures of him on his side and shit? You know what I'm saying? Because his poor ear hurt or whatever the case may be. Isn't he the one who chose to only bathe once or twice a week? What the fuck did you think was going to happen? What the fuck did you think was going to happen?
And they'll put it back on. But outside of that, any ongoing illness, chronic illness, sickness, they don't care. They put you into a fucking giant wait list. And you might say, well, oh, that's not so bad. That's how it is in my country, too. The difference is here in America, we're paying tons of fucking money for that level of health care. I pay $300 a month for health insurance. And every single thing that I get in American healthcare, I have to do a copay. If I visit a doctor, I pay them. If I get medication, I pay them. So I just want you to think about that. Every year, I'm spending probably around $4,000 to $5,000 out of my pocket for healthcare. And
yeah, exactly. You're right, Anime Gun. Actually, big ups. Yeah, once or twice a week, this dude has admitted to taking a bath. So it's anywhere between, what, like you said, 52 and 104 baths a year? Maybe? I guess that keeps the water bill down, though, right? I guess the heating bill doesn't have to take a hit doing that.
I can't get good health care. It's just not possible. They don't give it to me. Okay? So,
I'm sure Panda said the same thing. The thing is that who the hell pays $300 a month for fucking medical insurance who is not a family? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a lot of money for one person to be paying without some type of pre-existing condition, right? That's high as fuck.
Pretty fucking frustrating. And yesterday was like the straw that broke the camel's back when my wife and I are forced to spend half of our day wasting time driving in circles, no one helping us. It was not good. And we're pretty upset about it, and we're pretty frustrated about it. It's not even resolved. That's the worst part, too, is spending more than half your day off on something like that, and it's not even resolved yet. Excuse me. We might have to, at some point in the next week, take time away. I might have to cancel a stream. She might have to take time off of work to try to go out of our way because we couldn't get our anything resolved yesterday on our day off. And this is the problem with only having one day off a week, is that when you only have the one day off, it's not necessarily enough time to solve all the problems that you have, you know? It's frustrating when this is it. This is our one day off to do it. Well, drive around in circles all day, and by the way, not resolved by the end of the day. So you wasted your day, and you didn't get any resolution. Wow, I feel really good now about the American healthcare system, right? I just feel so positive. Unbelievable. So anyway, guys,
Yeah, I believe that also that Catherine's just not driving around aimlessly all fucking day either. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But it fits into his narrative, so go with it. It's almost like he has to make sure that she comes across as incompetent as he's making the situation sound. I don't know why you would go out of your way to do so, but whatever. Just give her the thumb and move along with your day, I suppose.
that was my day yesterday. And then on top of all of that, okay, my day wasn't over because, as I've told you guys, today there is going to be a change to the stream. I have not given you any kind of a hint on what it is, but there is a change to my streams moving forward, and I feel it's going to be a positive change, and I feel that it's going to be something that will benefit the streams. Probably not in a huge way, but it will definitely be a positive thing. But when I came home from running around all day, being frustrated as hell, then I had to do some setup in the office for this. So I was like, oh, not only was I out from 10 in the morning until like 8 at night, but then I come home and now I have to do more work in the office. What a great day off, right? Unreal. So anyway, guys, it is what it is. I'm just bitching because you guys usually ask me, what did you do on your day off? That's what I did on my day off. I basically was frustrated all day, and it sucks. Now, eventually, I would like to have 2 days off a week. My wife is very frustrated. She's like, I really wish you had 2 days off a week because then we would have another day off to spend and not feeling like we wasted our whole day off, and now I don't even get to hang out with you again, you know, for another week. I agree. Eventually, I would like to get there. Right now, we're not in that position. In fact, it's the opposite. As you guys know, ever since I lost my partnership on Twitch, things have been incredibly tight. This month is probably going to be no exception. You know, the next week, every dollar that I raise via tips is going towards bills. After that, I have to raise funds for my mortgage. You know, it's like every month is going to be the same now until I get to a point where the income I'm making through YouTube streaming is at least close to what I was making over on Twitch. It's always going to be the same thing every month, and there's just no way I can control that or fix it. But it is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and bitch about it all day, all right? I wish I had 2 days off with my wife. I don't. I can't take another day off right now. I need to be here 6 days a week full time to make ends meet and pay everything. So
Didn't he say the exact same thing when he was on Twitch? Hey, Phil, you know what I'm saying? You're making all this money. You seem to be doing a little bit better. You know, you thought about taking a second day off? No, I can't, man. I can't do that. I got to keep working. I got to be here. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way I can make ends meet. And he was in a better, well, we found out, air quotes, like we didn't already know, he's in a better position now than he was back then. Semantics.
It is what it is. No, see, 2 Block 2 is the mortgage not part of your bills. I consider my mortgage separate from my regular bills. Because my regular bills are things such as my car payment, my condo dues payment.
Actually, yeah, Debo, that's actually that's a pretty good analogy. He is pretty close to fucking Buffalo Bill. He really is. He really is. The problem is, or potential problem, depending on how this only iced coffee situation turns about, is that whereas Phil has the kind of the mentality, if you will, of it, it sounds like Only Iced Coffee's trying to be the physical manifestation of it. So that's the real question. Who's going to wear the skin suit first?
My utilities, my internet payment, stuff like that. Then I consider my mortgage a big giant payment, of the month. And then there's my back taxes payment. That's another big giant payment. See, in my mind, they're categorized differently. Yes, of course, my mortgage is a bill, but it's categorized differently in my head based on when it's due and the size of the payment and shit like that. Okay? So anyway, guys, how about this? Instead of delaying and making you guys hang by the edge of your seats, wondering what is the change, what is the thing that's going on, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be nice to you, and I'm just going to show you up front. I've even prepared something for you. All right? You guys ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado...
Actually, funny enough, Robert, if you think about that ear infection, if they had given him some type of ointment and whatnot, that would fit. It rubs the lotion on the pig, or it gets the gout again. It would, or ear gout in that particular situation. That would have been hilarious if that's how that would have played out. That would have been hilarious.
Hi, how you doing? Well, what a dramatic change. I hope you guys are now used to this change. This is a humongous change. As you can see, things barely changed at all. I'll tell you the story, but ladies and gentlemen, you probably can't really see it behind me, but I do have a new chair for streaming for the long term. And instead of just showing you this, because this is a very poor way to show this to you, I will actually show you a slideshow. You ready? Here you go. So yesterday I built this thing, and this is a chair that I will now be using, moving forward here on the streams. And I'll give you some details without giving you specifics about the chair. I will give you some details. So over the course of the last month, 2 months, people have been very, very generous, as you guys know. A fan donated an Xbox Series X, and then another fan donated a new laptop. Okay?
Okay, I'm sorry. What type of autistic slideshow fucking flex is this? Like, what is this? You literally made a slideshow of pictures that you took, and this is how you decide to display this to everybody. Instead of you getting off your dumb ass and showing people what the chair looks like, you decided to do this. Matter of fact, why didn't he actually do a video showing the assembling of this chair? Why didn't we get that? DSP tries it, putting a chair together. Gout version or some shit. Why wasn't that a thing? Yeah, the way he was talking about the chair and that big change. I mean, he's the one who kept pushing for it, so you would think he got what he wanted. Damn. All right, let's continue. This is kind of stupid. I don't know what kind of point he's trying to prove with this.
Amidst all of these things that have been happening, a few more people have actually contacted me behind the scenes and said, "Hey, Phil."
And this idiot still hasn't taken care of that scuff yet? Damn, Phil. You're really showing your age, huh? Or, well, how lazy you are, I should say. What is this? You really took this believing that the fan base is going to be proud of you. They're going to hail you as their king for that. You know what? Since Hate Army did a solid by making the chat smaller over there, let me since he put the extra effort into that, let me do the same. Let me do the same. Let me do the same. It's not going to be perfect like his, but it'll be good enough. That's what you're going to deal with, chat, for until the slideshow's done. That's what you guys are going to deal with until the slideshow's done. Matter of fact, I think I could probably make it full. Yeah, it's not that bad. There you go. Always bet on black. Here we go.
We want to help you out in other ways, okay? Now, one of the ways people have contacted me, they're like, "Man, we'd like to get you a new webcam and maybe a green screen setup." And as much as I appreciate that offer, I explained to... It was actually more than one person actually offered that. I told them, listen, sadly, it's not really viable, okay? And here's why it's not viable. right now when I'm streaming, okay, my setup is getting my CPU somewhat times upwards of 80 to 90% CPU usage, doing 1080p 60 frames per second. The reason for that is because my computer's 7+ years old. This is not a top-of-the-line computer anymore. It can't really handle, everything's changed. The capture technology has changed in the last 7 years.
Did someone actually vacuum that floor? Looks like Catherine did contribute. I feel like that floor shouldn't look, I guess. I mean, it's all out of a shitty camera, so I can't really tell that much, but I feel like that floor is a lot cleaner than it should be.
I'm using an external capture card from 8 years ago. Okay, all my equipment is outdated, and there's no way I'd be able to add a higher resolution camera to my mix because already I'm maxing out the quality. Or excuse me, maxing out the CPU use with the quality I'm using. This is why some people have said, Phil, why don't you up your webcam to like 1080p? This is why.
Yeah, maybe Cat did assemble it. Chat, I see people in there giving logical information about using the GPU. Hey, did you not know that he used to build PCs as a hobby? He used to have a landline in his mother's basement so they could play Unreal Tournament and whatever the case may be. He knows what he's doing, okay? He used to be one of us. He knows what he's doing, okay? He knows what he's doing. Yikes. Look at you guys. You got me defending Phil on this shit? He used to build PCs as a hobby.
Okay. So that being said, even if I wanted to upgrade my webcam or use a green screen or do all those things, I really can't do it unless I upgrade my whole setup, meaning my PC. And that, I feel, is going to be something that's a long ways off, especially with everyone knows the climate of PCs right now, because no one can get graphics cards, because the processors are not available for these things and everything, because of the world and COVID and the way everything is. Likely, I'm not going to be getting a new PC for an extended period of time. Okay? And there's nothing I can really do about that. All right? There's nothing I can do about that at all. I wish that things were different. It's not. All right? So, unless a miracle happens, likely I'm not getting a new PC for a while, and there's nothing I can do about it. Okay? So that being said, the other thing that I really needed badly, as I talked about earlier this year, is a new chair, because I used to sit on a love seat, and that love seat, immediately I had regret within the first year of using it here in the office when I moved here in 2014. That love seat was not good for gaming. It didn't give me any back support. It didn't.
Here, let me give you let's talk about that love seat a little bit. Playing with your beliefs. I got your email, or well, kind of two of them, but I got them. So I'll answer. I'll pick one of the two, and we'll see which one you answer back to, I guess. But I did get it. Big ups. Okay, so that love seat. Now, pig lore dictates that he got ripped off of that love seat. You guys might not know this. So when they went to go furniture shopping, right? Can't remember where they went. A department store to get it. They didn't go to like a Kohl's, or they didn't go to a furniture store. They went to a department store. Him and Panda. They had ordered the sectional that's downstairs. They ordered the dining room table and chairs. They ordered what else? The sectional, dining room table. I think the entertainment center that's in the living room, and that chair. Oh no, you're good, man. Don't worry about it. Is there one in particular that you want me to reach out to you, or it doesn't matter? I can just pick one. But sorry, let me continue going. So anyway, they went to a furniture store, or they went to a department store, and they ordered all the stuff. They had everything that they wanted except for the chair, the love seat that used to be in his office. That's now in a nook. So he said, well, they rang him all up, and he thought he paid for everything. Everything was paid for, so on and so forth. There was nothing else to charge him. But they said that the love seat was going to be on back order, so it was going to be a while. So they sent everything else. They set it up, whatever. Everything was cool. When the love seat came in, there was an invoice to it, and he's like, "What is this?" And they were like, "That's what you're paying for. We charged you for the love seat." And he's like, "No, you didn't." And he's like, "No, wait, I already paid for the love seat. I paid for the love seat when I bought everything else." And they were like, "No, you paid for what we shipped to you. We didn't have the love seat in stock, so we didn't charge you. We were going to charge you for that when it finally showed up. And he, to make a long story short, went into he basically said they ripped him off. They said they took advantage of him because he was under the impression that he was paying for it all up front, and then they would just deliver it as soon as it showed up, or they would deliver it whenever it came in the stock. And he'd been bitching about it ever since. Now, when people were like, why didn't you just dispute the charges with your credit card company? Why didn't you do this? Why did you do that? I can't do that. I can't. Every time I try to call the department store to speak to the manager, he either wasn't available or he kept giving me the runaround, and I'm just stuck with it. And it's kind of like, what? Like, what do you mean you're just stuck with it? Like, if you really feel like you paid for something twice, dispute the charge. That's the whole point. Just dispute the charge. But no, he was like, I just got to deal with it. Which goes back to what I was telling you guys earlier. Some people are just okay with life being fucked up. And DSP is no exception to that. So that's the love story, the love seat story. All right, I got you. No problem playing with your beliefs. I got you on that.
Basically, give me any support. After like a year, it all wore out. It was like squishy cushions. And I was like surprised because that was a very expensive love seat. I bought it from like a high-end store. And that thing just wore out right the fuck away. Seriously. So, that being said, I needed a change, and I knew it for years and years and never really had an opportunity to do anything. Last year, the straw broke the camel's back when I basically was hurting my back every day sitting on that damn thing. So my wife and I pulled it out of this room and tossed in the brown chair. Now, for those who don't know, the brown chair is a chair that I had for the longest time. Okay? That thing was sitting around ever since I had my condo in Connecticut way back when in 2009. Okay? It was a chair my parents bought for me from a discount furniture store. And it literally went unused unless someone like John Rambo would come over to do co-op, or if my friends would come over to play some Street Fighter, then it would get used. But outside of that, I never sat in the thing. It just kind of sat in the...
That's a lie. He did channel updates and stuff in those chairs. Actually, if any of you guys who watched any of the old DSP stuff, you know what I'm talking about. Matter of fact, his infamous what is it called, Ultimate Gamer fucking video, he sat in that chair when he made that video. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I'm one of the best overall gamers in the country. He was sitting in that chair when he made that video. To be honest, he filmed in that chair because it was especially if he was doing like channel update videos or just update videos on himself. Like I've seen at least, well, broken up, but I've seen at least 12 videos or so that he's done in that chair, and that's over the span of years.
Corner of my condo back in Connecticut unused. So essentially it felt like a new chair, and I thought, oh, here's a good idea. Since I don't have any means to really get a better chair right away, I'll use that brown chair. Well, I'd say it worked for about a month, and then the cushion started to wear out. And the truth is, yeah, that thing wore out fast because it's a discount chair. It's not a chair meant to be used 8 to 10 hours a day sitting around in it for extended periods of time. It's supposed to be a chair that you're barely using. And so, using that chair for a year now, because it actually was September of last year when we got rid of the love seat, it wasn't the best thing. Let's put it that way. It definitely was better than sitting on the love seat, but at the same time, again, it had no back support, nothing. So like I told you guys earlier this year, I said, man, I would really like to get a new chair. That's one of my goals for the year. And my goal was to get a new chair, new laptop, and all this stuff to upgrade my equipment. And then you know what happened with the Twitch thing and everything. And I am so grateful that you guys have been helping me out because, again, this chair, I didn't buy it. I didn't have money for it. A fan behind the scenes had contacted me and said, I'd like to help you out, but what's the next thing that you would need? I said, definitely a chair. Like, the chair would be the next thing, absolutely, that I need. And so, this is no lie. This person and I went back and forth for about a week looking at different chairs online. We looked at gamer chairs. We looked at office chairs. We looked at actually chairs that don't even have, like, it doesn't even look like an office chair, like a chair that just kind of like, it's upholstered chairs and stuff. The thing is, to get a new chair, I had to get one that's Jasper proof, okay? What does that mean? It means I could not get a chair that had any kind of leather or fake leather Because I can tell you guys, my wife had a fake leather, inexpensive office chair in the room across the hallway. And in the first year that we had Jasper, that chair was absolutely destroyed by his claws. It's in pieces. There's foam everywhere. Like, he would jump on the chair when she was playing games and just immediately attach to it and freaking tear it up. So I
I thought you declawed Jasper for sorry, my bad. Allegedly, I thought Jasper. I keep forgetting whether if he dejawed. It's dejawed. Funny. He declawed Jasper or if Jasper came declawed. I can't remember. All I know is claws sold separately. I thought Jasper don't have any claws though. So I mean, even his back claws shouldn't do that much damage. That I wouldn't think. And then, as you just said, it was a cheap, inexpensive leather chair. So it was going to take some hits regardless, which is even more interesting because I kind of remember the few pictures we saw of Catherine, taken from behind, of course, while she was allegedly playing games or whatever crazy reason why Phil was in there taking pictures of her from behind. And I don't remember that chair being leather, right? Yeah, just the back claws, but I would think it's a cheap chair. So if it did tear up, it was going to tear up over time anyway. It's not fair to blame Jasper. But I don't remember it being a leather chair. To Gunslinger, on the main channel, I have my contact email there if you want to hit me up. Or you can hit me up on Twitter. Interesting. So we got a declawed cat running around just scratching shit up. Just making shit happen. And doesn't Jasper have a scratch post downstairs? So why would Phil's parents buy Jasper... I just thought about this. Why would Phil's parents buy Jasper a scratching post if he has no claws? Huh. Yeah, declawed is only the front ones. Fair enough.
Knew that I could not get a chair that had leather or fake leather because his claws would absolutely destroy it. So there was a lot of factors involved. I wanted a chair that was comfortable. I wanted a chair that actually had real lumbar support. Not one of these fucking chairs that pretends like it has lumbar support, but it's not because it's a fucking rip-off gamer chair that has some kind of bullshit sponsorship or something attached to it, and it's a low-quality piece of shit. It took a week. I basically went through a ton of different chairs, looking at different options and things. And finally, after a week...
Actually, Gunslinger, you just brought up a point. You said that has nothing to do with material, and they're just marking their territory. But going by Phil's logic, wouldn't some of his vests have holes in them? Or wouldn't they be scratched up too? Because he said that Jasper has been known to hop in that pile because it just sits on the floor, right? And sleep in it and all sorts of it. So there would be some wear and tear there too, right? And you're right, Tony. Even if a cat doesn't have claws, they'll still scratch your knead, as they call it. Interesting.
Of going back and forth with this particular person. This chair. And by the way, one thing I definitely have to tell you guys, okay? If you're looking to do an important purchase on Amazon.com, okay? I strongly recommend you do not go by star ratings. Instead, you have to read the comments that people leave, because there were so many chairs that I was looking at that was like, 4.5 out of 5 stars. And then I look at the comments, it's like, yeah, this chair was good for the first 3 months, then all the upholstery fell apart, and the chair's a piece of garbage. What a waste of money, don't buy it. You see? What a lot of people tend to do, they'll buy a chair, immediately review it well, and then the thing doesn't last or has an issue. Some people were like, yeah, I bought a chair, immediately the thing broke, the hydraulics, so now I can't lift my chair anymore. So that's what I mean, like, you cannot trust that shit. You just can't. What you have to do is you have to go and actually read all the comments that people leave, and then you'll get an idea of what that chair actually is. There were so many chairs I almost said, oh, I like that one, we should get that one. And it ended up being a piece of shit because I read the comments. Okay?
He low-key snitching on him. He's low-key snitching on himself, but we'll let him have that because that's what he's good at. Okay, it has to be a stationary object. Fair enough. He realizes that that people fake comments just like they fake like ratings, right? Like, he does know that, right? That is a thing. So realistically, you should just do your research, not look at a bunch of comments and shit on a site. Oh well, semantics.
So, this chair is kind of like the best of all worlds. Allow me to explain. All right. First of all, it is an office-style chair. This is not a gamer chair. It's never even been sold as a gamer chair. It's basically advertised as like deluxe office chair if you're someone who sits in an office extended periods of time.
Later, Paul. Thanks for coming by, man. Jedi Knight, you're right. He has no free time whatsoever, but he has time to shop. I'm sorry. He has time to shop with somebody else to go and pick up this new chair that he totally didn't buy, by the way. Someone else bought it. Totally. Wow. That's actually pretty funny, Gunslinger. Holy shit. And here's the thing, though, too. Given the color of this chair, like, in a few months it's going to stain. He does know that, right? Like, they didn't have, like, a black and red or something, with black being the dominant color. It would hide some of the stains and whatnot, and some of the grease residue that's going to be left behind. I'm just saying, just aesthetically, of course.
Time doing stuff and you're stationary, you can't move. This is the chair for you because it has real lumbar support. That cushion you see there is actually memory foam, and it's not one of these shitty little ones. It's actually very thick and dense. I'm leaning against it right now. It's giving me tons of lumbar support. It's very, very strong. And then that head cushion can either be used upper back, or if you actually want to like lean back further to relax, you can pull it up and it goes behind your neck. So it has a dual use kind of neck cushion. And again, the neck cushion is thick and dense, not like the one on that shitty ass, fake ass gamer chair that I have. That thing may not even exist. It has zero support at all. Okay. Now, also, this particular chair, okay, has a really cool feature. You can't see it right now. When you look at the pictures here, you're going to notice it doesn't look like a typical chair because it kind of bends and goes down all the way to the ground, right? This chair reclines and has a leg rest. Essentially, what I do is there's a lever, and I pull it. I'll pull it right now. I can't show you.
We could have just gotten a lazy boy. I'm sorry, but, like, we could have gotten a lazy boy. This looks like an overpriced... It just looks like an overpriced chair. And... to be honest, does he really need a chair like this for an office that he's only in there to work on and that's it? Like, he doesn't need all this, clearly. So, what was the point of it? And for the money, if he paid $400 or up, or whoever, they could have at least invested in a lazy boy or something that's going to last. That's going to be worthwhile. And as someone pointed out, it's stationary. It's not moving nowhere. There's no wheels. So, I mean... which leans towards Phil paying for it because Phil's not smart with his money. Like, he doesn't think about... He thinks about what he wants or what he should have instead of what's useful to him or what would be useful to him. Kind of like a kid in a lot of ways, actually. They kind of want what they want, and that's it. Wings is that way, too. That's why we went through, like, 2 Mustangs in a year. Actually, for most of you guys who may not realize it, it was almost 3. It was almost 3 Mustangs, actually.
The camera won't pan down, but it goes up. It elevates you. Oop, my table's in the way, and it's going to take me a while to figure out the spacing I need to use this thing, because, I'm not... For the first day I'm using it, and I'm going to have to get used to having the table and everything around me in the right positions, okay? But basically, it picks my legs up. Just like a what do you call it? A chair that you would get for your living room where the legs kick up and you can relax your legs, elevated. This chair does that. It doesn't kick them all the way straight up, but it has some elevation. So for example, when I'm playing Street Fighter, it's going to give me actually.
Does he mean a recliner? Is that what he was looking for? I can give him that. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to forget the small stuff, so I won't even shit on him for that one. But I think he's thinking of a recliner. Yeah, that's true. Now his wings are stuck with that V8. I mean that V4. Sorry, is it really just a V4? Oh right, because the V6 he doesn't have the V6 anymore. You're right. Damn.
Lap support. I can put the joystick right on my lap and play with extra support instead of having to have my legs to the ground. It actually is going to help me with games like that. And in addition, if I'm playing like, oh man, my legs feel tired or whatever, you can push this up and it gives you, stretch your legs, give you extra circulation essentially. Is it a recliner? Is that what they call it? Or a lazy boy? I guess that's what you could call it. Yeah, like a recliner or a lazy boy. Now,
a lazy boy feels kind of the brand, but you can hit me for that because I said the exact same shit. So it is what it is. I guess when you think of a recliner, you think of a lazy boy. So that's my. I'll let him have that one.
So this chair is actually meant to be a relaxation chair. And what I mean by that is it actually does recline. It has 5 different settings that it can bend back and recline. Not that I'm ever going to be using that during a live stream, but if I ever wanted to take a nap, like let's say I go on break, oh man, I really just want to lean back and relax, I can actually just have the chair recline and just lean back and actually relax in that way. Okay? So, the other thing, it does have 2 cup rests. They're not great, I'll be honest. They're not very deep. Like, for example, I'll show you here. This here, a big chunky seltzer bottle like I use, actually fits perfectly into the cup rest securely. It doesn't move at all. But this here, my thermos where I put water, it's not thick enough to really hold, so it kind of moves. And already I was like knocking it over and it was falling off the thing. So I would think that for big chunky bottles like I've been drinking seltzer recently, that'll work fine. But they're kind of for show. I don't realistically see myself using the cup rests that much or anything. So, and it's nice. Like I tell you right now, it's soft fabric. Okay, it's not leather pleather. It's all upholstered soft fabric, and there's foam, memory foam under all of it. So it's actually really high quality. I used to go to Fry's, okay? Now, Fry's was an electronics store. They went out of business last year during the whole pandemic. But I used to go to Fry's, and they had a whole gamer chair section. I never saw a chair like this there. It was always the fucking, stupid, overpriced bullshit.
They used to have a crazy selection of arcade sticks there, or joysticks, however you want to word it. They had a really, really good selection. I heard that when because I missed it, but I heard when they were closing up, like they were selling like the Fight Stick Pros, they were like literally flying off the shelves, or they were shipping them out for like $35-$40 a piece. You're talking about arcade sticks that are usually like 150, and they were like selling it at like a massive discount. I wonder if Phil bought any.
Shit. I never actually found a chair that you sit down and it's like, wow, the lumbar support's so good on my lower back, and it feels so comfortable because it's upholstered fabric and everything, instead of just cheap shit. That's what all those chairs are. They're cheap shit, and this one is not. This one is actually made of quality stuff. All right, so you may notice that the camera looks a little different, and the reason the camera looks different is the chair is slightly higher than what my brown chair was, but not that much. So you can see the memory foam. It's not memory foam. The soundproofing foam behind me looks different. It's because the camera had to be elevated and kind of re-angled a little bit. But now when I look here, I could take a look at everything you guys are saying and doing. Update, just rotate right over here. Here I go with my gaming, and in fact, it has pouches on the side to store stuff. So I got my Xbox Series X controller right here next to me. And since it's batteries, it doesn't need to be charged. I can put it right into the pouch and store it there and just grab it whenever I'm going to play my Xbox Series X. It's pretty cool. I like it. Of course, I need to get used to the setup now. The thing is, I'm taller now, like I'm higher up. So now actually, when I'm typing on this keyboard to update the leaderboards, it'll actually be more natural. It'll feel like I'm just typing normally than when.
Is it normal to type and look over your shoulder? Okay. I understand, and I've pointed out that Phil likes new shiny things and whatnot, right? And he feels that right there reinvigorates the stream, the chat, his business, so on and so forth. Phil, it's just a chair, man. I don't mean to burst your bubble, but it's just a fucking chair, bruh. It's not like you were going over the new specs of your like fucking PC or some shit, right? Or it's not like you were like showing us like a new fucking desk or something, or something. I don't know, just something a little bit more meaningful than a fucking chair that people can barely see anyway. Who gives a shit? Like, why are you trying to get people so invested in this chair? Is that supposed to prevent them from questioning where the chair came from? Like, what is it? What are we trying to achieve by doing this? I initially would have gone as far as calling it flexing, but it's this is really bad flexing. This is just really lame ass flexing. It's more like he's trying to establish a narrative, and he's trying to get them invested in how much better things are going to be with this chair. So if any of the criticism comes along, it should be easily deflected. I'm assuming, of course, but the chair it's nothing. It's nothing. I've seen $50 chairs, like just your standard office chairs, that I think is more comfortable than the shit that he's sitting in currently. That's just me. I don't think that shit's anything serious. We can, Debo, we may eventually go over those, that situation with those sponsored chairs. We might actually go back and revisit those, because those were funny. Those were really fucking funny on how all that came about. For sure. Tevin has a great video going over all that too. It did the deep lore, well, at least with the second company, where they were owned by those two guys who owned a television repair company, I thought. And then they were trying to be their own MCNs, and they were renting cars or whatever else. That show's a mess. Entertaining though. But yeah, that's what this seems like.
I used to have to be like reaching up to type and stuff. Same thing here, typing on this to talk to you guys in the chat is easier because I'm higher up now. So that's good. Actually, the posture is better. The freaking lumbar support is good. You know, everything's good about this chair so far. And that's the thing that I have to urge people to. You have to understand something. Just because it's good today doesn't mean it's good 3 months from now. We'll see, because this is my chair right now. This is the only chair I have. This is the chair I'm using. You know, we'll see how long it lasts. Hopefully it's a durable chair that'll last me years and years. That would be great. But, by the way, to the person who donated it, thank you so much. I needed one very badly.
Okay, X the doubt. And because he can swerve around, he can hide his face. Take a look at that profile, by the way. He just told us about the reviews on like how bad the reviews were and everything, right? Or how they were kind of shaky. And yet you still bought the chair, or you convinced whoever to buy the chair for you. You didn't think about actually just looking for a chair that came across as reliable? Don't trust the rating system, but look at the comment section. Or sorry, look at the reviews. Even though both of them could be fundamentally fraudulent, I should say. So why didn't you look for something a bit more neutral? You purposely chose a chair that, from what I've seen, has a history of failing people. And you thought you were going to be the exception to the rules? If that shit breaks on him while he's on stream, I'm going to laugh my ass off. I'm going to laugh my ass off. I'm going to go live. As soon as that shit gets clipped, I'm going to go live right away, and I'm going to laugh my fucking ass off if that happens.
Next immediate need that I had for my setup was to get something that was going to give me back support and was going to give me the ease of use that I need. I didn't have that with the Love Seat. I had no ease of use at all because I couldn't even move. With that brown chair, that thing was so low to the ground, it had no support at all anywhere. Now I'm actually getting full lumbar back support when I just lean back like this to game. So this is good stuff.
But here's the thing. If that was such a priority to you, right, for your ongoing health and for the stream itself, then why didn't you do that on your own? Why didn't you go ahead and use some of your, I don't know, your daily tip money, if you will, to actually make that change? Why did someone else have to come up out of pocket, allegedly, to make this happen for you? Yet again, going back to the ongoing narrative of the stream, that quite literally, yes, by all means, please hold me to that. By all means, please hold me to that. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Going back to the ongoing narrative that, yet again, he's okay with things being fucked up, but hopefully someone else will change it or fix it for him. He can't do it himself. So why does he expect people to respect him under those circumstances? Don't get me wrong. Under reasonable circumstances, everybody could use a little bit of help, right? That's understandable. But not help with every goddamn thing. That just doesn't make any sense. Speaking of which, there we go. I'm flabbergasted by this. If this is a flex, this is a really pathetic flex. This is a really, really pathetic flex. And since this has happened, have any of you seen any improvements to anything that he's done? Anything at all? I assume no. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and I'll put a poll up and you guys can let me know.
Hopefully this is going to be better for posture, circulation, everything, you know. So thank you to the person who donated it. And, you know, I really do appreciate it. Now, of course, someone already said, so what is the next thing priority-wise for upgrades for you? Because now you've had a ton. Now you got the Xbox Series X, right? Now you got a new laptop and you got a chair. Honestly, there really is nothing else that could really be upgraded outside of the PC. Once I get a brand new PC, all right, that's modern shit inside of it, and a new way to capture, except that this external card can only do 1080p 60 frames. That's the limitation. So because of that, because it doesn't even take in higher resolution, I'm not able to game at a higher resolution, even though my TV could game at 4K. I can't. I'm stuck, okay? And so, it is what it is. You know, I don't foresee getting a new PC anytime. Of course, someone already said, so what is the next thing priority-wise for upgrades for you? Because now you've had a ton. Now you got the Xbox Series X, right? Now you got a new laptop and you got a chair. Honestly, there really is nothing else that could really be upgraded outside of the PC. Once I get a brand new PC, all right, that's modern shit inside of it, and a new way to capture, except that this external card can only do 1080p 60 frames. That's the limitation. So because of that, because it doesn't even take in higher resolution, I'm not able to game at a higher resolution, even though my TV could game at 4K. I can't. I'm stuck, okay?
Why would you even need to have anything in 4K? That's not going to help you either which way. That's just kind of being useless for the sake of being useless. I should have put a third option up there. Yeah, so that's not going to help. That doesn't do you any good. It's just like what we learned when we were talking to Tevin earlier. He's literally just he's just buying it just to have it and has no real intention of utilizing it properly. If that's the case, he might as well sell his old tower and let someone go in and gut that bitch and then do upgrades to it. And it would still cost less than what he wants it for. Yikes.
And so, it is what it is. You know, I don't foresee getting a new PC anytime soon. I would guess until the pandemic shortages are over, which could be another 2 years, likely I'm not getting any PC or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not going to be possible. So, I'm just going to have to deal with what I got and keep going through, you know, putting up with it, right? And nothing else I can do. So, just to let you guys know, don't ask for green screen or new webcam. I can't. My CPU is going up to like 80-90% half the time when I'm playing games. If I were to increase my webcam quality, that would be the end. The whole stream would crash.
Wow. Okay, so next thing on the docket is I want a new PC. Don't ask for a new webcam or just a better camera. You know, maybe we can move away from webcams and maybe just do a camera. And don't ask for a green screen because, I just can't do it. So that's what the play is going to be. Holy shit.
And no, see, I knew this would happen. Can you tell us where you got it? Can you tell us the name of the chair? Can you tell us how much it was? Can you tell us this or that? Hold on. See? I needed to reposition this webcam. Hold on a second. This is what I wanted to do. I'm glad I had an opportunity to do this. No, I'm not going to tell you any of that information whatsoever. There we go. I'm not doing that. And here's why. Number one, because I didn't buy it. Right? I did not buy it. So it's no one's business to know what chair it is, or it's no one's business to know how much was spent on it, because it was donated. Okay? Someone said, well, why were you looking on Amazon if it was donated? Because the person who wanted...
Yeah, I got you, Gunslinger. I just saw it pop up. So yeah, I got you.
to get it for me, wanted to get me something good, and didn't want to just buy something that ended up being not good and wasting money. So we looked at chairs together for a week, back and forth. They would send me a listing. I would go through them all. I would look, send them some. We would go, basically, we went back and forth for like a week with the chairs, trying to figure it out till we finally found the best one. Okay? So that's what. I'm not going to be blowing up someone else's spot who wanted to be nice to me and get me a nice chair. The chair could have been $100. The chair could have been $10,000. I'm not.
And on that, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to end the poll. I appreciate whoever that was. You are brave. You're well, not brave. You're optimistic, I should say, more than anything. Maybe we need more people in the tractor community like that. All right, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and close the poll up. Oh, I saw someone that came in there and trolled that up. So it looked like 4% of you said yes, and everybody else said no. Oh, that was funny. I will have to do more of those. All right, here we go.
I'm going to tell you what it was because it's none of your business. That's the truth. It's absolutely none of your business. But the dirty troll just did a super chat. Says, can you at least tell us your social security number? All right, at least I'll tell you that. It's 123456789. So there you go. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Now you can go do with that as you will, because it's definitely my social security number. Okay? Okay. So anyway, my friends. Good stuff. A good improvement. Will it improve the quality of the streams? Well, visually, no. As you can see, here's the thing. If you're wondering, the past couple days I've been saying, oh, there might be changes to the stream, and you guys are probably like, well, there's no changes. You look the same. There technically is. Like, the camera's definitely repositioned. You can see the memory foam. I keep saying memory foam because there's memory foam in the chair. The soundproofing foam behind me is different position now. You see that? The camera's completely kind of repositioned from where it used to be. But I didn't know how tall this chair was. So I thought maybe it would be like much taller and like the camera would be way up. So I thought maybe you wouldn't even see any wall or anything behind me. I had no clue how it was going to look until I built the thing. So I didn't know how dramatically it was going to actually change the setup of the streams or anything like that. Okay. So it is what it is. I didn't necessarily promise you guys the world or whatever because I didn't know what was going to happen. But this chair seems good, and I would say at least for health purposes, this is going to be much better. Like right now, I'm sitting up. I'm not sitting all the way back. I'm sitting up, and I still have full lumbar support in this chair. I'm like, oh, it feels good, man. That seriously feels really good. And I agree, Swaggins. He says, I like the color combination. There were a few different like versions, and this one was the fully upholstered one. It feels so good, man. So it's good stuff. And the thing is, again, if Jasper comes in here and jumps on this chair, which likely he's going to. It's going to be impossible. He used to jump on every chair I've ever sat on. This chair is cloth. He could stick his claws in it and it ain't going to destroy the chair. You know what I'm saying? So it's good. I mean, it's not going to last forever, but at least it's going to last longer than if I got one of the million pleather chairs that are out there and likely would have just fallen right apart. Okay? Now, here's the thing, guys. There's going to be a million idiots trying to figure out what the chair is. I don't care if they do or not. I really don't. I don't care if they do or not. It has nothing to do with me or my streams. If they want to figure it out, they can figure it out because they're a bunch of morons with conspiracy theories and too much time on their hands. So likely they'll be posting up multiple chair models, say, this is the one Phil got, here it is, and it's this much money. It doesn't matter. I didn't buy it anyway. So, it has nothing to do with me, but let them do their conspiracy horse shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm just happy. I have a nice chair now. It's comfortable. What I would say is there's going to probably be some adjustments soon. Oh, excuse me. What I mean by that is I have to get used to it. Like, I have to get used to the positioning of everything. I have to get used to the positioning of the headphones, where they are if I'm not going to be having them on my head. I need to find a way to like position them so I could still hear. And the keyboards and everything, like everything right now is kind of like at a good place, but I have to see if this is utility wise. All right. I have to see if everything is like at a good position or whatever. Okay. So we'll see. And of course, you guys know I'm an honest guy. I'll let you guys know over the next couple of months as I'm using this thing for all of our gaming streams and everything. I'll let you know how it's feeling and how it's going and go from there. All right. Hopefully it's a good chair that lasts long and ends up being, you know, good quality. So, all right, guys. So, by the way, you know what this also means? This means now I'm going to have to find that brown chair artwork in the rotation, and I'm going to have to remove it. Because there's definitely a piece of artwork in my pre-stream that's the brown chair, but I don't remember where it is. I'll have to get it later. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Eternal Napalm says, lumbar support feels great the older I get. Yeah, it's true. When you're young and everything, you know, you don't really think about that kind of shit. But now that I'm getting older, like, man, this is lumbar support. I've never had a chair, even including when I used to...
Well, actually, we know that's a lie with him, as we saw in an earlier video on the stream, because he's been carrying around a bad back at least since his early mid-20s. So, yeah, you kind of have been trying to make this a priority. Also, on that same couch, or love seat, I should say, on his couch back in Connecticut, if you guys remember, he had like that supporting pillow and whatnot, almost like a pillowy baby seat, if you will, that he used to sit on his couch. And then with the love seat that's in the office, he used to have those pillows that Panda bought him, those gamer pillows. And he had something else too to give him additional back support. So he's been dealing with this for at least a decade, at the very least. That's very true. That's very true. That Phil reaffirms his honesty, because that's what he perceives that people come to him for, and that's not the case. People haven't come to DSP for honesty in a long time, and he just hasn't been able to let it go. And it just hasn't set in yet. It will eventually, but it hasn't yet.
I have chairs at my old office job and stuff. I never had a chair that gave me constant good lumbar support like this. This is like a really high quality cushion in the lower back, and it's giving me tons of support right now. It feels good. So, what are the pills next to my keyboard? That's the bubbles. That's the bubbles that I blow on stream that I rarely use these days, but I just left them there. The blue. What, do you really think that pills come in a sky blue bottle? Of course not. That's freaking bubbles. Okay. Later tonight, the late stream at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time is going to be more Microsoft Flight Simulator. And today we're starting off with Paris, France. Why are we starting off with Paris, France? Because I've got this new policy that whoever is the top contributor on a Microsoft Flight Simulator stream gets to choose where we go first the next stream. And the top contributor back on Sunday night chose Paris, France. So that's what we're starting off with tonight. And then after that, we'll just do some other good stuff, random stuff. Maybe just go random places on the globe, wherever. And the cool thing about this is, you know what I'm calling this chair? I'm officially...
Okay, before we finish with this, holy shit. Has he quit that game yet? That Flight Simulator? Is that done? Has that been wage quitted yet, or is that still in play? Hey, what's up, Rhett? I saw all those napkins that were on his table. New policy, new scam. This really is. Oh no, I'm not worried about some blood clots, man. I'm actually in shape, but we're almost done though. We're almost done. But yeah, I was just wondering if he's still playing Flight Simulator or not. I feel like he would have already given that up by now. Or at least after last night anyway, or whenever it was the last time he played it. He's on the verge of it. Nice. I don't know why he thought people were gonna adhere to that. Like, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know where he's going. He has no sense of direction. Like, he doesn't know where countries are, which is fine. No one knows where every country is, but Jesus Christ, bro. Like I would at least think you would go ahead and look that up. You know, if you can look up how to cheese at Hades, I would think you would at least look at a map and get an idea of, okay, if I want to fly to France, where are we going to fly over to get to France? Or what's around France that might be interesting? If he doesn't have blood clots yet, he's slowly but surely developing them. And I think that's I don't think that's the specific reason, but I feel like, I bet I actually bet you a little more than that. I bet you a little more than that. But I think one of the reasons why he doesn't want to go to a doctor, though, is because he doesn't want to hear the problem or problems. I'm pretty confident. He doesn't want to hear the problems. And there are probably a few. And it's probably best if you hear it now, because then maybe, just maybe, like his supposed back, it can be corrected. It can be fixed. If not, then you're just going to have to take everything that comes with. So, I mean, does he really, like I said on the last stream, does he really want to die in that office? Is that how you want to be remembered? You know what I mean? Like, do you really want that? And if Catherine's not home, and let's say, God forbid, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're all detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, but nobody wants to see him dead. If he does have a heart attack or a stroke in that office, Cat's not home, what's he going to do? You know what I'm saying? And to be honest, it'll more than likely be a detractor, troll, hater, or critic who calls the cops or the ambulance for him before even anybody in his fan base, if you think about it. And that right there should bother him. That should really bother him if you put that into perspective. Anyhow.
Calling this new chair the captain's chair, because it kind of reminds me of a chair from, like, the Enterprise, like Star Trek. So it'll be cool, like, flying a plane all around the world while sitting in a chair that feels like a pilot's or captain's chair. It's pretty neat. So anyway, that's tonight, 6:45 p.m. It should be a great stream of Paris and other places in the captain's chair. Number one, engage. Make it so. Yes, I'm excited for that later tonight. And then Friday night will be our weekly throwback session to Street Fighter. And honestly, I'm excited for this because now, with this new chair, like I said, if I put up the footrest and I put the joystick on my lap, it may actually give me more support than I've ever had before playing Street Fighter in this office. So I'm actually really excited for that because it might be very comfortable and maybe even allow me to get even more, control and everything, which would be pretty sweet. I guess we'll find out. Okay? Outside of that, folks, as you guys know, I'm an independent content creator. All right? I'm someone who does not have any sponsorships or partnerships with anyone. All of my income is coming out of this channel, whether it's the little bit of ad revenue that I make on these streams and videos, but mostly it's your crowdfunding that supports me and allows me.
Here, let me bring that back because I want you to hear how pathetic this shit sounds. Like, there's a lot of things that he says that's pathetic, but that never sounds good when he says it. So it makes me wonder why he says it.
If I put up the footrest and I put the joystick on my lap, it may actually give me more support than I've ever had before playing Street Fighter in this office. So I'm actually really excited for that because it might be very comfortable and maybe even allow me to get even more, control and everything, which would be pretty sweet. I guess we'll find out. Okay? Outside of that, folks, as you guys know, I'm an independent content creator. All right? I'm someone who does not have any sponsorships or partnerships with anyone. All of my income is coming out of this channel, whether it's the little bit of ad revenue that I make on these streams and videos, but mostly it's your crowdfunding that supports me and allows me to do what I love for a living. Okay? So that means your contributions during the live streams keep me afloat, and I really appreciate that. In particular, we're now in a new month, and within the first 2 weeks of the month is when most of my large bills are due. I don't get paid by YouTube until the 21st of this month, so that means all of your tips right now are going towards bills. Just this morning, I paid my car payment. Coming up, I got condo dues, internet bills, and my mortgage. So, if...
Now, that right there is, like I said, that's the thing that this is why the older detractors or the OG detractors used to say that he should go back and listen to his own shit. That should be said for anybody who makes content, to be honest with you, but certainly he should. Because listening to that, I'm an independent content creator. I have no sponsorships. I have no partnerships. I completely rely on this little bit of ad revenue and crowdfunding. You've been doing this for over a decade, right? And you say, and I quote, that this is my legacy. This is what I'm known for. This is what I do best. And you have not a goddamn thing to show for it. You said that there's a bunch of content, that the new wave when it comes to doing content for a living is through crowd support. But then you're acknowledging that sponsorships and partnerships are a thing. But yet you would still beg day in, day out, instead of trying to make yourself more profitable. So you could end up making the streams better, so you could end up bringing in a larger audience, so you could in turn make more money. You would overlook all of those things just so you can continue to beg. And it's bad enough that it's already been admitted that that you don't pay your mortgage until essentially the last day it's due, which we all knew that. I assume he does that with all of his bills, to be honest. And then you came up short on this fundraiser or begathon that just passed, and you said that you're going to end up paying your mortgage late. X the doubt on that, but we'll see. But how are you okay existing like this? I don't get it. Like, why would you tell people that? Why would you tell someone new who's coming to your channel, right, that you've been doing this for 12, 13 years, whatever the case may be, right, that you are an independent content creator, which is no problem. Theoretically, a lot of people are, so to speak, I guess, depending on your definition of independent. But I have no sponsorships and I have no partnerships. And I have this army of fucking trolls that are fucking me over at any given moment. And my fan base who supports me is also under attack. Why would you think anybody would want to sit down for that? Like, who would really want to sit there and indulge that? And then what makes you think by you saying that would cause people to give you money? That's the thing I really kind of don't get. Like, what would make you think people would willingly give you money under those circumstances? It's not like he got shunned out of the gaming community. He did a good job of doing that himself. He's admitted, I had these opportunities to do these things. And he just never chose to do it. If nothing else, he further isolated himself from the streaming and gaming community as a whole, if you think about it, when he called all those people shills and sellouts on Twitter. And even with the concept of pignosis, the audience is being bled dry. It's almost done. More like cow funding. I like that. And he's not bringing in any new blood. We're just bleeding the same people over and over and over again. All right. Let's continue.
You like my streams, if you enjoy this content and you want to go above and beyond being just a standard stream viewer and contribute, please do if it is within your means to do so. How can you contribute? Well, I've already mentioned becoming a channel member. That's one way. You could do a super chat or a super sticker. If you do those, you'll get like a nice pop-up in the stream chat to show that you contributed, and I'll give you a shout-out. Or you could tip me. Matter of factly, tipping me is the best way to contribute. Reason being, when you tip me, I get those funds immediately. That's something that I can put towards something that I need right away. These bills coming up this month, if you tip me, that's what those tips are going towards, the bills. All right? So, please consider tipping me. How do you do that? You can look at the description of this stream or type !tip into the stream chat, and that'll bring up a link, okay? What are the rewards for tipping? Well, if we raise $50 in total tips on a stream, I'll put on my gunner glasses. If we raise $100 in tips, I will put on a vest of your choice. Today the choices are very diverse, so get ready for this. We're hitting the reset button for today. I'm doing all the fan favorites. Are you ready for this? Listen up. The vests eligible today are as follows: the red, the platinum, the denim, and the gold. That is all the freaking vest you guys like the most. So I don't even know what you guys would vote for when you get all the options, all the best, most demanded vests. That's going to be interesting, okay? And then, if we do hit the full tips goal of $150, I'll put on my cowboy hat. Now, I've told you guys I am seeking to maybe have a variety of hats to wear on my streams, okay? Right now, I just have the cowboy hat. I was going to originally try to look for hats, but yesterday ended up being such a stressful day for me and my wife, we had zero time to actually look for anything. Sucks. So, I will commit to you this, okay? A long term, I definitely want to look for hats. I definitely want to look for new hats for the streams. I have a few ideas. In fact, I had a fan of mine who actually contacted me behind the scenes, said, hey, here's a few ideas for hats if you ever you have the ability to maybe take a look. And I actually liked some of the hats the person sent me. I was like, wow, those actually look pretty good. Those would be pretty cool for stream. But right now, I didn't have time. It was such a crazy, stressful day yesterday, all right? For now, it's going to be the cowboy hat, but I promise you I am working to try to get a variety of hats for the streams too, okay? So, those are the reward tiers. I appreciate anyone who contributes in any way, and I will give you a shout out if you do, as long as it's a positive thing, it's not an insult and stuff like that, you're abiding by the rules of the stream, etc. All right? And thank you in advance to anyone who does consider contributing. I really appreciate it.
For him, as it pertains to his content and whether it's entertaining and whether it's worth being contributed to, as long as it's entertaining for him, he's the priority. For whatever reason, he believes, as the streamer, he comes first before everything else. If that was really the case, then you would take better care of yourself, right? If that was the case, you would do better in your surroundings, right? And you would try to make sure that you had, if you can, within your means, have the best equipment possible to put out the best type of product. If it's always going to be about me, then you would think he would actually do what he can to make that happen. He shows up on stream like a fucking slob, to be honest with you. He treats the audience like trash. He plays the games like garbage. Some of his game choices are questionable at best. He's just doing everything ass backwards. To be honest, he's just doing everything ass backwards. I don't know if it'd be different if the audience in his own head was always cheering Phil, but clearly that's not the case. Like, reality has to be a thing. Maybe. I don't know. Galtopia is a strange place. It really is. Galtopia is a strange place.
All right, let's get the shout-outs. First of all, let's do all these YouTube shout-outs. Looks like a bunch of contributions came out through YouTube here. Make sure this updates. So we start off today with Fergo becoming a standard supporter of the channel. Thank you so much, Fergo, for the membership, and that's going to jump us up to 236, which, by the way, that's the tie for the record. 236 is the most we've ever had, and we dropped one over my day off, but now we're back, so this is good. Any new memberships we get today is going to be a new record for the channel, which is really cool. Shout out to Little Crow Gaming, who did 2 different super chats during the pre-stream. Sam Lee did a super chat. Thank you very much. The Dirty Troll did a super chat. Says, could you tell us your social security number? Oh, I read that one earlier. Yes, he was in regards to everything going on. He said, tell me your social security number. Alien Xenomorph.
I'm glad someone got the reference, Debo. Yeah, that's what I was kind of what I was going for. That was kind of what I was going for.
Did a $5 super chat saying someone stole my likeness and is selling toys and books. Whatever. Who cares? King Wolf did a super chat and says, how does it feel on the tushy? The chair looks comfy. The chair is comfy on the tushy. I can tell you that as of right now, it's very thick and soft memory foam, and it feels really good right now. Now, again, it's new, right? It's a new chair. This doesn't mean that, 6 months, 2 years, 5 years down the line, this chair will feel anywhere near as good as it does right now. Right? There's no guarantees. At least for now, it feels great. And, you know, I will let you know my ongoing opinions of it as I use it more. All right? Okay, let's swap over. Tips. We start off today with Choco Boko, who tipped me $5, which is actually the biggest tip so far today. So let's get that up on the leaderboard. Let me tell you, this is actually way easier to update the leaderboards because I'm higher up now. Like I said, I can actually reach better. I can reach the keyboard and type and do stuff a lot more quickly than I used to be able to. This is good. So Chocoboko says, I get minor injuries all the time at my job, but an ear infection, I'd hate to have that, especially when my uncle calls. Sorry about your situation, Phil. Yeah, I've had, last year, no exaggeration, I think I want to say I had 4 ear infections over the course of the year. They started in like May, and then I got one in like the end of the summer, and then I got one in the early fall, and then I got one in the first week of December. But knock on wood, I don't get any more because I haven't had one since December. Because if you guys have noticed, I don't wear the headphones constantly anymore. And the other good thing is there's a new pair of headphones coming out from Hori in October that go around your neck. You don't wear them on your ears. It's like a neck speaker. And it's compatible both with PlayStation 5 and Xbox. And I'm thinking of getting it and plugging it in. Just like I have my headphones now, I might just plug it in and use that forever. And then I never would have risk of an ear infection ever again. So we'll see. I might get that. I'm thinking about it. But anyway.
Now, here's the question, and I'm surprised that he didn't say anything about this. Where's the money going to come up for that? Is that something that is someone going to donate that to him? Is he going to buy it himself? Is he going to try to have a fundraiser to raise the money for that? What's the situation with there? He's talking about it as if that's an absolute. Like, he's getting it, no matter what. But we can barely pay bills, though. But we can go ahead and pay let's say $150 for a new set of headphones? Just off the rip? Maybe.
Yeah, good stuff. Let's see here. An anonymous tipper tipped me $1.30 and says, you previously said you're interested in purchasing a green screen. How about putting that on your Amazon watch list? As I've already stated, it's not possible. Let me summarize very quickly. In order to use a green screen, I would need to have a better web camera. My web camera is old and shitty. Even at 1080p quality, my webcam looks blurry. It looks like shit. So I would need to upgrade my webcam. But I can't upgrade my webcam. At my current setup, the way I'm doing stuff streaming, my CPU is going up to 80 and 90% in some cases with just the games. And the 480 webcam that I'm using, 480p. If I were to use high resolution, even on my existing webcam, it would destroy my CPU and crash my streams. I need a better setup. I need to get a different capture card that doesn't eat CPU like a hog. I need to get a more powerful PC. This PC has been running non-stop for over 7 years. Okay? Once I get a better equipment...
Okay, tell us why you've left that PC on every single day for 7 straight years. Tell us why that is. Tell us why that is a thing. And the poll's almost over. Actually, here, we'll end the poll now. Actually, I will end it now, and we'll see where we come out on that. Holy shit. But yeah, why is it that your PC's been running for 7 straight years, Phil? We couldn't remember the password. We were afraid that it wasn't going to turn back on. What happened? What was the deal? What was the situation? Because I know people thought, some detractors were exaggerating when we were talking about that. Yes, that has been on since day one, since he got it. Never thought about turning it off. Doesn't even put that shit in standby. It is on all fucking day. Like a hog. Take it all in.
Abso-freaking-lutely. I would like to get a green screen set up behind me. I'm equipped for it now. I now have all the other things around me upgraded to the point where now if we had the green screen, it would work well. Okay? But there's nothing I can do about it. With the setup I have, I need to get better equipment, and I can't do it right now. Okay?
All right. Okay. There we go with that. Oh my god, that was definitely something, to say the very least. That was something. Let's see here. Let's see what our poll results were. Do pigs fly seems to win, and then 35% said yes, 26% said no. That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. Okay. We got a good gauge on what people are thinking about as it pertains to our situation, or to DSP's situation. The holidays are definitely going to be interesting, especially if he's stuck on YouTube. If he's stuck on YouTube, Thanksgiving and Christmas are going to be fascinating. Matter of fact, Halloween might be interesting too, because he doesn't have to nerf himself. So I'm anxious to see what kind of nutty bullshit he decides to pull. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. The next stream, we're probably going to go over... It'll be one of two things. We'll either go over the lead up to the Begathon, which is one video, and then the Begathon itself, the aftermath, I should say. We'll probably go over those two. And the stream after that, we're going to go over lore. We're going to go over older stuff. There's some stuff that I'd like to point out. There's some stuff I'd like to show you. There's some things I hope that you guys will, hopefully you guys will really enjoy, and some stuff that, kind of give you guys some ideas. Let's see here. Yes, I've seen part one of that. I've seen part one of that, Bill. I'm not sure if there's going to, he said there might be a part two, but I have seen part one. I want to see if he does a part two before I comment on it. But the first one's good, though. The first one's very good. For sure. For sure. Oh, boy. I see a massive tip goal in these events. Holy shit. Like I said, so thank you guys very much for showing up. I very much appreciate it. And I will see you guys. I'll see you guys later on in the week. Probably not tomorrow, but I'll probably see you guys Thursday, maybe. So we'll see. No, I probably haven't, actually. Are you talking? Nah, I don't think I have, actually. I'll have to look into that. Anywho, let me let you guys go. Like I said, thank you guys for hanging out. Let me go ahead and play you guys out. And I'll give everybody a big ups in the chat and whatnot. And I'll see you guys whenever I see you. Like I said, if not tomorrow, it'll be Thursday. More likely Thursday. Later, people.